Chapter 591. Time flies, and more than a year has passed. In the Hall of Truth in the secret space, the four Void King wizards gathered together again. At this time, Ivan has lost the sharp edge when he was just promoted and has become gentle and elegant. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hall of Truth is a bit solemn. I don't agree. I don't agree either, G&A. Ariel, your idea is too risky. I'm sorry, I can't agree with it. After the King of 10,000 Trees said the rescue strategy of the two, Ivan expressed his opposition firmly, and Hattie also held an opposing opinion. According to the strategy of the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice, they would go to rescue their colleagues with their treasures, leaving two newly promoted Void King wizards to guard the wizard world. If anyone came to cause trouble, they would jump out and give a thunderbolt blow. In Ivan's opinion, this is like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, and they went to deliver food one after another, which is extremely unwise. First, the King of Dragon Flame, then the King of the Sky, including the King of Blue Thunder, who has already sacrificed, one after another, and now you are still acting like this. Isn't this playing into the enemy's hands? Wizard Ivan, the wizard world needs someone to guard it. We must take care of the foundation of thousands of years. If it is destroyed due to negligence, you and I will be sinners for all eternity. The King of 10,000 Trees has his own concerns, fearing that the wizard world will be taken advantage of by others. The Queen of Ice nodded. She also had such concerns, otherwise the two of them would have entered the long river of the Star World long ago, so why wait for more than 10 years? The arcane wizards are not decorations, and the City of Truth is not decorations either. With them, the wizard world will not be so easy to destroy. Ivan's words make sense. To put it bluntly, even if there are any problems in the wizard world, with us here, rebuilding is a piece of cake. Hadi said coldly, and he directly said what the few people were unwilling to say. Of course, the few people understood this truth. Even if the wizard world was destroyed and fell apart, as long as they, the Void King Wizard, were still alive, revival couldn't be easier. Strength is respected, and it is often the top power that determines the rise and fall of a race. Take the Comer Empire for example. The group of Night Elves relied on the protection of the Night Mother Goddess, and lived much more freely than humans. This is evident. The Hall of Truth fell into a dead silence. What do you want to do? After a pause, the Ice Queen broke the frozen atmosphere. Go all out, and head for the galaxy. Ivan and Hattie said at the same time. What's the specific strategy? The King of 10,000 Trees asked. The two looked at each other, and Ivan spoke up. You are in the light, and we are in the dark. You attract the enemy's attention, and we take the opportunity to rescue the King of the Sky and the King of Dragon Flame, and then work together to kill the enemy's lair, turn him upside down, and kill him. Hattie immediately said, let's not talk about entering the extreme beast plane for now. This is what we have to do to help the King of Sky and the King of Dragon Flame escape. Spare no effort? Yes, each of us will carry a valuable treasure, and let those villains know that we wizards have never been lucky to get to where we are today. Yes, we wizards have been silent for too long, and we just need a hearty battle to show our strength. Ivan and Hattie are full of vigor, and are more willing to fight a desperate battle than to split the troops into two groups. There is no absolute safety in this world. Since the people below have enjoyed protection, now that disaster has come, they have the responsibility to take some risks. No one can avoid it, and no one can blame anyone else. The two were so determined that the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice had to reconsider. You two are so courageous. Okay, we will accompany you to be unbridled once. After careful consideration, they finally agreed to the two's plan. Since the wizard appeared, it has been difficult all the way, and it is not that he has not experienced tragic casualties. At worst, he can do it again, and truly break and then rebuild. Next, I hope you can listen to me. Please speak. The two did not refute the King of 10,000 Trees. The King of 10,000 Trees began to arrange the carrying of the treasures. Among the many treasures of the Supreme Council, the Hall of Truth and the Peak of Truth should not be moved, and the Crystal Ball of Truth is only an auxiliary treasure. Except for these three, the others can be of great use. Ivan, you hold the Black Soul Tower and the Fire and Copper Furnace. Hadi, you should protect yourself with the Sage's Monument and the 9-layered Wind Tower. No problem. Ivan and Hattie had no objection to this. They were not as strong as the others, so it was better for them to be cautious. In addition, if the situation is not right, I hope you will protect yourself first. Compared with us old guys, you are the key to whether the wizard world can be broken and then rebuilt. The King of 10,000 Trees then emphasized seriously, and his eyes fell more on one of them. I know what I am doing. Hattie glanced at Ivan and nodded seriously. Okay, this wizard has always cherished his life, and has no habit of showing off. Ivan didn't know what these people were thinking, but he didn't say much. The other three agreed that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. In this way, the strategy of rescuing the two virtual king wizards was determined, and then the four began to discuss more details. Although they had to fight to the death, they could not completely ignore the wizarding world, and of course, they had to make proper arrangements. Once there were any mistakes, the losses of the wizarding world had to be minimized. In the following days, the wizarding world was active, and those who were interested could sense that there was a sign of impending storm, but no one knew what happened specifically. Ivan and Hattie still haven't shown up, and the two are still unknown to the outside world. However, Ivan is not without contact with anyone. This is a serious matter, so he has to make some arrangements to ensure the safety of his people. Wizard Ivan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are really good at hiding. You are indifferent to such a big thing as my promotion to Night King. He contacted Tanya, and it can be heard that Tanya has a lot of opinions about him. Tanya wanted to find him to share her joy, but she couldn't find him for several years. Tell me if you are depressed. Haha, belated congratulations. Can you accept it? Ivan didn't care about her complaints. No sincerity, no one showed up. Tanya said angrily. She didn't even realize that there was a hint of coquetry in her tone, too clear. Next time. Hee, really insincere. Tanya, let's make it short. Ivan saw everything. Tanya was nominally his, so this was a good thing, but he didn't have time to care about these things for the time being. You say. Tanya heard the solemnity in his words, and her expression became serious. The next words need to be kept strictly confidential, and not a single word can be revealed to the outside world. Okay. I have become a 5th level wizard, and so has Wizard Hattie. Next, we need to do something very important. By then, the wizarding world will fall into an unprecedented weakness. I hope you in grace. Not mentioning Tanya's shock, Ivan quickly explained what was going to happen. If the situation changes, he hopes that they can protect some people in Rainbow Territory. Tanya knew that there would be a big change in the wizarding world. She grew up in a wizard family, and knew what to ask, and what not to ask. She agreed to Ivan's request without hesitation. Ivan, be careful, and come back safely. Well, take care of yourself too. Soon, Ivan contacted Locke and Ginny again and explained some things. This time, they need to stay away from the world of Danila. They themselves cannot be sure when they can return, so they can't be careless about what happens after they leave. Chapter 592. The universe is divided into 3 parts, the Star River, the Chaos World, and the Eternal Void. It is said that the Star River is in the middle, with the Chaos World above it. Outside the Star River and the Chaos World, all the remaining places are the Eternal Void. The Eternal Void, as the name suggests, is a dark void, with nothing, not even light can shine. The Star River is the birthplace of life, and it breeds countless large and small planes. These planes drift in the long river forever, and most of them remain hidden. Only extremely powerful planes dare to show up on the river's surface, and expose their plane coordinates unscrupulously. Although Daenerys is a large plane and one of the top planes, it has been hidden all year round, inside the Star River, to avoid being spotted by outside creatures. Ivan, how do you feel about coming to the Star River for the first time in person? It feels similar to being inside the Sky River back then. All you can see is a vast expanse, making it difficult to tell east from west. Moreover, space energy is everywhere, and elemental energy is also very diverse. No wonder it is called the place of origin. On this day, 2 huge creatures were flying in the void. One was a dark green vine dragon, and the other was a dark red fire-whiskered king silkworm. The former was actually Hattie Shalosi, and the latter was Ivan Marichatin. The two had quietly left the Danila plain and rushed to the place where the King of the Sky and the King of Dragon Flame were trapped. At this time, in addition to turning into the spirit body of the virtual king, they also had a pagoda on their heads to protect themselves. Like all level 5 wizards, the virtual spirit bodies condensed by the soul energy of the two were in the form of beasts. After merging with the elemental power, they were in their current form. Such a virtual body is a combination of strength, both offensive and defensive, and more powerful than the wizard's human form and elemental giant form. Moreover, the virtual body is equivalent to the wizard's 3rd form, without any additional power consumption, and has great deterrence, making it very convenient to use. After entering the Star Realm River, the two did not dare to be careless, and directly revealed their dozens of meters long virtual bodies, wandering in this vast place. Haha, if you were still at the Lord level, you wouldn't think so. Hottie, Have you been here before? Of course, I was full of vigor and vitality at that time, and I didn't take the danger of the galaxy seriously. As a result, I spent a lot of effort to return to our plane in disgrace. It's really hard to describe. Isn't it also a time worth remembering? This wizard has never had such an experience, which is inferior to Wizard Hattie. Are you sure you are not showing off? Ha ha ha. For most creatures, the long river of the star realm can be said to be boundless. Even if you fly for several years, you may not be able to reach anywhere. If you are unlucky, you may not even encounter any living creatures. Traveling in such a vast place is a test of the traveler's mentality. In order to kill time, the two chatted about the galaxy and various information while they were on the road, verifying whether the information was biased. After all, the two were not very familiar with the long river of the starry sky, which might have an adverse effect. I wonder when we can build an airship that can cross the galaxy. Don't belittle yourself. We will be able to do this one day, and then we can fly across the galaxy. The two flew all the way, with a precise target, heading upwards. The star river seemed to have no direction, but it was not. There were two special celestial bodies as signs, the sun in the east and the moon in the west. The two were located in the middle of the star river, and could be connected in a straight line. This was eternal. With the sun and the moon as the base points, a coordinate could be calculated for any location in the star river. This was the spatial coordinate. It is worth mentioning that the coordinates calculated from the surface of the star river were more accurate and would not deviate. The location of the plane is called the plane coordinates. For a plane with weak strength, it is extremely dangerous to expose the plane coordinates. It is possible to be targeted by some powerful planes that like to invade other planes. At that time, it will be a disaster. The night and day here are indeed not as clear as in the plane. Yes, the sun and the moon are always there. One day, I really want to take a look at the end of the galaxy and see the true appearance of the sun and the moon. That's not an easy thing. You have to fly along the long river of stars, which may take at least 100 years, or even countless years. Ivan really didn't expect that Wizard Hattie would have such ambitions. However, don't think that the sun and the moon are at the end of the galaxy, one in the east and the other in the west, and can be easily seen. It's not easy to get close to them. The long river of stars is too vast, and the road is long. It's estimated that ordinary creatures can't get there in their lifetime. Secondly, no one knows what kind of things exist near the sun or the moon, and whether there are guardians who are so powerful that they can't be matched. Just think about it, this is a difficult thing. Haha, this wizard is just thinking casually. I won't do stupid things without sufficient strength. Hattie smiled. That's right, when I become a supreme power one day, I will go and see it for you, and then come back to tell you what's there. How about it? Ivan joked. It seems that you are also interested in that place, so it's a deal, Wizard Ivan. Haha, it's a deal. Whoever becomes a supreme power will take time to go to the end of the galaxy. Then remember to write a travel diary for everyone to admire. Wizards are a group with a strong desire to explore, and Ivan is naturally interested in the end of the galaxy. While chatting and laughing, the two made an agreement that if there really is such a day, it will definitely become a reality. There is no doubt that neither of them is the kind of person who likes to talk nonsense. In the boundless darkness, Ivan and Hattie traveled all the way under the stars and moon, and it took nearly half a year to reach the surface of the river of the star realm. In the star realm, although the sun and the moon are always there, the light of the two is alternating. You are strong and I am weak, you are weak and I am strong, and one reincarnation is one day, which is different from the plane. When the two arrived at the river, the sun was at its brightest, and the moon was at its faintest. The sun shone on the river, making it golden. Looking around, the river was clearly divided into the inside and outside. The scenery in all directions was extremely spectacular and vast, making people feel relaxed and happy. Only when you are above the galaxy do you realize how insignificant you are. Just as the rumors say, it seems that everything is in sight, but in fact it is just the tip of the iceberg. Looking at the magnificent scenery around them, the two people with calm hearts couldn't help but sigh. Standing here, they can see all kinds of storms on the river, wind, fire, thunder, and earth, forming all kinds of big storms, including the space system's void storm, wandering wantonly in the distance. It looks magnificent from a distance, but once you get close, it is extremely dangerous. They can see the strange light balls floating on the river, which are the top planes that are not afraid of being remembered. It is not difficult to see the arrogance of these forces. They can also see the dark and lightless eternal void, which makes people feel inexplicably blocked in their hearts and dare not stare at it for a long time. And the chaotic world of chaos, you can see countless changes from it at a glance, but it feels unreal no matter how you look at it, and you can't help but want to get closer. Such a magnificent view of the galaxy is not enough no matter how long you look at it. Chapter 593. At this moment, Ivan was surprised to find that his soul energy had increased a little for no reason, which was really a blessing. The two looked at each other, and Hattie obviously had the same feeling. Let's go, Gina and Ariel are still waiting for us. However, the two had business to attend to, so they couldn't stay here for too long. Moreover, the surface of the Galaxy River was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. There were countless hidden dangers, so it was not advisable to stay for a long time, so as not to cause trouble. What came out of the corner, and you are actually in a daze here, let me deal with you. What they didn't expect was that after only half a day, a creature had set its sights on them, and couldn't wait to jump out and cause trouble. The two were not panicked. They looked closely, and saw a strange creature emerging from the river. It had a wolf-like body, but had two heads, one in front and one in back, and no tail. From the appearance of the two-headed wolf, it can be seen that there are a lot of star marks condensed on its body, which is clearly a native creature of the Star Realm River. Hey, these two are not easy to mess with, leave quickly. At this time, another head at the back turned around. Unlike the wolf head that had been talking nonsense before, it had 4 eyes, and the eyes on top replaced the eyebrows. It was horrified to find that the prey in front of it had a terrifying aura, and it could not help but retreat. Ahem, sorry to bother you. The other head followed suit, and prepared to retreat. Why don't you chat with us if you're here? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? How could Ivan and Hadi let go of the prey that was delivered to their door easily? The two of them actually figured out that this wolf was only at the 4th level, and it could freely enter and exit the galaxy and engage in murder and robbery because of its unique advantage as a local creature. Meeting his fate. Hadi, let me try. Don't be arrogant. If you provoke me, I make you suffer. Quick and decisive. As soon as Ivan made a move, the two-headed wolf was furious. It sensed an unusually great danger. This time it had indeed chosen the wrong target for robbery. If it wanted to blame someone, it should blame the other party for restraining its breath. Ivan considered that wolves usually travel in groups, so he did not dare to neglect it. He used a strong method as soon as he made a move. The dark red insect tentacles quickly extended and wrapped around it. At a very fast speed, he caught up with the fleeing two-headed wolf in the blink of an eye. Please spare my life, I was wrong, please spare my life, I am willing to be commanded by you. The two-headed wolf was immediately suppressed by the blackened insect tentacles, which gave it a feeling of a knife on its neck, and a strange force kept drilling into its body, which it could not stop. The situation is not good. The two-headed wolf is very sensible and begged for mercy immediately. The rapid change made people speechless. Listen, our six-eyed golden wolf clan is not easy to mess with. You'd better let me go, otherwise my other companions will arrive, and then none of you can leave. Seeing that Ivan still did not stop, the two-headed wolf began to threaten. Ivan ignored these. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he had never been afraid of it. If he could not win, he would just run away. Haha, it turned out to be a lone wolf that left the tribe, and harmed the leader's wife and daughter. You are a very brave guy. After a few seconds, he smiled and revealed the truth of the two-headed wolf. After becoming a 5th-level wizard, the soul energy in his body has transformed into a medium level, from gas to liquid, and the most important arcane core has increased by more than 10 times compared to the first condensation. In the core of the arcane, soul energy and fire power are further deeply integrated, containing more powerful power. More importantly, the innate soul technique has become a regular method with the condensation of the virtual spirit body. Not only that, the effect of the innate soul technique Star Soul Hand has been further deepened, reaching an incredible level. Reading the memory of living beings silently is just normal. How did you know? Hearing his words, the creature who called himself the six-eyed golden wolf had both faces full of horror, and then thought of the strange power that drilled into his body. His face suddenly became ugly. Let me ask you, do you mean what you said just now? Are you really willing to serve me, and be at my service? Ivan asked without caring what it thought. I am willing, it is my honor. The two-headed wolf cursed inwardly, but had to compromise. Rather than losing his life directly, he would rather live in misery. At worst, he could find another opportunity to escape, or even turn against this guy and do something ruthless. He was not without such ability. But he forgot that he was still under Ivan's complete control, and the insect tentacles full of the power of the Star Soul Hand were still wrapped around his body. Ivan didn't say much, but the smile on his face became even bigger. Well, I take you in. Don't worry, little wolf, will do his best in the future. Haha, I'm relieved. There will be a small ceremony next. Remember not to resist, otherwise don't blame this wizard if you hurt yourself. Without waiting for the two-headed wolf to say anything flattering, the insect whiskers that were entangled with it turned from real to virtual, and penetrated into the two heads respectively, and surrounded them completely, leaving no gaps. The two-headed wolf suddenly felt a creepy danger, and instinctively resisted. Ivan also didn't care. This low-quality star wolf wasn't a swamp ant or a silkworm queen. It didn't matter if it was cruel. Even if it met with misfortune in the end, he wouldn't feel sorry. This was just an attempt to test his power. Ivan, what kind of soul-side secret is this? It's so powerful. 3 bursts of all things is a secret I created. It took a long time to create it, but it's only now that it's really useful. If Wizard Hattie is interested, we can talk about it when we return to Danila. No, I just asked casually. Hattie could sense the extraordinary secrets he was performing, and couldn't help but say a few more words, absolutely not coveting his secrets. In fact, the power of the soul is best at contracts, manipulating living beings, and erasing wills. 3 life and all things in Star Soul Hand are both outstanding among them, unique and ruthless. It all depends on how Ivan uses them. Ivan has mastered these 2 secrets for a long time, and has already mastered them to perfection. At this moment, he uses the golden blood of the Star Realm as a trigger to try to forcibly subdue the two-headed wolf. At this moment, the two-headed wolf had undoubtedly miscalculated. Sai Lang, I advise you not to struggle. You should have heard of the Scarlet Legion. Submit to me, and you will have countless benefits in the future. It is no problem to help you return to the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan. I can also heal your injuries left after castration. Are you from the Scarlet Legion? No, but my secret method is derived from the Scarlet Will. The more Ivan learned, the more he found that this wolf was not simple. He had a heart of appreciation for talent, so he couldn't help but persuade him to surrender a few more times, and even transmitted his voice to reveal the deepest scars in the other party's heart. The two-headed wolf was not someone who would never surrender. Under his double oppression, his defenses were finally broken, and he chose to surrender. Little Sai Wolf greets the Lord. After everything was over, Sai Wolf prostrated on the ground. It was unknown whether it was affected by the secret method, but its attitude was very sincere, unlike the previous exaggeration. Haha, no need to be polite. This wizard is not a person who cares about ostentation. Ivan had reason to be happy. He succeeded in his first attempt. He knew how the Scarlet Legion grew stronger. The secret method created by the Scarlet Supreme is indeed terrifying. May I ask, sir, does our Legion have a name? Sighing asked. The Black Star Legion. Ivan hesitated and answered. In his opinion, the name is not important. What is important is the amount of power and influence. The new member Silang did not think so. The name sounded very impressive, and it was worthy of being compared to the Scarlet Legion. After this episode, the 2 virtual king wizards and a wolf continued on their way, located the target more accurately from the river surface, and accelerated to rescue the 2 kings of the sky. Chapter 594. Lord, what are we going to do this time? To rescue 2 Void King wizards. What is a wizard? A kind of cultivator, such as me and Wizard Hattie. We come from the Danila Plain. Have you heard of us? Forgive my limited knowledge. After truly understanding the Silang, I found that its character was not as bad as I thought at first, but its luck was really bad, which led to one difficulty after another, and finally fled from the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan in a hurry. Since then, the Silang has become self-destructive, and has been living in a place far away from the clan. All this can be attributed to the special eye technique it awakened. There are all kinds of wonders in the world. The eye technique that Silang accidentally awakened is too special, so special that it is unbelievable. Even Ivan was amazed, and had a love for talent. It can actually emit a strange light of pregnancy, which has a certain probability of causing female creatures to conceive offspring. You know, the stronger the creature's strength, and the higher the quality of its bloodline, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring. This is a universal law of the world, and Silang's eye technique breaks this iron law. However, Silang awakened his pupil's skills at the wrong time, and in the wrong place. It was a celebration party held by the leader of the tribe. Most of the leader's confidants attended, and Silang was at the table. A group of people drank for days and nights, and got drunk. The leader's wife and children were also there. In the second half of the night, Silang happened to be in the same room with the leader's wife and daughter. When they woke up the next day, they unexpectedly found that the 2 women were pregnant with new lives. After verification, it was found that they were all Silang's offspring. The leader was furious, and Silang couldn't explain it for a while. Then he castrated it, and used a secret method to cut off the possibility of recovery. Afterwards, Silang was put in death row. What's worse is that it couldn't use its newly awakened pupil technique, because it was frightened or consumed too much power. Now it really couldn't explain itself, and suffered all kinds of torture. As a result, Silang had to abandon everything it had, escaped from the tribe in a desperate situation, and began a wandering life in the star world. Rose and I were originally in love, and almost became a family. After that incident, she was completely disappointed in me. My achievements, status, lover, and children were all gone. Silang looked depressed when talking about the past. Overnight, everything he had was destroyed. It was a big blow to him, so he still hasn't recovered. Didn't you say that it was Rose who helped you escape from the tribe? It means she still has feelings for you. In a certain place in the long river of the Star Realm, there are two-headed wolves for transportation. Ivan and Hardy rarely rest for a while. As a creature that has been hanging out in the galaxy for many years, Silang's speed is not bad. Rose mentioned by the man, and the wolf, is the daughter of the leader of the six-eyed golden wolf tribe, and Silang originally had a close relationship with her. When she let me go, she warned me that she didn't want to see me step into the tribe's territory again. Women like to say one thing and mean another, just coax them more. But in my current state, how can I face Rose, nor my descendants who I have never met? Don't worry, this wizard has also explored the way of life to a certain extent, and I will definitely keep my word. If I say I will treat you, I will find a way to cure you. When you have the strength comparable to the leader, you can return to the six-eyed golden wolf tribe. Ivan found that this guy had serious psychological problems. After he was repaired, he couldn't help but comfort him a few more times to prevent the new general from sinking into despair. Hearing this, Silang was still not in high spirits, and clearly didn't believe it. Heh, you are unworthy of being a lord-level creature. Ivan shook his head slightly. Sorry, I disappoint you, my lord. Silang was embarrassed. Have you heard of the Justice Star Ancestor? Are you talking about the Lord Justice Ancestor God? Yes, this wizard is also the descendant of the Justice Ancestor God, and I am fortunate to become a Night King. Now you should believe it, right? As Ivan spoke, various lights of life appeared around him, and a different kind of vitality permeated, proving that what he said was true. My lord, I believe it, I believe it. Seeing this, Silang's expression brightened, and even the light in his 6 eyes became much brighter. To be honest, my tribe once followed that adult, and received power from that adult. Unfortunately, that adult was plotted against and died, and my tribe is no longer in its heyday. I see. Ivan understood. No wonder he had sensed a familiar breath before. It seems that the reason why the 3 lives and all things was so successful, so quickly was closely related to this. The 2 sides actually have a certain blood relationship. Ivan, we have to keep going. At this time, Hattie reminded him. No problem. Ivan had no problem. Compared with the 2 of them traveling in person, Silang was indeed much slower. They were in a hurry to save people, so they naturally did not dare to delay time, lest they miss the opportunity. Then, Ivan sent Silang into the Silver Moon Blade. After arriving at the Star Realm River, the hunting space inside the Silver Moon Blade was greatly suppressed, but his methods had improved a lot now, so it was not a problem to send a life in. A silkworm and a dragon reappeared, rushing towards the target. To be honest, the Extreme Beast Plain is not far from the Danala Plain, but the Star Realm River is too vast, and it is not convenient to travel quickly, and it will take a long time to travel. As for the Extreme Beast Plain and the place where the 2 Void Kings were trapped, the spatial coordinates have long been clear. These 2 are not in the same location, but very close. Ivan and Hadi hurried all the way, and after another 7 months of travel, they arrived near the destination. The 2 contacted the King of 10,000 Trees, and the Queen of Ice, who arrived earlier through secret methods. After sending all the information he had discovered on the spot, he replied to Ivan and the others, "Start the action immediately." It seems that the 2 of them can't wait. Once the people in the Extreme Beast Plain find out that we are coming out in full force, they will definitely notify Danila. The scoundrels of the Thunder Tribe, Feather Tribe, and Black Scale Tribe will definitely not miss this opportunity. The 2 of them could understand the urgency of the other side. They were also worried. For the sake of the overall situation, they could only leave the wizard world to the arcane wizards to protect. Now, we must cut the Gordian knot. Then, the 2 turned into streams of light and approached a place. After a while, a strange place appeared not far away. There were thick black clouds, and colorful lightning flashes flashed from time to time, and the lightning intertwined into a net. Through the outer obstacles, we can vaguely see many buildings in the depths, mainly 4 strange halls, and blood-colored pillars that emerge from the halls, as well as the complex formations derived from them. These formed a closed purgatory cage. Ivan and Hattie understood that the King of the Sky and the King of Dragon Flame were trapped in the cage, struggling to resist the erosion of the power of the extreme beast plane. Looking at the terrifying visions filled there, the two looked at each other and nodded heavily to each other. Everything is ready, just waiting for the other side to take action. Chapter 595. Ha ha, Jerna, Ariel, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome to the land of salvation. The people in the extreme beast plane are indeed well informed about the wizard world. The King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice had not even approached them, and had just shown a little clue when they were discovered. Agria Ro was very happy. These two people finally left Danila and came to die. They really made him wait so long. King of the Grey Sea, the last time the King of Blue Thunder failed to kill you, it was because we made a wrong estimate. This time, we will definitely send you to death. The Ice Queen couldn't contain her anger when she saw this traitor. If it weren't for this guy's backstab, there wouldn't be so many messes in the wizard world. Even the small extreme beast plane dared to reach into Danila, causing trouble in the wizard world one after another, completely disrupting all the wizard's plans. Now, they have to leave the city, leaving behind a wizard world with empty power. No, this wizard is not the King of the Grey Sea now. Please call me the Lord of the Blood Origin with my new title. Aglia's face remained calm. Arrogant! You are wrong again. This title has nothing to do with Bird of Blood Origin. If there is any misunderstanding, it is purely coincidental. As the two exchanged words, figures appeared one after another around them. Each of them had a strong aura, comparable to the ancient kings of the alien race. The defense of this place was tight. As he said, they had been waiting here for a long time, waiting for the two to take the bait. Don't waste time talking to him. Send them on their way. The King of 10,000 Trees shouted. Give me your life. The two turned into virtual spirits. The former was a towering tree man, with distinct facial features and a majestic presence. When he appeared, the surroundings were dyed deep green. The latter turned into a sharp ice horn. At first glance, this was carved from an ice mountain, exuding a biting frost. The cold froze everything nearby, and even space was about to follow suit. You two stubborn guys were smart for once, and actually brought out Lei Qi and Hui Quan. If you have anything else, you might as well take it out. I will let you know that these external things can't help you. No matter how hard you struggle, you will end up in the same situation as Dalvin and Galliffer. Agria was sharp-eyed and noticed that there was something unusual about the two. He couldn't help but frown in his heart, but he didn't give in at all. However, he knew that the two wanted to kill him, so he didn't rush forward, but let the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice use their tyrannical power to repel the people who were besieged one by one. In many cases, the size of the plane determines the upper limit of the creatures. The size of the extreme beast plane is far inferior to that of Danila. The actual combat power of these ancient kings is certainly not as good as the ancient kings born in Danila, and the wizards are the best at the same level. The wizards are still like this in Danila, and it is even worse when facing people in the extreme beast plane. Unable to withstand a single blow. The King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice also have the treasure of the clan. Wherever they go, no one can be a match for them. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient king creatures were not easy to kill, and they were still entangled, the two of them would probably have killed the traitor by now. On the field, there were cries of pain one after another. Let you run wild for a while. Agria looked at this scene with mixed feelings. This was the peerless demeanor of a wizard. Go, stop them, don't let any of them go. Cowardly bandits. Agria ignored the ridicule of the Ice Queen. He was indeed frightened by the Blue Thunder King's mutual destruction last time. He finally recovered and didn't want to experience it again. The two of them couldn't be arrogant for long. When the reinforcements accumulated enough strength to kill them, it would be the end of the two. Here they come. In a moment, Aglia's eyes lit up, and two streams of light approached quickly in the distance. The person he was waiting for finally arrived. Ariel, proceed according to the plan. The people in the extreme beast plane understand wizards, and correspondingly, wizards have also studied the extreme beast plane in depth. Seeing movement in the distance, the King of 10,000 Trees summoned a fierce thunderstorm from the thunder pool above his head, and the strong thunder raged around. After forcing back the ancient queen who was like a fly around, the two broke through the siege in a few steps, one on the left and one on the right, and fled far away. Where are you running to? How could Aglia watch the two of them slip away? As soon as he caught up, he was met with the ice wave cast by the Ice Queen using the Huiquan, which swept over him. The Thunder Pool and the Huiquan are both treasures of the clan. Usually, these treasures are being nurtured and accumulated, unchanged for hundreds and thousands of years, and will only be used when there is a crisis like the extinction of the clan. Once used, the power burst out is far beyond ordinary magic weapons. Aglia knew this very well, and faced with the terrifying ice wave, he had to stop. Without his obstruction, the other ancient kings could not stop them at all, and could only let the enemy evacuate quickly. In a few seconds, the king of 10,000 trees and the queen of ice ran far away. The two separated but not separated, and flew to a farther place strategically. A bunch of trash. The reinforcements of Agria arrived. They were the two masters of the extreme beast plane, the four-directional extreme tree, and the ice and fire extreme one. When they came close, the four-directional extreme tree scolded them. They carry the treasures of the clan. These treasures produced in the world of Danila are the accumulation of wizards' painstaking planning for thousands of years. Each one is very complicated. We can't stop them. Hearing this, Aglia explained. Since he was revived from the brink of death, other people's attitude towards him has changed a lot, and he can only endure it. Put away your little thoughts. If you are timid next time, we will not forgive you. However, Sifang Jishu did not let him go, and his attitude was like scolding a grandson. Okay, those two are still locked up in the land of redemption, they can't run away. Binghua Jiwan made a timely smooth over, and Aglia was relieved. As they spoke, the three were chasing the enemy in front, but they did not split up their forces, but directly targeted the weaker Ice Queen. What are these two guys doing? Are they trying to attack our extreme beast plane? The closer we get to the plane, the stronger we are. They can't turn the tables. In front, the king of 10,000 trees and the queen of ice turned around and seemed to be rushing towards the extreme beast plane, leaving the three people behind confused. The three of them were still chasing them, with the ice and fire extreme one being the fastest, and the distance between the two sides was slowly closing. On the other side, Ivan and Hathy were staring at the cage, analyzing the situation inside. When the king of 10,000 trees and the other two took the enemy's main force to a distant place, they would hurry up and start the rescue. According to the intelligence, there are 4 or 5 extreme ancestors in the extreme beast plane, which are strong men like the three just now. In other words, there are probably still strong men guarding the cage, which is a situation they have to consider. Ivan, you are better at formations. I will clear the obstacles, and you will break the cage. Is this okay? Okay, don't stay too far away. Don't forget that we still have a joint attack formation. Time is running out. The two of them don't have time to think too much. No matter what strong men are ahead, they must rescue people as soon as possible. Once they succeed, the offensive and defensive situation will be very different. Chapter 596. Not long after the cage returned to peace, a vine dragon suddenly broke into the dense black cloud with an extremely fierce momentum. In an instant, it broke through the blockade of the lightning net and rushed towards the hinterland. Enemy attack. Not good, there are other virtual king wizards. Everyone follow me and quickly stop him. Don't let him kidnap the prisoners inside. The vine dragon with distinct scales and horns came close, and the ancient king guard stationed inside reacted. After seeing the true face of the uninvited guest, they all felt as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, no one present had not experienced the power of the Void King Wizard. Every time they were suppressed and beaten by the opponent, it was extremely annoying. Fortunately, there was only one enemy, and perhaps they could deal with it. All of you who are in the way, get out of my way. A 9-story Qifeng tower was hanging above the vine dragon's head, which served as a protective device and brought unparalleled attack blessing. Every time the vine dragon collided, stretched out its claws, and flicked its tail, an ancient king was blown away. No one could stop this mighty might, seeing that Hattie was so fierce. A group of ancient king's guards attacked him one after another, trying to delay time. This move caused the defenses of other places to be empty. Is there no Jizu guarding here? At a distance, Ivan still did not act rashly. Just when he thought about it, he found a new figure appeared, and his pupil shrank. Things were indeed not that simple. Don't be so presumptuous. The new figure rushed towards Hattie to kill him. I wonder who is so arrogant, but it turns out to be a fake who is nothing. Let's see how this wizard will deal with you. Hattie looked closely, and saw that it was a giant turtle with a mixed appearance, a turtle head, a tree shell, phoenix wings and blood claws. It was a strange creature, clearly a mixture of the power of the extreme ancestor. Such a creature was no different from a biological puppet, and he didn't take it seriously. Ivan heard it in his ears, and he knew in his heart that this was said to him. Hadi was saying that there was no need to worry about that, and he could take action. Seeing this, Ivan did not doubt him, and then revealed his figure, rushing into the black cloud from the other side, choosing the side behind Hadi. The enemies were blocked by Hadi on the other side. With the Black Soul Tower, Ivan also easily broke through the obstruction of the lightning net and landed on the circular square. He could clearly see that there was a thick wall inside the square, which was connected to the hall. There were dense patterns carved on the outside of the wall, and blood-red stone pillars were evenly erected on the wall. These stone pillars are not as high as the pillars in the hall. There is no doubt that the trap array that forms the cage has a great relationship with these blood-colored pillars, and is also related to the patterns of the hall and the city wall. Fell into a trap. They have another virtual king wizard. Ivan's appearance caused a commotion. Stay here. How could Hadi allow others to pass? He stretched out his dragon claws, and found a solid monument in front of him. The sage's monument quickly grew larger after it appeared, and together with the 9-layered Qinfeng Tower, which also grew larger, it violently crashed into the people who tried to slip past. The giant turtle was the first to be attacked. It never thought that the wizard had 2 valuables on him, and chose to sneak attack. The giant turtle was shattered by the sudden attack of the sage's monument. The power of the valuables can be seen. Ivan secretly praised, but his eyes were fixed on the city wall. He had to break the tight formation in front of him as quickly as possible. Give it a try. He did not dare to take it lightly, and took out another valuable item, the fire copper furnace, and floated it, and the Black Soul Tower on the left and right of his side, like 2 loyal guards. The firewood copper furnace is full of high-energy flames, which can be said to be inexhaustible. The Black Soul Tower is a rare soul treasure. The power of the soul is unpredictable, which is fully reflected in the Black Soul Tower. It can bring him many increases in soul power, and is also a defensive weapon. With the blessing of the 2 treasures, the black flames with a strange red glow are entangled with dark red insect tentacles. Countless insect tentacles are wrapped in flames and extend forward, falling on the upper and lower walls, and are blocked by a solid protective shield. Squeak. After Ivan was promoted to the Void King Wizard, the flame he controlled became a kind of soul fire, which was extremely corrosive, and could be described as penetrating all holes, and burning everything. Combined with the ability of the Star Soul Hand, it was more practical than any magic weapon to break the formation. As expected, the protective shield immediately made a burning sound, and ugly black spots appeared on it. Under this attack, the protective shield began to change constantly. But this did not bother Ivan, who had been immersed in the exploration of the formation for many years. The insect tentacles of the King Silkworm also kept changing. Soon, the spots expanded and connected together, melting the protective shield into a dark gap, and the patterns on the city wall were burned into large pieces of scorch marks. With a loud bang, the iron stone used to build the city wall broke into pieces. Ivan took the opportunity to step forward and came to the gap in the city wall. His insect tentacles spread along the city wall with black flames, and accurately wrapped around the 3 nearby blood-red pillars. Ivan, do you need help? Not for now. At this time, a figure flashed behind him. It was indeed the green dragon incarnated by the wizard Hadi. Because someone came to make trouble from the other side, Hadi had to come to stop him and prevent him from being disturbed. After killing the giant turtle, it was relatively easy for Hadi to deal with the remaining people, and he still had some spare energy to help Ivan. It must be said that the treasure of the clan gave the 2 of them a great help. When Ivan broke the tight trap, the 2 virtual kings who were suffering inside the cage noticed the unusual movement, and the King of the Sky was the first to react. Delvin, listen, someone is breaking the formation. Someone is coming to save us. Galifu, are you sure you are not wrong? Is it the traitor's conspiracy? Unlike the King of the Sky who was still in good spirits, the fire-winged dragon transformed by the Dragon Flame King looked listless. He had been trapped for the longest time, and suffered more torture. He was able to hold on until now, because of the help of the King of the Sky. It must be correct. When we were still communicating, Gina and I discussed a plan. It seems that the plan was successful. Plan? I haven't seen you mention it. Let's go! The movement here is the biggest. The people in the Extreme Beast Plane are not easy to deal with. They must be in a hurry. We can't just wait. Whether we can escape depends on this time. Cheer up. The Wind King Cold transformed by the Sky King exhaled lightly, and the breeze floated, pulling the Wind King Colt and the Fire-Winged Dragon to fly to one side, and the protective layer on that side was trembling slightly. The fire-winged dragon tried to cheer up and attacked the protective layer there with the Wind King Colt. The two of them used their magic weapons to smash it hard, and the rumbling sound echoed in the closed space. Under this attack from both inside and outside, the protective layer shook more and more, and black light and shadow appeared from it, and the two people inside became more excited. Chapter 597. Closer to the extreme beast plane, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice led the pursuers to circle for a while, but were eventually caught up by Aglia and others. The two Void King wizards did not flinch and calmly dealt with the enemies. A fierce battle was about to break out. This is the Wizard King's multi-phase formation, the supreme formation possessed by wizards, which can combine the power of different attributes. The four extreme ancestors have experienced it before. This time, they are carrying the treasure of the clan, so they must be treated with caution. The enemy directly formed a large formation. Aglia was very familiar with this formation, and he hurriedly introduced it to his companions. He could also see that the Supreme Council had improved the Wizard King's multi-phase formation. Now it looked a little strange. It was obvious that the Supreme Council was on guard against him. Don't forget where this is. This is not the Wizard City of Truth. Why should we be afraid of them? They are just level 5 wizards. I will let them understand the benefits of the throne. Unlike Aglia's caution, Sifang Jishu and Binghua Jilwan were confident and spoke very bluntly, looking at the two virtual kings like prey to be slaughtered. Hearing these arrogant words, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice sneered. What a bullshit throne. It's just borrowed power. What's there to be proud of? A small plane has its own conveniences. These people are the strongest in the extreme beast plane, and naturally they are also the guardians of the plane. They are favored by the plane's great will, and borrowing power from the great will is no problem. However, borrowed power is always borrowed. The farther away from the extreme beast plane, the faster this power will disappear. It's enough to teach you a lesson. Everyone can talk big, just come on. If you take a step back, we lose. Prepare to die. Let's see how rampant you can be later. 3-2, with some ancient kings on the side to help. In terms of numbers, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice are not at an advantage, but even so, the two have no intention of retreating. A world-shaking battle began. At this moment, a Tree Man, an Ice Dagger, a Thunder Pool, and a Wisdom Spring formed the Witch King's multi-phase formation. Various heavy powers were wonderfully combined together, bursting out with a more magnificent and fierce power. Sifang Jishu and Binghua Jilwan were bigger and taller than the two men, and they were so powerful that they blocked the sky and the sun. They attacked the two men from both sides, and it seemed difficult to stop them. However, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice still blocked them, even though the two men were constantly being beaten. In the eyes of Sifang Jishu and others, it was only a matter of time before the two men fell. Damn it, you cheated, no wonder you led us here, and you actually wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Land of Redemption. Suddenly, Sifang Jishu's face changed, and it became ugly. Just because someone is attacking the Land of Redemption, and it's one or two Void King wizards. How is this possible? Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on. Seeing her looking over, Aglia shook his head. Aglia is known as the Lord of Blood Origin. At this time, he looks like a blood-colored water element giant. The giant is wearing blood-colored rock armor, and blood mist and blood dust are around him. Wherever he steps, a blood-colored land is faintly condensed, which is very strange. A treacherous wizard. Sifang Jishu cursed again, but no one knew who he was cursing. Before she could make any arrangements, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice changed their positions, and thick cold fog rose up and swept around, covering the two people's traces. In a flash, an ancient thick vine appeared where the two were, which was the Chingsongbingting similar to the Chingsongyinten. Not only that, the Chingsongbingting was also wrapped with flashing thunder power, adding a bit of murderous intent to the ancient vine. This was actually the secret method taught by Ivan a few years ago. Not only did the two of them successfully perform the secret method, they also took in all the power combined by the Witch King's multi-phase formation, which gave them the current divine power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green ice vine gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 4, 4 gave birth to 8, and finally gave birth to ancient vines all over the sky, rushing towards the enemy. The mission of the two was to stop these people, and the other side began to act. They said that they could not let these people leave, otherwise the plan might fail. How is it possible? What secret method is this? Seeing the enemy's combat power surge, Sifang Jishu couldn't believe his eyes. I really don't know. Adlier still shook his head. He really didn't know what kind of weird secret method this was. Waste. Sifang Jishu cursed. Due to the ferocity of the enemy, she couldn't leave forcibly for a while. When the spreading ancient vines swept over, she secretly notified another person. The breaking evil extreme turtle sitting in the plane came out, and the power of one person was more than enough. In addition, the defense power of the redemption land was extremely strong. If it was not broken in a short period of time, it would definitely be able to maintain it until the breaking evil extreme turtle arrived. Go, all of you, come on. Agria, if you don't try your best, don't blame me for being rude to you. The green ice vine was raging with fierce flames, and the people from the extreme beast plane were also powerful. The two sides fought to the ground, the sky changed color, and the aftermath of the battle caused a series of strange phenomena. Not good, there is a strong enemy. After a while, the king of 10,000 trees noticed that a figure appeared from the direction of the extreme beast plane and ran towards the cage formation, so he wanted to intercept him. Of course, the people from the 4 extreme trees would not give him this opportunity. The situation changed again, and it became a group of people blocking the king of 10,000 trees and the queen of ice, leaving the two of them anxious. Time passed by minute by minute. On the other side, the prison. Hattie stopped the guards from making trouble. Ivan kept dismantling the trap, destroying the walls and blood-red pillars one after another. The two proceeded in an orderly manner, but this trap was set up by the enemy with the power of the entire plane. It was not a simple formation, and it would take some time to break it. They dismantled it all the way forward, and before they knew it, they came to one of the sealed halls. Ivan was even more vigorous in destruction, and the soul fire combined with the insect whiskers burned the blood-red tall pillar to the point of collapse. Haha, the king of the sky and the king of dragon flame can't wait to come out. The protective layer was also shaky, and Hattie could already see the figures of the 2 Void King wizards inside. After being trapped for so long, ordinary people would have given up long ago. Ivan smiled faintly. The trap was about to be broken, and the two looked comfortable. Suddenly, the two of them froze, and they knew that a strong enemy was coming without deliberately sensing it, because the other party did not hide it at all, and the breath was particularly unbridled. It's a big trouble, I'm afraid it's the real throne, Hattie said in a dry voice. The throne belongs to the 6th level, but the 6th level is not necessarily the throne. Most 6th level creatures can never condense the throne in their lifetime, and cannot pry open the power of rules. The enemy who attacked this time was significantly different. The aura far exceeded the previous 4-sided extreme tree and ice, and fire extreme phoenix. Only the creatures who condensed the throne had such power. They never expected that there would be such a strong man in the extreme beast plane. The two were in big trouble. Chapter 598. I stopped them for a while. You continue to break the trap. Hadi was not vague at all, ready to go forward to fight the strong enemy, even if he was not the opponent. Wait, we do it together. Ivan called him in time. As he spoke, the soul fire grew stronger, burning the space to the point of deformation, the blood-colored pillars, and the hall that sealed the formation collapsed. The trap could no longer be maintained, and a gap was torn. The dazzling stream of light flew out of the cage and turned into 2 figures, who were the king of the sky, Galit Fitzrad, and the king of dragon flame, Dalvin Randolph. Are you Lord Suzaku Ivan Marichatin, and Lord Jade Bull Hattie Shalosi? No matter how much their strength and form change, their auras are very similar to the original ones. The king of the sky looked at the 2 virtual spirits in front of him, and recognized them clearly. But when he looked at Ivan, he was a little bit unbelieving. It's us, king of dragon flame, take this copper furnace. Ivan nodded slightly, and immediately collected his black flames and insect whiskers. He drew a wisp of power from the Black Soul Tower, and sent it to the 2 people to help them recover their strength, and threw the firewood copper furnace to the depressed Dalvin. King of the sky, I give you the 9-layered wind tower, and I also have the sage's monument. Hadi also threw one of the family treasures to Galif. Okay, then we won't be polite. At this moment, the king of the sky and the other 2 noticed the approaching powerful enemy, and immediately understood, and began to use the power of the family treasures to recover themselves. The 2 family treasures matched the power attributes of their main power, and they came at the right time for the 2. There were also the recovery potions brought by Ivan and Hadi, and the 2 did not refuse them. With a powerful enemy at hand, no matter how much other words they said, it would be empty, so it would be better to seize time to recover their strength. While the 2 were resting, Ivan and Hadi went out to meet them. Suddenly, a green flame vine appeared on the edge of the cage. The ancient twisted vine derived from the 2 virtual king wizards was naturally unique and blocked the enemy, who was rushing over. This time the enemy looked like a sturdy old man with a tortoise shell. In front of the twisted vine that blocked the sky and the sun, the figure of the old man with the tortoise shell was so small, but his face looked particularly indifferent, and it was clear that he didn't care about the many flame vines that swept over. I let you escape. It's hard to deal with this. The old man with tortoise shell sighed and waved his hand. The bright yellow light enveloped him. It was like he had marked out a restricted area. Any fierce flame vines that attacked would immediately turn into powder and be destroyed completely when they touched the bright yellow light. The flame vines came more fiercely, but none of them successfully crossed the restricted area. Under the continuous strangulation of many flame vines, the old man with tortoise shell remained motionless. The Void King Wizard is indeed worthy of his reputation. You are not strong enough in front of me. The old man with tortoise shell shook his head slowly, and a shadow of a throne suddenly appeared in the bright yellow light, and then turned into a more brilliant stream of light and attacked forward. In the area illuminated by the stream of light, large areas of flame vines were annihilated. Soon, there was a loud bang, and two phantom bodies were knocked out. They were Ivan and Hadi. They were protected by the Black Soul Tower and the Sage's Monument respectively, so they were not in serious trouble. After stopping, the two looked at the old man with tortoise shell opposite them with great caution. This is indeed a powerful person who has gathered the throne. Regardless of whether the other party has used the power of the extreme beast plane or not, the throne is real, and the power seems to be on a different level from his own. Are you the extreme turtle, the leader of the 4 extreme ancestors, the strongest guardian of the extreme beast plane? Ivan asked. That's me. People often call me the extreme ancestor of breaking evil. The old man with the tortoise shell admitted it. Don't you think it's a bit unbecoming for you, the throne, to come and deal with us, the 5th level wizards? Ivan continued. Whether it is true or not, wait until I take you down before you decide. The old man with tortoise shell could see that he wanted to delay time, but he didn't give him a chance and attacked again. Ivan and Hadi didn't even move their heads, and they tacitly formed the Witch King multi-phase formation, uniting all their forces to jointly resist the fierce moves of the evil-breaking extreme turtle. The moves of the evil-breaking extreme turtle seemed ordinary, but in fact they contained a trace of the power of the earth-based rules. Ivan and Hadi felt like they were crushed by a towering mountain, and they were powerless. After trying to stop for a few moments, they were unstable, and the formation was broken up again. The two were repelled for a distance. Unlike the last time, both were injured to varying degrees this time. As the strongest person in the plane, it was not enough that you secretly plotted against this wizard last time. Why don't you cover it up this time, and still want to bully the weak with your strength? The king of the sky flashed between the two and stood side by side with them. After seeing the tortoise of breaking evil, he suddenly realized that his failure last time was not only because he fell into a trap, but also because someone plotted against him from behind. If nothing unexpected happened, the person who plotted against him was the powerful throne in front of him. Otherwise, he is at least the first virtual king in the wizard world. Even if 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, he still has a great chance to escape. Hearing this, the old man with tortoise shell was silent. He did not do a glorious job last time, but it was for the sake of the overall situation and the development of the extreme beast plane. It is the same now. You too, do you have any spare energy? Seeing that the enemy on the opposite side was ready to take action, the king of the sky revealed his virtual body, a majestic and extraordinary wind-type king horse. Of course. No problem. Evan and Hadi responded. 3-1, with the Sky King's main formation, the pressure was much less. The Wizard Supreme formation, the Wizard King's multi-phase formation, was reformed, gathering the power of the 3 Void King wizards, and the power of the 3 clan treasures together, with a much greater power than before. A deafening battle broke out. The aftermath of the battle caused the nearby black clouds and lightning nets to fall apart, and even the cages farther away became shaky, like a small boat in a storm. Wizard, you are too presumptuous. After a few rounds of fighting, the old man in tortoise shell revealed his true form. His true form was a yellow rock tortoise that spanned several miles, lying in the air like a city. Obviously, the evil-breaking turtle had to take it seriously. Come again! I'm not afraid of you. At this moment, the moon was bright and the sun was sparse. Under the light of the silver moon, neither side gave in. The battle that shook the world began. In front of the turtle that was like a strong city, the wizards quickly fell into a disadvantage. The throne is worthy of being a throne. It holds the power of rules, which is not comparable to ordinary level 6 creatures. This wizard is here to lend you a hand. Seeing that the wizards were being suppressed, at the critical moment, the Dragon Flame King, who had rested for a while, joined the battle and skillfully integrated into the Wizard King's multi-phase formation. The Wizard King's multi-phase formation increased greatly, and the loud and powerful voice it burst out attracted people's attention. Just when the momentum was at its most powerful, suddenly, the four wizards left behind the evil-breaking Extreme Turtle and fled away. Seeing this, the evil-breaking Extreme Turtle was stunned and chased after it. Chapter 599. When human power is exhausted, it is really unwise to fight against the extreme ancestor of breaking evil near the extreme beast plane. Ivan and his companions certainly know how to make a choice. The purpose of their coming here is to rescue people. People have been rescued. If they don't retreat now, when will they retreat? Many wizards have the habit of studying the power of space. At this moment, the four of them can be said to have used all their means to barely leave the extreme ancestor of breaking evil behind. On the other side, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice fought hard and finally broke through the heavy obstacles around them. Where are you running to? Stop them. Be careful. Soon, the 6 Void King wizards successfully joined forces. They ignored the people from the extreme beast plane. The 6 of them formed a formation, which was even more magnificent, but they fled without looking back. The 4 extreme ancestors chased for a distance, and after getting further and further away from the extreme beast plane, the evil-breaking Extreme Turtle stopped first. The 3 people from the 4 extreme trees landed next to them one after another, staring at the front with an inexplicable look, and no one spoke for a long time. Jinhua, why did you hold back? Binghua Jiuan suddenly asked, and the person she asked was the evil-breaking Extreme Turtle. As soon as this was said, the other 2 people listened attentively. Did I hold back? The evil-breaking Extreme Turtle asked back indifferently. Don't rush to deny it. With your strength, if you go all out, they will definitely not all escape. Binghua Jiuan pointed out bluntly. Hearing this, the 4-sided extreme tree beside him nodded silently in agreement. As the strongest guardian of the plane, Jinhua is the dominant force in the extreme beast plane, and they are very clear about this. Then what? You may have forgotten that those wizards come from the Danera plane, which is a large plane with unpredictable strength, and wizards are currently favored by the great will of Danera. Do you believe that if I kill those wizards here regardless of anything, after a while, there will be supreme strongmen, or even ancestral strongmen, who will raid the extreme beast plane? What can we do to resist then? Are we going to watch the entire extreme beast plane being slaughtered? The Extreme Turtle of Breaking Evil glanced at the 3 people, and questioned them in a cold voice. The 3 of them were silent for a while. You can capture them, just like the last time. After a pause of 3 seconds, Sifang Jishu argued in a low voice. Enough, don't mention it to me before. You guys are not good enough, which makes me violate the rules and bully the weak. Do you really think others don't know anything? I understand the will of the plane. Don't deceive yourself. There must be a pair of eyes from the Danala plane watching us nearby. We don't talk about principles, and the Danala side will not talk about principles with us. I don't want to give them any handle, and give them any legitimate reason to attack the extreme beast plane. The evil-breaking turtle interrupted her forcefully, and the following words were deafening. Yes, in front of Danila, the extreme beast plane was not worth mentioning. As long as they set a few thrones, they would be stretched to the limit, not to mention the stronger supremes and the ancestral powers. If they were not careful, the entire plane would be destroyed, which they could not bear. Now, the Ice and Fire Extreme One and the 4-Direction Extreme Tree were completely speechless. Aglia secretly regretted that she was really blinded by power back then, and defected from a large plane to a barely medium plane. Now it was too late to regret. Pack up and return. We must move as soon as possible to prevent someone from coming to seek revenge. Without waiting for the others to say anything, the Tortoise of Destruction left first. He is the guardian of the plane, and is rarely far from the extreme beast plane. Listen to Jinhua. Ice and Fire Extreme One said helplessly. Alas, the effort was in vain. For Direction's Extreme Tree side. Should we send a message to those people in the Danala plane? There should be chaos over there. Agria reminded that under their guidance, the wizard world will surely be besieged by aliens at this time. We are all going to hide soon. Why bother with those outsiders? Binghua Jiuan said indifferently, glancing at Sifang Jishu. In fact, Sifang Jishu is the main force to plot against the wizard power. All the people sent to Danila are her subordinates, led by the 4 generals of the ancient king, including the strange fox general, who controlled the Qingqi tribe a long time ago. When the war started, they should all be exposed now. Forget it, follow Jinua's arrangement, don't make trouble. As for my subordinates, if they die, just in time to be nurtured and replaced with a more capable group. Sifang Jishu knew what she meant, and after a moment's hesitation, he chose to make a heroic move. In the past few years, he had not gained nothing from plotting the power of wizards, and it was more than enough to make up for his losses. Then, the group turned back. At a long distance from here, the 6 virtual king wizards confirmed again and again that no one was chasing them, and then they slowed down and removed the Wizard King multi-phase formation. One by one, they turned into human forms and panted heavily, which showed that they were not at ease just now. Among them, the Dragon Flame King, the King of 10,000 Trees, and the Ice Queen were in the worst condition. Looking at the poor condition of the latter two, Ivan was really puzzled. We slightly changed the secret method you taught us. We first used the Witch King multi-phase formation to unite a group of forces, including those from the Thunder Pool and the Wisdom Spring, and then transformed them into the Green Ice Vine. Otherwise, we are so close to the Extreme Beast Plane, and we are no match for those people. You are too reckless. You kept it a secret before. Why are you talking about this? The plan has been successfully completed. After listening to the explanation of the King of 10,000 Trees, Ivan widened his eyes. He had to say that the two of them were too reckless. If it weren't for the high toughness of the Void King's body, the two of them would probably have been torn apart. Now they are just weak, which is a blessing in disguise. No wonder the situation was as bad as that of the Dragon Flame King. Thank you for your hard work. The Sky King looked at the 4 people and expressed his sincere gratitude. The Dragon Flame King was even more moved. It was really wrong for so many people to run back and forth and go through dangerous situations because of his mistake. We all prosper and suffer together. We are ashamed that it took so long to come to your aid. The Tree King said ashamedly. No, you did it very wisely and courageously this time. Thanks to Hattie and Ivan's timely promotion to Void King. But now that we are all out, the wizard world is weak, and those restless aliens will certainly not miss this opportunity. We have to rush back as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Although escaping death is worth celebrating, they are still concerned about the wizard world. The King of the Sky directly used secret methods to contact the people in the wizard world. As expected, the Thunder Clan, the Feather Clan, and the Black Scale Clan gathered together and were about to use heavy troops against the wizards. This time is obviously not the previous small fight, and the situation in the wizard world is extremely pessimistic. The few people did not dare to delay any time and immediately set off on the return journey. Those who needed to rest took the time to rest, and others led them to the Danala world, which was a race against time. Chapter 600. Land and resources are limited. For thousands of years since the rise of wizards, their territory has never come out of thin air. In this process, they have offended countless races. The rise of wizards is extremely rapid, which makes the surrounding races very wary. The alien races that directly border the world, such as the Thunder Clan, the Black Scale Clan, and the Feather Clan, have been seeking opportunities to suppress human wizards in recent years. Among them, the Thunder Clan is the most active, but they are always blocked from the wizard world and suffer a lot. Finally, they have waited for a good opportunity to break through the barrier and advance straight into the world. The 3 tribes led the army, which took more than 6 months to advance all the way to the core area of the wizards, the City of Truth. Alas, we are incompetent, which led to the bloodshed in the Berta Blood Plain and the China continent, and even lost half of the City of Truth. Yes, we blocked them all the way, and I don't know how many wizards died and suffered heavy losses. Those ancient kings of the alien races are becoming more and more cunning. We can't stop them. We can only shrink our forces according to the previous plan. This is also a helpless solution. The aliens raised a large army to attack the wizard world, and the wizards would naturally not let them succeed. In addition to the important fortress checkpoints, they set up ambushes on the road, continuous large formations, dangerous forbidden areas, and thought of all the ways they could think of. However, under the strong sweep of the ancient king of the aliens, the arcane wizards could not resist, and the result was a continuous retreat. After the remaining wizards withdrew, the aliens would not leave them alone. Whenever they encountered a city or a human settlement, they would break the city and kill people. Wherever they went, there was devastation. During this period, a large number of humans died before they could escape, or were found hiding by the aliens and killed. These feedbacks made the arcane wizards feel uneasy. In the Hall of Truth of the Supreme Council, the sighs of the arcane wizards could be heard from time to time. What's the point of saying these? If the inner city is also lost, we will really be ashamed to face the King of the Sky and the King of 10,000 Trees. Ahem. Seeing this, the great sage Batel Gardner, who was standing at the top, said loudly. Because he had not recovered from the previous battle, He could not help coughing when he spoke. The great sage is right. If we lose the inner city of the City of Truth, we will definitely be the eternal sinners of the wizard world. No matter what, we can't retreat, even half a step. Then fight them. If the city survives, the people will survive. If the city is destroyed, the people will die. That teller was not the only one injured. In fact, most wizards were injured to some extent. Some were more seriously injured than him. Some arcane wizards even lost their lives in the war. After all, no matter how outstanding the arcane wizard's combat power is, they are just a group of level 4 creatures, not as good as the ancient kings of alien races at the level of level 5. In a cross-level battle, one careless move will lead to death. Now, there are less than a handful of arcane wizards in distress, only 3 of them, which is not a bad situation. Most of the remaining arcane wizards have gathered in the inner city of the City of Truth. Ahem, everyone, please calm down. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Seeing the commotion in the hall, Batel spoke again, to attract the attention of others. Great Sage, please speak directly if you have anything to say. There is only one Great Sage left here, so the other arcane wizards must give him some face. I said that not to encourage everyone to kill the enemy together, but because I have great news to tell you. You must be wondering why some familiar faces have not appeared, such as Great Sage Hutty, Great Scholar Ivan, and Great Sage Joy. Batel continued, his voice clearly reaching the ears of the people present. This aroused the curiosity of many people. Indeed, everyone had not seen the 3 people for a long time. If the 3 people knew the current situation of the wizard world, they would definitely not sit idly by. Could it be that the 3 of them followed the king of 10,000 trees, and others to carry out an important mission? Someone couldn't help asking. Yes and no. In fact, the 3 of them entered the secret realm together, and were promoted to level 5 wizards. 3 years ago, Wizard Hattie and Wizard Ivan had already become virtual kings, but they left Danila with the king of 10,000 trees, and the queen of ice to go to the extreme beast plane to do an extremely important thing. At present, the 6 virtual kings are on their way back, and will arrive soon. Batel did not keep the secret, and briefly stated the news. Hearing his words, the Hall of Truth fell into silence for some reason, and then there was an uproar. If the Great Sage had not said it, no one would have thought that the wizard world had 2 virtual kings at once, and its strength was unprecedentedly high. Wizard Ivan, is he really like this? Of course, how could he deceive you at this time? Well, he is worthy of being the great scholar Ivan, who has repeatedly made amazing achievements. He really makes us feel ashamed. Compared with him, we have lived in vain. However, the fact that Wizard Ivan was one of the 2 newly promoted virtual kings was really shocking. After Batel emphasized this, everyone believed what he said, and many people were deeply moved. Only Oats and Candy, who had returned from the underground world, smiled but said nothing. The 2 had expected this situation. To be honest, they should have contributed a lot. It was just that Ivan was a little bit unkind, and didn't tell them that he became a virtual king, so they only heard about it from others now, and they had to go back and complain to Ivan. What about Wizard Joy? Someone asked. Still in the secret realm, the situation is unclear for the time being. Batel paused and shook his head slightly. In the past, there were 3 great sages among the arcane wizards, 2 of whom received strong support from the higher-ups. It was impossible to say that he had no other ideas. After learning about the promotion of the 3, he felt relieved. Support was support, but success depended on his own accumulation of strength. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a great opportunity, and the road ahead would become dim. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the Hall of Truth. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I failed to be promoted. I will fight side by side with you, and defend the inner city of Truth City, until the 6 great virtual king wizards come back. The person who appeared was the Joey Samoya that everyone was talking about. Compared with more than 10 years ago, he looked a little older, which was obviously the result of the failure to be promoted to virtual king. Wizard Joey came at the right time. Now we have more confidence to protect the City of Truth. We have 6 great virtual kings here. In comparison, the foreign races outside the city are nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. They will soon have to pay for their sins with blood, and it is possible that they will be exterminated. Pay blood with blood, and exterminate their race. Fight, fight, fight! Led by the 2 great sages, the morale of the arcane wizards was high, and they wished they could immediately follow the virtual king wizards, and kill the foreign races to wash away the shame of the past few months. In the city, the wizards were ready to sacrifice their lives, and all kinds of defensive formations were ready. Outside the city, the foreign army was ready to fight day and night, and surrounded the wizard holy land. The final battle was about to start. Chapter 601. Inside and outside the City of Truth, the alien army was also full of vigor, ready to take the city in front of them tomorrow and fight it directly. In a temporary military tent, the lightning and fire illuminated the space inside clearly, and many ancient kings gathered together. Everyone, we have confirmed along the way that those cunning level 5 wizards are indeed not here. There is no conspiracy or trap here. You can relax and slaughter, and rob the entire country. Hearing the words of Panzer, the Thunder King of Thunder, many people nodded slightly. The reason why they took more than 6 months to reach the City of Truth was, on the one hand, the obstruction of the wizards, and on the other hand, the fear that the wizards would cheat. The current situation shows that they were overly worried. Since the top wizards were really not there, and were transferred away by the people of the extreme beast plane, they would kill them without mercy until everything around them was wiped out. Strange Fox, Blood Kill, there is one thing that makes this elder a little concerned. Why is there no news from you? Has the situation changed? However, they were not without doubts. Savannah, the chief elder of the Feather Clan, asked a question on the spot. The object of his inquiry was the people of the extreme beast plane. For ancient kings from the extreme beast plane sneaked into Danila, and they were the 4 generals under the 4 extreme trees. 2 of them were killed by the wizard before, and the remaining 2 are here, namely the Weird Fox General and the Blood Killer General. They were also the ones who instigated the alien races to unite and attack the wizards, and they had been planning for countless years. Elder Savannah, please look over there. What is that? The City of Truth. Our fearless warriors fought all the way to the front of the City of Truth and surrounded the city. Is there any point in asking such a question now? The Fox General turned into a human form, sat on one side with a half mask, and resolved the questioning of the great elder of the Feather Clan with just a few words. Yes, at this point, there is no way back, and it is useless to say more. There is only one way to go to the end. Humph, remember one thing? I don't want you to disappear suddenly. Once we find you, there will be no place for you on this land. Hee, we never betray our allies, so your worry is a bit redundant. The reason why the Fox General and the Blood Killer General were able to survive the pursuit of the wizards was that they had good life-saving abilities, and the 3 tribes provided them with shelter. As Savannah said, once the 2 offended the 3 tribes, their future situation would become difficult to sustain. The 2 knew it well, and replied with a smile, indicating that they had no other intentions, and no other unusual moves. The next morning, the alien army began to move. The wizards gathered most of their forces on the walls of the inner city. Such a shocking war broke out. If the alien race wanted to attack the city in front of them, the first thing they had to do was to break the wizard's 1,000-year formation and defeat the wizard's 1,000-year treasure. Let's go together and break this turtle shell. There were 17 ancient kings in total, including the 3 tribes, the Fox General, and the Blood Killer General. After the war started, they divided into several groups and began to attack the protective shield on the city wall from all directions. Roar, roar, roar! In the inner city of the City of Truth, the metal walls were as high as mountains, and there were many wizard towers standing on the walls. Outside the walls, there were lifelike portraits of rare and exotic animals. After the wizard tower on the city wall started to operate, the portraits of the alien beasts outside the city wall turned into huge figures and suddenly came to life. Accompanied by deafening roars, they took the lead in blocking the attacking ancient king, turning into loyal guards of the city, trying to repel the alien ancient king. It's just a mere power illusion. You are not afraid of being alive, let alone a pile of dead things. The alien ancient king would never take these guards seriously. He transformed himself into an elemental giant and bombarded with a weapon in his hand, shaking the ground and the city wall. The ancient king is the ancient king. How can these ancient beast phantoms stop him? After a few rounds, the figure in front of him was blasted to pieces. What they didn't expect was that these beast phantoms would reappear, one after another, continuously, as if they were immortal. Attack together, attack the pattern on the wall. Be careful. After a stalemate, the ancient kings of the alien race chose to attack together. Suddenly, a dark wind and thunder force flashed, and the aura was beyond the 4th level, knocking the Black Scale Clan ancient king who was not aware of it for a while away, and the scales were scattered. Damn you bastards, I, Jetri, will never forgive you wizards. After the city is broken, I will tear you to pieces. The ancient king of the Black Scale Clan was in a mess for a while, and his body was covered in blood. However, the ancient king did not die so easily. He got up again and cursed with gritted teeth. In front of everyone, this was a huge loss of face. After cursing, Jetri immediately joined the battle, and his movements became more and more fierce. People at the level of the ancient king really don't die so easily. This is a bit difficult. Just be content. It's good enough to hurt the other party, so that these aliens won't be too reckless. This scene was seen by the wizards on the city wall. In a nearby wizard tower, Fiorchi said with disappointment, causing Philomena to roll her eyes. They are only at the lord level, and they can hurt the ancient king of the alien race, relying on the treasures of the City of Truth. Otherwise, in front of the ancient king of the alien race, they can only be beaten or flee. You're right, watch me hit that alien again. Fiorchi did not refute this. Seeing someone with a hideous face, he controlled the wizard tower to send out a black thunder. This time, Jethley dodged in time. He was swept by the lightning formed by the rashly exploding black thunder, leaving a charcoal black burn mark on his body, and once again made his face dirty and mad. He screamed. There is no doubt that Jethley was still not seriously injured. On the first day, the second day, and the third day, the battle between the wizard and the alien race was very fierce. No matter how hard the ancient king of the alien race attacked, the inner city wall remained standing. Only a few pictures of the alien beasts were damaged and became intermittent. On the fourth day, the aliens chose to stop fighting and set up camp to rest. On the fifth day, the army attacked the city again, the flames of war reignited, and the smoke of gunpowder rose again. The ancient kings of the aliens further united, and tried to forcefully attack a point on the city. At the critical moment, the Peak of Truth started to work. With the assistance of the metal puppet servants on the mountain, and the assistance of the golden rock towers, the Peak of Truth transmitted power to the city wall through the air. The defense of the city wall was greatly increased, becoming as solid as a rock. The ancient kings of the aliens found that the City of Truth had become more difficult to break than before, which made them realize the profound foundation of the wizards, and no longer said anything like breaking the city in one day. Interesting. However, no matter how strong something is, it depends on who is using it. There must be a flaw in it, and we must find it out. Give the order to increase the intensity of the attack. I don't believe that the power inside is endless. Their determination to break through the City of Truth remains unchanged. They don't believe that there are so many ancient king-level strongmen, and they can't do anything to the city guarded by a group of lords. In the following days, the siege became more and more intense, and the wizards on the city wall looked more and more serious. Chapter 602. Moonclaw Peninsula, a corner of Gunther Rift Valley, the former site of the ancient Tree Ridge Academy, is a hidden space underground, as well as a passage leading to the first layer of the underground world, the underground maze. Now it has become a refuge for humans, with a large number of wizards, apprentices, and ordinary humans retreating here. The disaster struck suddenly, and the alien races were so arrogant that even the remote peninsula was not spared. Escape and hiding made most people here feel uneasy, and even the wizards, who were always high-spirited, were unsure, not knowing when the war would end, and not knowing whether their side could turn defeat into victory. The enemy has come here recklessly. The situation on the China continent is definitely not optimistic. The four major capitals in the east, west, south, and north may have already fallen. I heard from the wizards, who escaped from outside, that there are almost no people in the blood corridor. It is estimated that no city can be saved. The aliens are really hateful. I hope that the aliens will not find this place. It is safer for the people of the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance and the Half Moon Academy Alliance. They can flee to the tidal island on the other side of the ocean. The aliens can't chase us all the way to that barren land. Not necessarily. Who knows what those alien races are thinking? They don't have any humanity at all. The wizards were confused. Various news and rumors were spread non-stop, but none of them were good news. Nowadays, most of the cities and academies on the earth have been destroyed. Humans have taken refuge and hid from place to place. Some hid underground, some hid in secret places, and some chose to escape far away. Most people don't know that the fundamental reason for this situation is that the orders from above have been conveyed, asking the people below to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. To this day, the wizard's holy land, the City of Truth, still stands there, attracting most of the alien forces, and has been holding on steadily for a month and a half. After a month and a half of war, the original outer city of the City of Truth, including the territory of the arcane wizards, has turned into a white land, and the losses caused are incalculable. Only the inner city of the City of Truth stands there, like an insurmountable mountain. As time goes by, the resources in the city are quickly consumed, and the wizards are getting heavier in their hearts, and dare not relax at all. Outside the city, after the ancient kings of the alien races have experienced the various backgrounds and methods of the wizards, Some of them can't help but feel a little uneasy, always feeling that the love wizards are still holding back some big tricks. That night, at the strong request of Savannah, the great elder of the Feather Clan, Panzer, the Thunder King of the Thunder Clan, once again summoned a group of ancient kings and emphasized one thing first. Everyone, it is easy to change if we delay. We have been attacking for so long, and the wizards inside must have run out of resources. It is time to show them something more powerful, so that no one will say that we, a group of ancient kings, are not as good as the Lord of Wizards. I agree. In the next half-month, no matter what means we use, we must break through the City of Truth, otherwise my Feather Clan would rather withdraw. Savannah said immediately. Elder Savannah, what do you mean? Thunder King Panzer didn't know this before, and stared at her with a frown. It means exactly what it says. If you keep dragging your feet, we, the Feather Tribe, can't keep you company. Anyway, there are so many ancient kings here, and it won't be a big deal if we lose our Feather Tribe. Faced with the questioning, Savannah said frankly, with a firm attitude. Then spend another half a month to completely take over the City of Truth and wipe out the wizards and humans. Second, it was indeed a bit unreasonable that they could not take down a city guarded by a lord after such a long siege. Soon everyone reached a consensus and agreed to attack the City of Truth within half a month. The next day, the army continued to attack the city. The three major clans even showed several of their clan-guarding weapons, including some extremely important treasures that were not easily shown to others, such as the Thunder Pillar of the Thunder Clan, the 99 Wings of the Feather Clan, and the Tears of the Dark Sea of the common people of the Black Scale Clan. As soon as these treasures appeared on the battlefield, the protective shield of the City of Truth immediately became precarious. The arcane wizards on the city wall understood that it was a matter of life and death, and they could only use their last trump card. Activate the formation. Activate the formation. Activate the formation. As the two great sages declared, the arcane wizards responded one after another, not sparing their strength, and many forces gathered together to activate the supreme formation of the wizard world, the Wizard King's multi-phase formation. Not only the arcane wizards, but also all the third-level wizards in the city were like this. They sat in an area, operated the internal formation, and integrated the power born into the formation one by one. In fact, all the arrangements in the inner city of the City of Truth are designed around the supreme formation. The core of the formation is the Supreme Council, including the inner and outer halls of the Hall of Truth, followed by the Peak of Truth, and various wizard towers and residences in the city. The big formation runs through the small formations, which is very complicated. The situation is precarious, and it is indeed time to use the last trump card. Under the leadership of the two great sages, the wizards are united, so that the Wizard King's multi-phase formation gathers the power of various places in the city, and blooms unprecedented power. Soon, the Wizard King's multi-phase array replaced the original protective shield, and continued to protect the wizard's holy land. Even the three tribes' strongest clan-suppressing weapons returned in vain, and the City of Truth was still heavily fortified, blocking all incoming attacks. Damn it, these wizards really have other means. Be patient, judging from the situation in the city, this should be their last remaining method. As long as we break this situation, the wizard world will be in our hands, and we can do whatever we want. Increase the strength and continue to attack. I want to see how long they can hold out. This undoubtedly caused a commotion among the aliens, but there were many smart people in the upper echelons of the aliens. They could see that the wizard was already at the end of his strength. As long as he continued to attack and exhausted the energy inside, the City of Truth would fall. Just when the morale of the aliens was high, something strange happened. With a loud rumbling sound, a figure was blown away, and flew thousands of meters in a moment. The ancient king of the Black Scale Clan, Jetri, lay in the deep pit that had just been hit, spitting out fragrance with strength but no breath. Due to his serious injuries, his words were unclear, and it was difficult to hear what he was saying. Jetri was the first ancient king of the alien race to be severely injured and unable to move. Other ancient kings of the Black Scale Clan came and checked his injuries immediately. They found that although he lost an arm and a leg, half of his body, and half of his face, he was still alive. The visitor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly took Jetri out of the deep pit. He found that his mouth kept yelling something. Jetri, what did you say? Wizard, why? This is still the method of the wizards in the city. Don't worry, we will definitely treat it carefully. You don't have to worry about us. Rest well. Jetter's voice was still a little unclear, but the ancient king next to him didn't have time to waste, so he asked his men to take him away. In fact, Jetter just wanted to ask why the wizard only focused on attacking him, and his doubts were destined to remain unanswered. With his example, the ancient kings of the alien races had to restrain their arrogance. After all, no one wanted to end up seriously injured and their combat power seriously damaged. Chapter 603. Since the outbreak of the Siege War, the consumption of the City of Truth has increased day by day, especially after the activation of the Supreme Formation covering the entire city. The formation is activated to defend the city, and the wizard will naturally not launch an attack at will, because this will consume energy exponentially. The reason for attacking a certain ancient king is to deter the high-level aliens from being fearless. After one attack, the effect is significant. However, the City of Truth is still trapped, and the battle situation is deadlocked. Compared with the previous days, the attack strength of the aliens is obviously much stronger, and the wizard's situation is still precarious. 1 day. 2 days. Half a month. The alien army was blocked outside the city, as usual. The agreed time has come, but the Feather Tribe has not withdrawn. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the City of Truth is already shaky, and could be breached at any time. It is time to reap the final fruits. At this time, Great Elder Savannah will naturally not take the Feather Tribe away. Ha ha ha, the wizard inside is no good. Everyone, work harder, and when the time comes, we will take revenge and grievances, and kill all the humans inside. Looking at the protective shield that was getting worse day by day, the ancient kings of the alien races all smiled knowingly, among which Jetri of the Black Scale clan smiled particularly happily. After these days of rest and recuperation, Jetri has recovered his ability to move, but he has not yet recovered. He hid in the back to watch the battle, waiting for the moment when the city was destroyed. In sharp contrast to the alien races outside the city, the wizards in the city were very silent. Most of them were exhausted and didn't want to waste energy to say anything. It was useless to say more. It was better to quietly preside over the operation of the Supreme Formation until they could no longer squeeze out any power from their bodies. They had no idea how long the City of Truth could hold out, and perhaps only the 2 great sages knew. How long can it hold out? According to the current situation, at least half a month. That's enough. Batel and Joey knew that all the instructions were passed down from them, and they knew the situation of the City of Truth very well. The City of Truth seemed to be about to fall at any time, but in fact it still had some strength left. The change in the protective shield was just to paralyze the people outside, and it was also to save energy. Of course, the City of Truth could not hold out for long. As long as no other accidents happened, it was enough for the wizards to wait until the situation was reversed. In this way, time passed in the flames of war. Another day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. The City of Truth was still shaky. On this day of the battle, Savannah inexplicably had a strong bad premonition in her heart. She stared blankly at the formation in front of her that could fall apart at any time. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her face gradually became heavy and dark. Melody, according to the previous plan, we should leave this land. Great Elder, look at the tribesmen around you, who wants to evacuate now. If we give the order at this time, there will be complaints from the people below. The Feather Tribe is not determined by the words of the Great Elder Savannah. She just tried it out, and was immediately refuted by another elder. In this regard, Savannah did not continue to persuade. That night, Savannah found the Weird Fox General, and the blood-killing General of the Extreme Beast Plane, and consulted them on some matters. You two, I hope you can tell me something truthfully. Go ahead, Great Elder. We will tell you everything we know. General Weird Fox and General Bloodkiller were a little surprised by her arrival, but their attitudes were the same as before. On the surface, they cooperated as much as they could. How long does it take to get to Danella from your plane? Savannah asked a key question. About a year. The two glanced at each other, and Weird Fox answered. According to the speed of those Void King wizards, you are more familiar with wizards than we are, and you should know that their actual combat power is indeed extraordinary. Savannah asked again. Hearing her words, the two were rarely silent. Answer me. 10 months. At any cost, can 9 months be enough? The aggressive words from the other side shocked the two people. Previously, a virtual king wizard defected to the Extreme Beast Plane, and the strange Fox General, and the Bloodkiller General sneaked in to perform important tasks. Naturally, they had a deep understanding of the wizard group, including the virtual king at the top. With their understanding of the Void King wizard, it is certainly possible to rush back to the Danila plane from the Extreme Beast in 9 months at any cost. Looking at the true city that was about to be destroyed, they actually didn't realize this situation, which was really wrong. It's possible, right? Savannah saw the reactions of the two people and answered the question for them with a firm tone. How is it possible? No matter how hard they try, they can only save half a month at most. After the strange fox general reacted, he hurried to make up for it. Savannah ignored them, turned around and walked out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two looked at each other with different expressions. How about we retreat first? Blood Killer General transmitted the message. There is no time to lose, let's go now. Weird Fox General agreed without hesitation. He suddenly realized that according to the current situation, those Void King wizards would be more terrifying than he knew, so it might not take 9 months to return. Maybe those people have returned to the Danila Plain and are heading here. If we don't leave now, when will we leave? As for the other alien races, they are not from the same plane, so what does it have to do with them? Let's go! Among the 4 generals of the 4-sided extreme tree, General Wei Hu and General Shui Sha are the best at saving their lives. Their ability to escape is certainly not in vain. After a while, the two left the army camp and flew quietly into the distance. With 2 bangs, 2 figures fell from the sky to the ground, fell into the rocks, and smashed 2 pits. At this time, there were 2 more figures in the sky. Gulliver Fitzrod, Evan Marichaddon, when did you come back? General Weird Fox looked at the 2 wizards above in disbelief. It was not difficult to guess that the 2 should have returned long ago. This is our wizard's territory. Do I need to report to you when I come back? The King of the Sky stared at the 2 with a cold face, looking at them as if he were looking at a dead person. Go back to the camp. You can't leave. General Weird Fox and General Blood Kill knew they were no match for the enemy, and wanted to go back to the army camp to find other ancient kings for help. How could the 2 virtual king wizards do as they wished? Their virtual spirit bodies appeared separately, and they hit the 2 with a powerful force and hit them hard on the spot. Ivan and Galliffer were both very unhappy with these 2 mice who had been causing trouble. The former threw the Fox General into the fire and copper furnace and suppressed him inside. The latter imprisoned the Blood Killer General in the 9-layer Chi Feng Tower. The ancient kings were indeed difficult to kill. In this situation, the 2 were definitely doomed and would soon be killed by the treasure. Ivan, are you okay? With the support of the Black Soul Tower, I'm fine now. Then follow me to collect some interest. After dealing with the people who tried to escape as quickly as possible, Ivan and Galliffer turned their attention to the alien army's camp, with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. It's time to settle accounts with these aliens. Chapter 604. On the way back from the Extreme Beast Plane, Ivan and the other 6 kept in touch with the City of Truth. Knowing that the situation here was not optimistic, they certainly would not ignore it. So, they did their best to help the 2 people with the best condition and speed to return first. With the help of others, Ivan and Gala spared no effort to hurry on their way and finally returned to the City of Truth ahead of time. The 2 of them only rested for more than a day before they noticed that someone was trying to slip away. It was the 2 generals of the Extreme Beast Plane, one of the culprits who disturbed the wizard world. How could they just watch it? Therefore, the previous scene happened, and the Fox General and the Blood-Killing General were taken down in one fell swoop. King of the Sky. You are Evan Marichaddon. You have become a virtual king wizard. You wizards are really well hidden. Any movement near the battlefield may attract attention, not to mention the noise of the battle just now. The first person to notice the existence of the 2 was Savannah of the Feather Clan. She just happened to see the last scene, and the Fox General and the Blood-Killing General were defeated in a crushing manner. Savannah was angry and shocked. She was angry that the 2 people from the Extreme Beast Plane were treacherous and slipped away so quickly, and she was shocked that the 2 people did not have any ability to fight back. However, the 2 Void King wizards also discovered her presence, so she had to stand up and try to delay time. Great Elder of the Feather Tribe, it's your turn now. Blood dead must be paid with blood. Ivan and Galef didn't waste any words and rushed straight to where she was. Savannah was so scared that she quickly fled to the back. With the support of a large number of wings, her speed was not slow. In addition, there was a long distance between the 2 parties, and it was difficult to catch up for a while. What is that? The Feather Tribe's treasure, the 99 wings, has the ability to control the wind and the sky. It can be used as a sharp weapon and as wings. Everyone who has seen it is amazed. Unfortunately, only the pure Feather Tribe can control it freely. Hearing this, Ivan immediately understood. He had also heard of this thing. The 99 wings are actually more than one, but a kind of treasure. At most, they can be condensed into 99 pairs of sword wings. The Elder of the Feather Tribe in front of him must be the best among them. No wonder the speed can be increased, but the consumption must be great. Wizard, stop being so presumptuous. After Savannah flew back to the army's camp, she stopped running because the other ancient kings of the Feather Clan were there, and she had the confidence to fight against the two. When they saw the two virtual king wizards, the other ancient kings of the Feather Clan were as if they were facing a great enemy, and one by one, they sacrificed their 99 wings. These Feather Clan were born with 2 or 4 wings, and now there are so many wings on their backs that at first glance, the whole person looks more like a moth with a flat body. The 5 ancient kings of the Feather Clan stood there, and the air immediately became sticky, and the space seemed to be frozen. Evan, I go first. As the first person in the wizard world, Galliffer is naturally not afraid of these ancient kings of the Feather Tribe, and the forbidden air power that the Feather Tribe instinctively exerts. He transformed into a wind horse, and attacked the ancient king of the Feather Tribe first. Stop him together. Seeing this, the ancient king of the Feather Tribe did not dare to neglect it, and immediately transformed into an elemental giant. The wings became larger, and the feathers became feather swords, and the edge became clearer. 5 against 1. In just one battle, the 5 ancient kings were blown to pieces, and the Feather Tribe formation suddenly fell apart. The King of the Sky is indeed the strongest among the Void Kings, showing the unparalleled style of a level 5 wizard. Of course, he also needed the help of his treasures, the 9-layered Wind Tower and the Thunder Pool. The two returned early, with the treasures of the clan. Ivan still had the Black Soul Tower and the Fire and Copper Furnace in his hand, one for defense and one for attack, and more for the indiscriminate supply of energy. After Galuf broke up the Feather Clan's formation with one blow, Ivan moved forward at the right time, and took the opportunity to explore with the Soul Fire and the Insect Whiskers, pointing directly at 2 of the Feather Clan's ancient kings, leaving the tough Savannah to the King of the Sky. Danger! Quick, cut off these tentacles. Although the 2 ancient kings of the Feather Clan were unstable, they were not without resistance. After realizing that the tentacles filled with black flames on the opposite side were extremely dangerous, they hurriedly tried to stop them. The wings were like blades, cutting towards the Silkworm King's insect tentacles, and the sword energy was brilliant. Haha, it's a good time. Ivan's face was normal, and even had a cold smile. These ancient kings of alien races were much stronger than those in the Extreme Beast Plane, but compared with the 3 Extreme Ancestors and the Throne Extreme Turtle, they were not worth mentioning at all. He had fought the Throne Turtle, and now he was fighting the 2 ancient kings of the Feather Clan without any pressure, which was quite comfortable. Be careful. The ancient king of the Feather Clan soon discovered that these tentacles filled with black flames were extremely tough and endless, with terrifying destructive power. After the sword blades transformed by the 99 wings fought with them, the number of them destroyed was much higher. The soul fire penetrated everywhere, and burned everything. The Silkworm King's insect tentacles could be large or small, and could stretch or shrink. The two cooperated with each other, and the power of the 2 treasures was increased. The power displayed was more terrifying than the 2 ancient kings expected. In a flash, one of them was tied up and suppressed on the spot. Asshole! Seeing his companion being forcibly pulled over, the other man was furious, cursed with regret, and took the opportunity to retreat to the other side. The wizard in front of him was too fierce. He couldn't make a meaningless sacrifice. Coincidentally, Savannah also had the same idea as him. Seeing that he was no match for the King of the Sky, the great elder of the Feather Clan made a wise choice and fled again. In this short fight, 3 of the 5 ancient kings were killed, and only 2 were able to escape. Damn it, you actually watched the Feather Tribe fight the wizard alone. We agreed that the 3 tribes would advance and retreat together, so why are you still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and take action. Savannah ran away, while shouting at someone not far away. At this point in the battle, all the ancient kings of the other 2 tribes came out. The scene just now was clearly seen by the ancient kings of the 2 tribes. However, even if they were at a disadvantage, no one stepped forward to help. They were all untrustworthy bastards. In fact, the ancient kings of the Thunder Tribe and the Black Scale Tribe were both frightened. How could this happen? No, we might have been deceived by these wizards. These cunning guys are indeed harboring evil intentions, and have been on guard against us for a long time. In their cognition, the Void King Wizard was not that strong at all. Although he had outstanding combat power in the past, he could only fight 1 against 2, and had first-class escape ability. What about now? 1 against 5. Looking at the relaxed look of the Sky King Galuf, if this wizard could fight 10, it is estimated that not many people would jump out to oppose it, so how could they fight? There was another person who should be the new Void King, who also showed so strong that it completely subverted their original cognition. Then, There was only one real reason, that is, they and others were deceived by the wizards, and these wizards deliberately concealed their true combat power. They were fooled from beginning to end. Chapter 605. Thunder King, what should we do now? There was only one king on the field, and everyone couldn't help but look at him. For the first time, Thunder King Panzer of the Thunder tribe felt his scalp tingling when being looked at by someone, and his face was changing. Give the order to withdraw the troops immediately. Panzer thought that there were more than 2 virtual kings among the wizards, so he gritted his teeth and said something he had never thought of before with embarrassment. This was his responsibility as the leader of a tribe. As soon as these words came out, the ancient kings around him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, the Black Scale tribe, withdraw. The Thunder tribe, retreat quickly. The Feather tribe, retreat. As the order to retreat was quickly conveyed to the army, the garrison outside the city immediately exploded, and the crowd began to run in all directions, quickly moving away from the City of Truth. A crushing defeat describes the alien army at this time. In sharp contrast, inside the city, the wizards were so excited that they could not describe their mood. The City of Truth was not breached, and they persisted until the return of the Void King Wizard. Ha ha, everyone, it's our turn to slaughter these foreign lunatics. It's time for revenge. After being suppressed for so long, the wizards were filled with anger. Even though they were almost exhausted, they were unwilling to watch the foreigners escape. Immediately, an arcane wizard shouted to kill them. His words were widely agreed. Just at this moment, the 2 great sages Betel and Joey stood up and announced directly to the wizards. The 2 virtual kings have something to say. The wizards have worked hard these days. First to just for 3 days, and then hunt down the foreigners after 3 days. Let us wash blood with blood, kill the foreigners on Wandering Jailing, Owalia Township, and Haitian days. We wizards will not stop until the blood of the foreigners is shed. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. When the 2 spoke, the sound of thunder shook the surroundings. As the 2 virtual kings said, only by killing the alien country to the end, destroying the country and exterminating the race, can the heinous crimes committed by the alien race for many days be washed away. While the wizards in the City of Truth were taking the time to recover their strength, Ivan and Galef were busy chasing the ancient king of the alien race. Seeing that the virtual king wizard was so powerful and difficult to match, the alien race decisively dispersed and withdrew. The army was divided into 3, and the ancient king of the alien race was also divided into 3. After that, each of them accepted their fate and escaped as many as they could. The 2 virtual king wizards also separated, and Galef went to hunt down the Thunder clan, which was the most ruthless to humans. Ivan set his sights on the Black Scale clan and followed the ancient king alone. On the way, he saw a blind Black Scale clan lord, and he didn't show any courtesy and took care of him. After being bullied many times, he finally experienced this feeling. Wizard Marichatin, don't go too far. Not running away, I understand. You just think that this wizard has not been promoted to level 5 for a long time, and the king of the sky is not here, so you think there is no need to run away. Not far from the City of Truth, Ivan was surrounded by 5 ancient kings of the Black Scale tribe. He had just experienced the experience of the big bullying the small, and the other party came to bully the few with the many. Wizard, you don't take us seriously. We will let you know that the Black Scale tribe is not easy to mess with. Seeing his calm expression, an ancient king of the Black Scale tribe couldn't help but speak harshly. I know you, Jetley of the Blackfin tribe. This wizard has another account to settle with your tribe. It's this king. This king is not afraid of you. When I was working in the Black Mirage Swamp, a man named Harrison from your tribe destroyed one of my airships, and he hasn't returned it to me yet. Asshole, you dare to play tricks on me. Ivan remembered clearly that his original ship, the Launch-K, was destroyed by the Black Fins, but unfortunately Jetter refused to admit it, so he could only settle the score himself. As Jetter took action, the battle began. A spectacular scene appeared in the sky, 5 towering giants fighting the Red Fire King Silkworm. As the space rippled, the King Silkworm disappeared in the encirclement of the 5 people. Looking again, he had appeared behind Jetter, and his body became larger again. The next second, Jetley felt the terror of the new virtual king, and the insect's tentacles immediately entangled him. A great crisis suddenly came upon him. Why is it me again? Jetley tried to resist and evade, but he was powerless, and he murmured unwillingly. You talk the most, and you still owe me an airship. After Ivan suppressed someone forcefully, he did not stop at all, and quickly dragged the captive away. What these Black Scales said made sense. He was not the king of the sky, so there was no need to fight 5 people alone, and he had to confront these people head-on. It is better to defeat them one by one, and count as many as you can defeat. As for the remaining Black Scale Clan ancient kings, wait until the King of 10,000 Trees comes back. Anyway, one race after another will come to the door, and it will not be too late to settle the accounts together. Shameless Wizard, let Jethley go. Chase, don't let him run away. The other ancient kings did not expect that this wizard was so cunning and so fast that he captured one of them in one encounter. You know, Jetley's last injury has not healed yet. As a result, he was taken advantage of by the wizard immediately. It was really hateful. The ancient king of the Black Scale tribe hurriedly chased after him. Haha, if any of you can catch up with this wizard, I will return this guy to you. Ivan was not aware of being chased in front, and he even had the leisure to speak to the back. Don't be fooled by him. We must not separate. The ancient king of the Black Scale tribe learned his lesson, and dared to move forward together to avoid being exploited by him. Seeing this situation, Ivan was helpless. Some people are not good at speed, and naturally they can't do anything with the pursuit of several people. The distance between the two sides is getting farther and farther, and soon the ancient king of the Black Scale tribe gave up on his own initiative. Afterwards, Ivan beat the captive half to death and pressed him into the fire and copper furnace as before. The fire and copper furnace was powerful enough to gradually wipe out these hard-to-kill ancient kings. Soon, Ivan fought back and caught up with the ancient king of the Black Scale clan. This time he was 1 against 4. The remaining ancient kings had indeed learned to be smart, and did not give him any chance to take advantage of. The ancient king of the Black Scale clan also had 2 valuable treasures, especially the Dark Sea Tears, which contained a powerful frozen lake. The power was very strong, and had to be guarded against. We let you go today. Go back and wait. We come to visit you soon and settle accounts with you then. After a struggle, Ivan didn't give much advantage, so he had to give up. Huh? This troublesome guy finally left. Don't take it lightly. These wizards are very cunning. Be careful of fraud. That's right. You can't trust his words. He might come back again. Looking at his departing back, the 4 ancient kings of the Black Scale clan did not relax their vigilance. After all, the previous battle had a profound impact on them. The wizard had concealed it from their 3 clans for so many years. It's terrifying to think about it. Little did they know that Ivan had been rushing for several months before, running all the way, and his energy consumption was huge. It would take more than 1 day to recover. Now he was just holding on. If he continued to fight, he would probably suffer. Chapter 606. When the armies of the 3 tribes were unstoppable, the entire wizard world was in ruins within a few months, with mountains and rivers broken, all industries destroyed, and corpses everywhere, causing countless losses. At the critical moment, the 2 virtual king wizards returned. There were a total of 17 ancient kings in the alien army, 3 of whom were suppressed by Ivan one after another, and the king of the sky, Galef, took care of 5 of them in one fell swoop, and the rest fled in panic. The situation of the war suddenly reversed. Afterwards, the wizard army, which had rested for a while, attacked everywhere, and it took more than 2 months to clear out the remaining aliens in the Berta Blood Plain, China continent, and Yuequan Peninsula, and completely regain the lost territory in the past. The battle in the wizard world came to an end. Everyone knew that this was only temporary, and they would soon counterattack the alien countries, and repay the blood shed by humans with more alien blood. Soon after the battle ended, above the Peak of Truth, in the Supreme Council, in the Hall of Truth, the Supreme Conference was held again. This time, the participants of the meeting were particularly complete, with the 6 virtual kings in the front. A group of arcane wizards and other lords gathered together, almost filling the entire hall, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn and solemn. So far, the alien race has withdrawn from the wizard world, and the territory has been completely recovered. It is all thanks to your concerted efforts. We share honor and disgrace. This wizard will not say any more polite words. We will reward the credit together after the war is completely over. Now there is a lot to be done, but the blood feud of our race must be avenged. Next, we will deliberately use troops against the Thunder Clan, the Feather Clan, and the Black Scale Clan, and kill them in the Water and Jailing, Owalia Township, and the Black Mirage Lake. The Hall of Truth has always been a place where speech is relaxed. Even the arcane wizards can refute the proposal of the Void King with tough words. But no one present had any objection to the words of the King of the Sky. The wizard world was bullied so badly by the aliens this time, so of course they would get back 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. From ancient times to the present, the battles between races are nothing more than this, and have nothing to do with good or evil. Galef nodded slightly, and the reaction of the people present was not unexpected. He then talked about another thing. There are other things that cannot be ignored. Hadi Sialuashi and Ivan Marichatin have been promoted to level 5 wizards for several years. These are two things worth writing about, but they have been delayed until now due to special circumstances. The war is imminent, so we have to keep things simple. Let's first decide on the title of Virtual King to boost our momentum. What do you think? It should be so. What Wizard Hadi said is exactly what I want to say. Hadi and Ivan don't care about these empty formalities, so naturally they won't have different ideas. In fact, Galeth had discussed it with the two before, and now he asked again in front of everyone, but it was just a process, and even the title had been discussed. Then, on behalf of the Supreme Council, this wizard solemnly declares that Hadi Sialuashi is the Green Dragon King of our wizard world, and Ivan Marikaten is the Black Flame King of our wizard world. Congratulations to the King of the Green Dragon. Congratulations to the King of the Black Flame. Compared to the title of the Arcane Wizard, the title of the Void King is more representative, and is a kind of deterrent in itself. It needs to be concise but not simple. Therefore, it needs to be discussed, and the wizard cannot just say it casually. With Galeth's announcement, the congratulations echoed throughout the Hall of Truth. At the same time, the metal puppet attendants also announced the news around the Peak of Truth. In an instant, the City of Truth was filled with celebrations, shaking the city inside and outside, sweeping away the haze brought by the war. Time flies, and it's a month later. On this day, many domineering airships set off from the City of Truth, carrying wizards to distant places. As decided at the Supreme Council, the wizards will split into two groups, led by 3 virtual kings, to attack the Thunder Clan and the Feather Clan, and finally settle accounts with the Black Scale Clan. The reason for this arrangement is based on the complex environment of the Black Mirage Swamp. There is a secret connection to the ocean there. If the Black Scale Clan wants to hide, it will be troublesome to find them. It is difficult for low-level wizards to go there, so they have to spend more time. Lord Black Flame King, I, Oates, am here to visit you. The airship used to attack the alien race is a special war model, in the form of a rock, and is relatively balanced and prominent in all aspects. There are 5 witch towers standing on the airship, and there is space inside the witch towers, where micro-airships are parked. The entire large airship is like an aircraft carrier. As one of the virtual kings leading the army, Ivan naturally sits in one of the main boats, and there are many return boats not far behind the main boat. Not long after the departure, someone came to visit. Get in here. That's impossible? You're still talking so much nonsense when you know it. Hee, I'm afraid that you become stronger and become the powerful Black Flame King, and you won't bother to deal with us old friends who don't know how to improve. As he spoke, Oates walked in with a smirk on his face. What about now? Ivan looked at him with a half smile. I knew that, Wizard Ivan. You're definitely not that kind of person. It's Candy's fault for being so imaginative and nagging that it affects my judgment. Oates quickly passed the buck. Hearing this, Ivan's smile became even brighter, which gave someone a bad feeling. Sure enough, along with a familiar voice, a familiar figure followed. Wizard Oates, it's not a good habit to make up stories behind people's backs. Candy, why are you here too? If I hadn't come, I would have been framed by you. Candy stared at him with her eyes as sharp as needles. Oates quickly begged for mercy, but secretly wondered how he could be so unlucky today. What's even more coincidental is that Tanya and Grace appeared together at the same time. Haha, it seems that today is destined to be the day for all members of our 5-leaf spear to gather. Everyone is in sync. Hots praised happily. Finally someone helped him out. Don't forget, there is still a nasty guy who is not here. Tanya's beautiful eyes were looking at a certain Black Flame King. After hearing his words, she curled her lips and refuted. This is easy to do. According to the rules of our 5-leaf spear, whoever first reaches the top of the Void King Wizard will be the Leaf Master of the 5-leaf spear, the Lord of the Leaf. You, the acting Leaf Master, should abdicate and let others take over. I have long stopped being the acting Leaf Lord. What next? Then it's just a matter of one sentence. Let the new Leaf Lord kick out a shameless person from the 5-leaf spear. Do you think this method is good? Hots expressed his thoughts. After that, all 4 of them looked at the sitting Black Flame King. Grace, Hots and Tanya have a close relationship. Candy was invited by Tanya to join the 5-leaf spear. Even though she doesn't like to take care of things, she has always felt pity for Tanya's experience and dislikes someone. It's just that due to the Supreme Council, the 3 of them can't take any measures. Now there is a suitable opportunity. Of course they hope to kick that person out of the 5-leaf spear, so as not to continue to be disgusted. Tanya is also staring at the Black Flame King. Her eyes are burning, and she has expectations that are difficult to conceal. Chapter 607. The Five-Leaf Spear was caused by the Prophet's Book. The Prophet's Book is with me. Your request is reasonable. This wizard agrees. Ivan glanced at a few people and finally fell on Tanya. Facing her special gaze, he nodded slowly. This is not a big deal. What's more, Spark has always coveted the Prophet's Book and has also annoyed him. It's a tit for tat. He is still polite. Good. Tanya cheered. Her reaction was too excited, and several people just thought that she hated Spark from the bottom of her heart. Now that she had expelled him from the Five-Leaf Spear and settled an old grudge, she was inevitably happier than others. Just wait and see. Ivan waved his hand and directly contacted the target person in the distance. As one of the rulers of the wizarding world, he certainly had the authority and ability to do so. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in the room, and a figure appeared in the light curtain. Hello, Lord Black Flame King, Spark greets you. Spark saluted with his inner uneasiness. When he saw the people here, the ominous feeling in his heart became stronger. Wizard Spark, I am officially informing you of something. Ivan did not waste words, and went straight to the point. Please speak. Seeing his serious tone, Spark became even more uneasy. He knew that he had offended the King of Black Flame before, and he was afraid that he would not get a good result this time. Ivan stared at him indifferently, and after a pause, he announced, Today, as the Lord of Leaves, I will expel you from the Five-Leaf Spear and order you to disband any branch forces related to it. From now on, you are not allowed to act under the name of the Five-Leaf Spear. Do you understand? Understood. Spark will do it. All the supplies and accommodation will be returned as soon as possible, without any ambiguity. Spark was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he promised without hesitation, as if he was afraid that he would not answer in time. Remember what you said? Ivan was bored by his appearance, and he waved his hand to disconnect the connection. The light screen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh, this guy got a bargain. He might even be secretly happy. Hotz realized it belatedly, and sighed in an exaggerated tone. Just as he expected. On the other side, after disconnecting the communication, Spark smiled bitterly. In the future, as long as he doesn't jump in front of the Black Flame King, there will probably be no obstacles. It's all thanks to this war, otherwise it would not be so easy to let go. The Black Flame King is a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate. Spark then let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he finishes the things he just told him to do, this matter should be over. After hearing the news that Ivan became the Void King, he actually pondered for a long time. Without being remembered by a Void King wizard, he felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. In wartime, we should unite and not care too much about small grudges. This is why Ivan is so gentle, and the others in the room know it well. A small lesson is enough. Leaf Lord, Night King Tanya, reapplied to join the Five-Leaf Spear. I hope you can agree. Tanya was also satisfied and immediately made an application. Tanya, haven't you always been here? Oates said in surprise. Tanya didn't answer him, but just looked at Ivan eagerly without saying anything else. Tanya, this lord agrees that you will rejoin the Five-Leaf Spear and serve as the Five-Leaf Speaker. Ivan said. Haha, nice to meet you all. We will be colleagues again in the future. Please take care of me. Sure. Others were a little puzzled by this, but Tanya was very happy. In her opinion, she and Ivan were connected because of the Five-Leaf Spear, and a series of things happened because of the Five-Leaf Spear. Ivan also vented his anger and kicked the annoying people out of the organization. All of this is closely related to the Five-Leaf Spear, so of course she has to come back again. However, there is no need to tell others about this. It is not a coincidence that the few people came together. In the past period of time, Ivan has been busy with a lot of things and has no time to chat with the few people. The others also have a lot of things to do, and they are busy with their own things. Now that they are on the airship, they have some free time, which is considered a break from the busy schedule. After talking for a while, Oates thought of something that he was more concerned about, and he asked about it without hiding it. Wizard Ivan, who is that lord-level big guy outside the door? Why haven't I seen him before? I was recruited outside Danila, named Silang, from the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf tribe. Ivan answered casually. Before, Silang returned with other virtual kings. Its identity is quite special, and it needs to go through a certain process to successfully enter the world of Danila. At this time, it is equivalent to having the wizard world guarantee it, so Silang will not be endlessly suppressed by Danila as time goes by. So that's how it is. You are still amazing. Hot suddenly realized, but he was amazed. This old friend is becoming more and more powerful. Compared with him, he and others are simply incomparable. Soon after, Hotz and his friends left. Only Tanya stayed. The others were not blind. Tanya showed it so obviously, so they would not interfere. Hotz and Grace knew the inside story, and were happy to see such a thing happen. Candy always thought that she was Ivan's real wife, so she naturally didn't think too much about it. Ivan, I came here for another important purpose, to fulfill my duties as Mrs. Marichatton. After the others left, Tanya said very straightforwardly. Now, here? Yeah, I've been waiting for several years, and I don't want to wait any longer. When and where, it doesn't matter. What matters is you and me. Okay, as the lady said. As the commander, Ivan wanted to consider the impact to some extent. Seeing that Tanya was so sincere, he didn't act pretentiously, and pulled the beauty into his arms. The soft fragrance is intoxicating. It is intoxicating. After a few nights of dancing with dragons and fishes, Tanya went from being the nominal lady of Malakaden to the real lady of Malakaden. Everyone is happy, except Mara, who has been temporarily forgotten. Ivan did not ask, and left the matter to Tanya to handle. He believed that Tanya had a sense of propriety, and could handle the matter properly. Time passed day by day. The airship sailed towards the destination at a high speed, passed the Seal Thunder Pass, entered the wilderness, and finally arrived in front of the Warren High Ridge, where thunder rolled. In the previous war, the Thunder Clan was the heaviest, slaughtered the most humans, and destroyed the most cities. This time, the King of the Sky personally led the army, accompanied by the King of 10,000 Trees, and the King of Black Flame, to attack the Thunder Clan living in the Warren High Ridge. After arriving at the Thunder Clan's territory, many airships went straight to the hinterland of the Warren High Ridge. Chapter 608. There are many strange places in the world, such as the Sea of Storms and Thunder Bluff, which are also places where lightning is rampant. Compared with the Warren High Ridge, Thunder Bluff is not worth mentioning. In Thunder Bluff, wisps of lightning fell from the sky, densely packed, like a torrential rain, and finally formed a wall of lightning. In the Warren High Ridge, even if the sky is clear, there are lightning rays, like catkins floating over the territory all year round. In the area near the hinterland, lightning interweaves into an ocean, and even thick lightning slurry can be clearly seen. Many times, lightning will condense into pillars and fall to the ground, bringing great danger to the creatures on the ground. Such a place is indeed an excellent place to live for the Thunder Clan. For wizards, Warren Jailing is also a place rich in resources. It is very suitable for wizards, who control the power of thunder to practice here, or do research. What a thunder country! It seems that the Thunder Clan has shrunk its forces, and concentrated its main forces in their capital, Wanxian Thunder City, which saves us from searching one place after another. It is not difficult to see that before the arrival of the wizard army, the Thunder Clan had made all preparations, abandoned many checkpoints on the territory, and prepared to concentrate its forces to fight. The three virtual king wizards did not care about this, and just caught them all in one fell swoop. Look, the human wizards are coming. Shh, don't speak so loudly, be careful not to be seen by them. Human wizards are extremely evil. Warren Jailing is just a general name. In fact, this place is as vast as the China continent, with hundreds of millions of creatures. No matter how much the Thunder Clan shrinks its forces, it is impossible to transfer everyone away in a short period of time. Some of the Thunder Tribe thought they were well hidden, but the wizard's insight made it clear. However, the wizard's airship did not stop. The most urgent task was to defeat the main force of the Thunder Tribe. As for the other Thunder Tribe, they would deal with them later, whether to kill or enslave them, all in the decision of the Supreme Council. As the airship sped along, many unique thunder magic plants could be seen in the surrounding mountains and rivers, which were of great value. After more than 10 days of sailing, Wanxian Lei City appeared in sight. This is a super city built around the Thunder Pillar Peaks. The steep Thunder Pillar Peaks are connected to the Thunder Sea in the sky, and the vast Wanxian Lei City below. There are Thunder Pillar Peaks not only outside the city, but also inside the city. There are also various statues of ancestors on the Thunder Pillar Peak, which are covered with dense thunder patterns. Before approaching the city, the wizards all sensed the unusually heavy power of thunder, and the frenzy of the air nearby, as if a breath would produce an explosion. King of the Sky, you shouldn't come here. Thunder King Panzer stood next to a Thunder Pillar Peak, staring calmly at the many airships approaching quickly. The people of the Thunder Clan are generally tall, with azure skin, a pair of flesh wings behind their backs, and a horn on their heads. Whether it is on the skin, the wings, or the horn, there are patterns composed of thunder patterns attached. Compared to ordinary tribesmen, the Thunder King is obviously taller and more muscular, almost like a subgiant. You have joined forces with the Feather Clan and the Black Scale Clan to bloodbath my wizard world for several months, and also turn most of the territory of the Wizard Holy Land, the City of Truth, into scorched earth. How can I not come here to settle this account with you? The Sky King, Galif, came to the front of the airship and stood opposite the Thunder King. His words were sonorous and powerful, reflecting his determination. Stubborn. From today on, this Thunder City will no longer exist. Then show your true colors with your hands. I will let you wizards know that the Thunder Clan is not comparable to humans. There is no need to talk too much. This is a battle for the survival of the race. There is no need to talk too much. It is only a game of strength and background. The real moves will be shown with your hands. As the Thunder Emperor raised his hands, the Thunder Pillar peaks began to burst out with brighter lightning. A large amount of thunder power came from the sky and spread through the Thunder Pillar peaks to the surrounding air. The walls of the thousands of Thunder cities were also waving lightning, shining brightly. For a moment, the tight lightning net enveloped the city, turning it into a heavy lightning field, which was no less than the defense of the City of Truth created by the Wizard King's multi-phase array. The King of the Sky and others were not surprised by this. After all, the Thunder Clan has existed longer than the wizards. The ancient race can continue to this day, and it must have its own impressive foundation. The 10,000 Thunder City, as the core of the Thunder Clan, is even more important. The fact that the wizards can come to the city unimpeded is enough to show that the Thunder Clan has been timid. What needs to be done next is to break the 10,000 Thunder City in one go, and completely destroy the Thunder Clan's trump card. Boom! When the airship got closer, the Thunder Clan took the lead. A 4 or 5 meter wide lightning column fell from the sky and hit the wizard's airship directly. One lightning column corresponded to one airship, trying to give them a warning. The King of the Sky leaped and crossed to a witch tower on the airship where he was sitting, making the witch tower run rapidly. At the same time, the King of Black Flame and the King of 10,000 Trees were doing the same thing. Come! Accompanied by 3 shouts, the mighty lightning column was immediately pulled to the operating witch tower by the inexplicable force field. The thunder power in the lightning column was absorbed into the witch tower and converted into energy in the thunder energy particle pool below. This is the Great Thunder Energy Tower, which is often used to collect thunder energy. Like the Great Sky Energy Tower, it is a relatively mature product and is just right for this place. Instantly, all the lightning pillars were pulled. If someone who didn't know the situation saw it, they would think that the Thunder Clan was replenishing energy for the wizard's airship, which looked ridiculous. How dare you? Increase your strength and see how long you can hold on. The attack from his side was so easily resolved, and Thunder King Panzer's depression can be imagined. However, at this point, he would not give up easily and could only order the attack to be intensified. He didn't believe that the wizard's airship could transform thunder infinitely. With the amount of thunder stored near the 10,000 Thunder City, the opponent would definitely be unable to resist. Then, more thunder pillars gathered and attacked the airship from all directions in the sky. Haha, it consumed a lot along the way. Thank you, Emperor Thunder, for giving us energy for free. We will accept it without hesitation. Seeing this, the King of the Sky couldn't help but laugh. Because wizards are good at research in all aspects, in terms of the potential for war, wizards will never lose to any race. They came from afar to attack the Thunder Clan. How could they not make targeted preparations when they dared to drive the airship to the front of Wanqian Thunder City? The Thunder King wanted to test the ability of the airship, so of course they had to accompany him to the end. One thunder pillar came, and the adjusted Thunder Energy Tower received 100 thunder pillars came, and the Thunder Energy Tower received 100, acting like a bottomless pit. What a wizard, he actually knows so much about my Thunder Clan. I'm afraid he has been thinking about doing something bad. After a while, Thunder King Panzer couldn't hold on any longer. If he continued to help the enemy, the entire Thunder Clan would become a joke, and he himself would become a joke. I knew that wizards were difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect them to be more difficult than I thought. We can't keep trying step by step like this. We must directly destroy them with a blow. These words coming from your Panzer are especially disgusting. You Thunder Clan have repeatedly invaded our human territory, and this time you have the wolfish ambition to attack the City of Truth. Wherever you pass, the mountains and rivers are broken and blood flows. But you slandered our wizards for plotting against the Thunder Clan. Do you think you are the one who has the final say in this world? The attacks all over the sky died down, and the King of the Sky secretly thought it was a pity, but he was not in a hurry to attack the 10,000 Thunder City. If it turned out as expected, the Thunder Clan must have other trump cards that have not been revealed. There is no need to be too anxious now. If the trump cards are invalidated one by one, the Thunder Clan will fall into despair, and the 10,000 Thunder City will fall without attack. King of the Sky, dare you say in front of everyone that the tower on your airship is not targeting my Thunder Clan? What a joke. This is just a defensive measure. If you don't attack us, there is no need for the Thunder Energy Tower to operate. Thunder King was verbally arguing with the King of the Sky, but secretly he was discussing whether to directly use the last trump card of the Thunder Clan and fight the wizard for the last time. The life-saving method that the Thunder Clan has passed down from generation to generation is not something that he, the Thunder King, can decide with a single word. I have to admit that my Thunder Clan has reached a point of life and death, and the only way is to fight hard. I agree. Second. In the battle with the wizard, the Thunder Clan has lost 2 ancient kings, and there are more lords. In addition, the Thunder Clan's invincible means have failed, and the wizard is coming with great momentum. It is easy for the Thunder Clan's top leaders to make the right choice. The Thunder King's decision was passed unanimously. King of the Sky, Galad Fitzrad, I want to emphasize one last sentence. If you lead your army to leave now, we can forgive you. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. You Thunder Clan have any tricks? Just use them. If I frown, I lose. How ridiculous. Thunder King Pants I wanted to persuade him, but was rejected by the King of the Sky. At this point, Thunder King had to use the most powerful trump card of the Thunder Clan. Listen to my orders, Thunder Clan members, follow me to invite the ancestral throne. Invite the ancestral throne. Invite the ancestral throne. Inside the 10,000 Thunder City, which was shrouded in thunder, under the order of Thunder King, a mighty prayer sounded, full of resolute faith. This scene was particularly unusual. The 3 Void King wizards looked at each other from a distance, their expressions somewhat solemn, and then nodded to each other. At this point, even if the other party really summoned the power of the throne level, they would definitely not retreat, and the blood of the past humans could not be shed in vain. In an instant, the 3 Void King wizards revealed their virtual spirit bodies. The King of the Sky turned into the Wind King Horse. The King of 10,000 Trees turned into a towering tree man. The King of Black Flame turned into a Red Fire King Silkworm. The 3 Void King spirit bodies flew forward and came to a place closer to the 10,000 Thunder City, blocking a group of airships behind them. Their extraordinary spirit shocked the wizards behind them. Thunder. On the other side, accompanied by a series of explosions, a thunder giant came from the void, with a throne vaguely following behind the giant, and a terrifying aura swept all around. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of most of the creatures present. The 3 virtual kings were in a chilling mood. There was no doubt that this was the power of the throne, which could be compared with the previous evil-breaking turtle. The ancient race like the Thunder Clan really had extraordinary heritage. So what? It's not like they haven't fought against the Throne Masters before. Please respectfully ask the ancestors to control the Thunder Pillar and wipe out the powerful enemy in front of us. Please respectfully ask the ancestors to control the Thunder Pillar and wipe out the powerful enemy in front of us. The Thunder Clan did not give up and tried to further awaken the soul of the ancestors. Their goal was soon achieved, and the Thunder Pillar, the treasure of the clan, fell into the hands of the Thunder Throne Giant. The Thunder Pillar merged into one, quickly grew larger and longer, became the same size as the Thunder Throne Giant, and showed unprecedented power. At this time, the Thunder Throne Giant floating above the 10,000 Thunder City was completely awakened, staring at the wizards with a sharp look. With the 3 virtual kings blocking the way, the wizards behind did not feel much pressure, but they knew that the might from the 10,000 Thunder City was hard to stop. Is that really the throne? On the airship not far away, Tanya stared at the Red Fire King Silkworm and the Wind King Pony, her eyes full of suppressed worry. These were the 2 people she loved the most, and they were in the front at the moment, protecting the wizards behind from the wind and rain. Please rest assured, the 3 virtual kings will not lose to an incarnation of power. Oath said firmly. Well, once the 3 Void Kings defeat this annoying guy, we can show our skills and make the Thunder Clan pay with blood. Candy agreed. At this moment, the top leaders of the 5-leaf spears have really arrived. Naniel is also here. He is Ivan's guide to join the 5-leaf spears. At the same time as Tanya became the Night King, he was successfully promoted to an arcane wizard. And the Leaf Lord of the 5-leaf spears is in front, which makes the members of the 5-leaf spears both excited and worried. Dare to invade my Thunder Clan territory, die. Accompanied by a roar, the Thunder Throne Giant moved. The thunder pillar swept out from the 10,000 Thunder City. At this moment, the thunder pillar seemed to have turned into a real pillar of heaven, carrying the supreme thunder to strike the three Void King wizards at a rapid speed. The three of them had formed a Wizard King multi-phase formation, and integrated the power of the 9-layered Qi Feng Tower, Black Soul Tower, and Thunder Pool they carried into it. Boom! Among the three Void King wizards, the King of the Sky took the brunt of the attack and brazenly rushed forward with the 9-layered Qi Feng Tower, followed by the Black Soul Tower and Thunder Pool, and fought against the power of the Thunder Pillar. A loud bang. The three of them kept retreating a distance, the Void King's spirit body was bleeding, and the Witch King's multi-phase formation was shaking, but it firmly blocked the opponent's power. So that's it. After Ivan and the other two gritted their teeth and held on, the Thunder Pillar was quickly retracted into the city. They noticed that the Thunder Pillar peak exploded and turned into powder near the 10,000 Thunder City. This must be related to the attack launched by the Thunder Throne Giant. Under such circumstances, the Thunder Throne Giant could not launch many attacks. Once the Thunder Pillar peak is completely destroyed, the Thunder Clan's foundation will be exhausted. This deal is worth it. The King of the Sky is mighty. The King of 10,000 Trees is mighty. The King of Black Flame is mighty. I don't know who took the lead, but when the three virtual kings resisted the throne, a cheer broke out from the back, and the sound shook the earth. In sharp contrast, the Thunder Clan, at this moment, there were countless people in the 10,000 Thunder City muttering that it was impossible. This was the legendary power of the throne. How could these virtual king wizards resist it? What was even more unbelievable was that the three virtual king wizards didn't seem to be injured. The Thunder King widened his eyes. He knew clearly the price of inviting the Thunder Throne Giant. As long as the Thunder Pillar Peak was damaged by more than half, the 10,000 Thunder City would become no different from an ordinary city. At that time, the Thunder Clan would be the lamb to be slaughtered. What to do? Chapter 609. The Thunder Giant is the power of the throne left by the ancestors of the Thunder Clan. It is certainly not comparable to the real throne masters. However, this is the power of the throne level after all, and it is not easy to fight against. Given the power gap between the two sides, and the thousands of Thunder Cities blocking them, the three Void King wizards had no better way except passive defense. Bang, bang, bang. The Thunder Pillar carried the surging power and struck the outside of the city again and again, like a god descending from heaven. Being intercepted by three virtual king wizards again and again, each attack would cause certain damage. Ivan and the other two people were most aware of this, and they felt a little aggrieved. But they were helpless, because the wizards had not yet condensed the throne. For a while, the people in the city were struggling to think of ways to change the formation, while the people outside the city responded in a rigid manner, looking like they were being suppressed. Galliffer, let me go to the front. Wizard Ivan, please wait a moment. Let me, the king of all trees, show off my power first. How about that? Who are you two looking down on? It's just a minor injury. This wizard can still hold on. Among the three virtual king wizards, the Sky King who was standing in the front suffered the most, and the most serious injuries. Seeing this, the Black Flame King proposed to replace him, but his words were immediately refuted by the other two. The two have been famous for a long time, so how could they let the newly promoted Black Flame King take the lead? Of course, this wizard is not a pedantic person. If the Thunder Clan has other tricks later and my body can't hold on, I will definitely ask you to replace me. The King of the Sky added that now is not the time to show off. Hearing his words, Ivan and the other two gave up. As expected, the Thunder Clan really has a trick, that is, turning oneself into thunder. This is actually not a smart method. It is similar to the well-known blood sacrifice, killing people first and then killing oneself. Those wizards will never give up. For now, we can only devote all our strength and fight to the death. My fellow tribesmen, Andrew, will go first. As time passed, seeing that the wizards were still safe and sound, and the Thunder Pillar peaks were cracking one by one, the situation became increasingly unfavorable, and suddenly the ancient king of the Thunder Clan stepped forward. He turned himself into thunder, and merged into the body of the Thunder Throne Giant. Elder Andrew, everything can be discussed. Andrew's heroic behavior scared many people, but it was too late to stop him. They could only watch him transform into a brilliant thunder force, and become a part of the Throne Giant. After the integration of the inherited power, the power of the Thunder Throne Giant suddenly increased by a lot. The next second, the Thunder Pillar came more fiercely, and the momentum was even greater. Wherever it passed, the space was broken bit by bit, and many people's eyelids were twitching. Come on! The King of the Sky did not give way, and once again stopped the fierce Thunder Pillar. The two behind him also did not dare to slack off. After the thunder pillar swept through, the Wind King horse, who was the first to bear the brunt, had a large number of tiny cracks on his body, and his whole body was dyed red with blood, which was very scary. In a moment, he recovered as before, so fast that most people did not see it. "Ha, one attack consumes one ancient king, it's worth it." Galliford laughed loudly. "I'm afraid the rest of the people don't have the courage." Gina followed his words. The two of them changed positions tacitly. After all, the damage suffered by the King of the Sky was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and it would take time to adjust. As the war continued, in order to avoid mistakes, it was wisest to take turns to lead the Wizard King's multi-phase formation. On the other side, the top leaders of the Thunder Clan were not as comfortable as the three of them. Seeing that the attack was blocked by the wizard again, they all looked very ugly. There was a strange silence in the Thunder City. Originally, there were 7 ancient kings in the entire Thunder Clan. 2 of them died in the Bird of Blood Plain, and now another one was sacrificed. Now there are only 4 left, including Thunder King Panzer. It is not easy to cultivate to the 5th level, and not everyone has the courage of Elder Andrew to sacrifice himself for the tribe. Secondly, if the strong man at the ancient king level is determined to escape, the chance of escape is not small, especially when he is in the Warren Mountains. He still has a chance to make a comeback. Thunder Emperor, give the order, let's fight the wizards. Yes, we can't just sit there and watch the wizards continue to show off their power. Instead of just watching, it's better to fight out and fight those wizards to the death. Kill one and count one. Before the Thunder Emperor spoke, an ancient king of the Thunder Clan made a suggestion. At this point, the situation on the field was already very clear. There were not many people left on the Thunder Pillar Peak. The Thunder Clan would definitely lose this time, and there was no chance of luck. All soldiers, listen to my order. The whole army will attack and follow me to kill. How could the Thunder Emperor Pansai not know what these elders were thinking? They were afraid that he would drag them to turn into thunder together. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they could not easily refuse. Although the Thunder Emperor was unhappy, he gave the order as he was told. Thunder! 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 Accompanied by the mighty shouts, the lightning field of Wanqianlei City continued to expand forward, and then the Thunder Throne Giant rushed out of the city. Led by the Throne Giant, the Thunder Clan army also rushed out of the city and attacked the wizards. This scene shocked Ivan and the other two, because the situation changed too quickly. The previous sacrifice actually caused the Thunder Clan to be in chaos, which was really unexpected. In the eyes of the 3 virtual king wizards, this was not much different from actively admitting defeat. The Thunder Clan should have no other trump cards. Wizards, follow us and wash blood with blood. Wash blood with blood. Wash blood with blood. They were not afraid of the Thunder Clan hiding in this city, so how could they be timid in front of the Thunder Clan rushing out of the city? After a command, other wizards made their passionate voices. The decisive battle has finally arrived. It's time to destroy the Thunder Clan. They have been waiting for this moment. No matter what is ahead, it can't stop the boiling blood. The return boats at the back have come forward and come to the same level as the leading airship. Facing the mighty enemy, the 3 Void King wizards went forward first. Many arcane wizards followed closely behind, followed by other powerful lords and 3rd-level wizards. 2nd-level wizards followed far behind. Except for the people guarding the airship, the wizards also attacked with all their forces. Kill! Kill! The decisive battle broke out amid shouts of killing. The 3 Void King wizards still stood in front of the giant of the Thunder Throne. The Thunder King wanted to lead a sneak attack, but was blocked for a while by some arcane wizards. After the Thunder Throne giant left Wanqianlei City, the energy supply was far less than that in the city. Others became more and more courageous, but the Throne Giant became weaker and weaker. Soon there was a bang, and the giant fell under the stranglehold of 3 virtual king wizards. As the giant fell, the power of thunder danced wildly. The 3 virtual kings joined forces to block the space, so that the violent thunder did not spread to other places. Don't run! Where to escape? The situation was hopeless, and the smart people began to flee, led by the ancient king of the Thunder Clan. At this point, saving lives is the most important thing. Seeing this, the 3 virtual king wizards immediately chased after them. On the battlefield, the power of the Thunder Clan melted away like ice and snow, and the people had to flee and flee. Wanqianlei City was broken and became a hunting ground for wizards. Chapter 610. This time, the wizards split into 2 groups. While the King of the Sky, the King of the 10,000 Trees, and the King of the Black Flame attacked the Thunder Clan, the Queen of Ice, the king of the Dragon Flame, and the king of the Green Dragon led their troops to attack the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan lived in the southwest of the Bird of Blood Plain, and there was a dangerous area between the two tribes that was not suitable for living as a buffer. The residence of the Feather Clan was also a strange place, a continent floating in the air, which they named Awalia Township. This Awalia Township was said to be a fragment of the continent left over from the Dragon Ancient War. After the long-term operation of the Feather Clan, Awalia Township has completely become the territory of the Feather Clan. There is always a special force lingering inside and outside the continent, no-fly zone. Oh no! The wizard's airship is not affected by the no-fly zone and has already broken in. The wizard army is approaching, and the Feather Clan immediately knows their interests. The news was quickly reported to the ears of the Feather Clan's high-level officials, and the ancient kings were silent one by one. After a long while, a sigh was heard in the imperial palace. These wizards are well prepared. Where are the reinforcements? They haven't come yet. I'm afraid something has happened. Ah, how did our Feather Clan fall to this point? If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have provoked the wizard. Now our clan is in danger. Previously, the great elder Savannah led a team to attack the wizard, resulting in the death of 3 ancient kings and the escape of 2 people. The Feather Clan originally had only 7 ancient kings, and nearly half of them were killed at once. They were still easily killed. Even if the location was changed to Awalia Township, the Feather Clan's own territory, the remaining ancient kings did not think they could defeat the wizard. They had asked for reinforcements, but they didn't show up. The wizard airship will soon reach the Never Fall City. They must come up with a plan immediately, whether to fight or flee, or make other arrangements. The elder wants to leave Awalia Township, but where in the world is there a place for our Feather Clan to stay? Will other races let us occupy their resources? Also, will the wizard let us escape? Don't underestimate their tracking methods. The Feather Clan has always been dominated by women and weak men. At this time, the queen of the clan is a woman named Avaship, whose status is higher than that of the elder. But we cannot deny that the Feather Tribe is no match for the wizards. Ryan and I have a deep understanding of this. According to you, we only have 2 options left, escape or surrender. We are not as strong as others, and there is no suitable place to go. The Feather Tribe also colluded with the Thunder Tribe and the Black Scale Tribe to make a big mistake in the wizard world. It seems that there is only one way out for the Feather Tribe. At this moment, the 4 ancient kings of the Feather Tribe became ants on the hot pot. When the Ice Queen and others arrived with the airship, the Feather Tribe also reached a consensus. The 4 decided to stay and live and die with the Awalia Township. Anyway, the fire has been sent out. The wizard came here for revenge, and soon the battle between the 2 tribes broke out. The Feather Tribe has its own foundation. The wizard is well prepared. Soon, the Feather Tribe's capital was breached, and the wizard army rushed into the Never-Fallen City. At this critical moment, an uninvited guest broke into the battlefield, slowing down the wizard's offensive. Stop for now. Multi-Eyed Tribe, are you going to intervene in the war between the wizards and the Feather Tribe? Looking at the people who suddenly came, the Ice Queen and others looked solemn. Compared with the Thunder Tribe, the Feather Tribe, and the Black Scale Tribe, the Multi-Eyed Tribe is the big race that is not easy to provoke. In the past, wizards did not wantonly expose their actual combat power, and they were on guard against some races such as the Multi-Eyed Tribe. One of the reasons for being so cautious is that there are powerful people at the throne level in the Multi-Eyed Tribe, which wizards and Feather Tribe do not have. No, we just can't bear to see the people of Danila suffer. We hope that you wizards can show mercy, and let the remaining Feather Tribe go. The leading ancient king Conan said. The appearance of the Multi-Eyed Tribe made Avaship and others feel relieved. Their reinforcements finally appeared, and now Awalia Township is saved. Your Excellency, do you know that the Feather Tribe, together with the other 2 tribes, has ravaged our land, causing the mountains and rivers to be broken, countless lives to be killed, and most of the area of the wizard's holy land, the City of Truth? Has the Feather Tribe ever thought of letting humans go? The 3 Void King wizards were naturally unwilling, and the Ice Queen said coldly. Then what do you wizards do? Blood debt must be paid with blood. Do you have to exterminate the Feather Tribe? Not necessarily. Seeing that the wizards were so disrespectful, the ancient King Conan's expression became gloomy, and the other 3 ancient kings who came with him also looked unhappy. These wizards are too arrogant. They came for the right reason. Wizards, we are here on the orders of the Golden Throne. I hope you don't know what's good for you, said the ancient King Conan sternly. Even the throne has been brought out. The meaning is different. The Queen of Ice, the King of Dragon Flame, and the King of Green Dragon looked at each other. At this point, they couldn't help but give face to a powerful throne master. Return. The wizard airship finally retreated. However, this matter will definitely not be let go. Awalia Township is here. The Multi-Eyed Clan can protect the Feather Clan for a while, but not for a lifetime. There will be a plan in the future. Looking at the flying ship going away, Ava's ship and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when they saw the Multi-Eye tribe nearby, they felt heavy again. The reinforcements were not invited in vain. The Multi-Eye tribe ignored them, staring at the wizard team with a gloomy look, as if they were still not satisfied. The cultivation methods of these wizards are indeed unique. Once a throne is born, I am afraid they will not take our tribe seriously. Then why not tell them directly? It doesn't matter if I tell you. The Golden Throne once said that wizards are being favored by the Great Will. The strong above the throne are cautious, and will not easily attack them. Seeing the gestures of his fellow tribesmen, the ancient King Conan had always had such an idea, but unfortunately there were more internal factors that hindered the Multi-Eyed tribe from taking the risk. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. On the other side, deep in the Black Mirage Swamp thousands of miles away, the Black Scale tribe closely followed the direction of the war. After the results of the Thunder tribe and the Feather tribe appeared, the Black Scale tribe leaders got the news immediately. These wizards are indeed extremely cruel, and have various means. Our tribe cannot stop them. The Black Scale clan leaders had anticipated this, and now they have completely given up. Like the Feather clan, they are also prepared to seek shelter. Unlike the Thunder clan and the Feather clan, the Black Scale clan is a branch of the Sea clan and has connections with many forces in the ocean. As long as they are willing to lose face and pay the price, it is not difficult to seek shelter. After the news of the battle, the tragic situation of the Thunder clan made people panic. The Black Scale clan leaders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately began to act. They must complete this matter before the arrival of the wizard army, so that they can rest assured. Chapter 611. Time flies by like a flash. The war between wizards and the three tribes did not end completely because of someone's intervention, especially the battles between the Feather tribe and the Black Scale tribe. But the main force of the battle was replaced by level 2 and level 3 wizards. In the past, wizards rarely caused trouble. In recent years, wizards frequently broke into the territories of the two tribes, oppressing the two tribes. During this period, the King of Black Flame further launched the Black Magic Nirvana Fire Array based on the Black Magic Wind Fire Array and the Black Magic Fire Silk Array, which greatly increased the probability of a level 1 wizard being promoted to a level 2 wizard and a level 2 wizard being promoted to a level 3 wizard, which greatly increased the number of wizards. In this way, the war lasted for nearly 10 years before it subsided. After the war subsided, the reconstruction of the wizard world was mostly completed, and 2 new continents were added, namely Warren Continent and Haitian Continent. The former includes the entire Warren High Ridge. The latter is a part of the Haitian Great Swamp. In this battle, the three tribes suffered extremely heavy losses. Only a few big and small cats were left in the Thunder clan, which became a second or third-rate force and could not achieve anything. This was the result of the wizards not killing them all. The Feather tribe suffered numerous deaths, leaving only 2 ancient kings, and also lost a huge amount of resources. The Black Scale tribe also suffered heavy losses, not only losing a large area of territory, but also being beaten so hard that they dared not easily surface, causing the Black Mirage Swamp to almost become the backyard of wizards. In this battle, the wizards gained a great reputation, allowing all major races to see the true combat power of wizards and list them as existences that cannot be provoked. As time went by, the wizard world became more and more prosperous. Congratulations to the Frost Lizard Lord, Shima Eleanor, for reaching the Gate of Arcane. On this day, such a voice was heard on the Peak of Truth, and it was announced 3 times in a row. The voice resounded throughout the entire City of Truth, and all the wizards who heard it were excited. Soon, the city and the outside world celebrated, and the noise was one after another, as if they were celebrating an important festival. Haha, the war has just ended, and an arcane wizard has been born. This is an excellent sign, indicating that our wizard world is becoming more prosperous. This echoes the surge in wizard fortune. There happened to be 3 Void King wizards staying in the floating city above the Peak of Truth. Upon hearing the news, the 3 walked out of the Hall of Truth and came to the edge of the floating city. Looking at the lively city, they were also happy. Speaking of which, this wizard Shima Eleanor is from your 5-leaf spear, right, Ivan? Wizard Hattie knows everything. He is from the Nandu branch of China continent, and was one of the people who retreated from the Bird of Blood plane many years ago. Ivan was not surprised by Hattie's words. The higher up the Supreme Council, the less secrets the wizard world has in their eyes. Moreover, Hattie, the king of the Green Dragon, often guarded China continent in the early years, and knew every aspect of it. I have to admit that your wife Tanya has created an organization with unlimited potential. Hearing the conversation between the two, the king of 10,000 trees G&A sighed. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. It was a pity that the proud daughter of heaven had retired from the path of wizards. Now she is just a night king, which is a loss to the wizard world. You are too kind. So far, for arcane wizards have appeared in the five-leaf spear, and one of them has made you the king of black flame. It is not an exaggeration to say that you have unlimited potential. By the way, I heard that you expelled Spark from the five-leaf spear. Is that true or not? It's just a simple personnel optimization. Spark doesn't fit the development purpose of the five-leaf spear, that's all. Ha ha ha. There are countless organizations in the wizarding world, large and small, intertwined with each other, and finally they are all under the coordination of the Supreme Council. As long as they don't harm the overall interests of the wizarding world, these virtual kings will not pay too much attention. After all, they also have many organizations under them, and these are all part of the wizarding world. It is foreseeable that our wizard world will become more and more prosperous. Speaking of which, this is also closely related to Ivan. The wizard world is lucky to have you, the king of black flame. Looking at the vast true city inside and outside, the king of 10,000 trees sighed inexplicably. Jenna, you don't have to keep praising this wizard. If you have something to ask for, you might as well speak up. I, the king of black flame, will be generous and do it for you. You are old, and I am just sighing for a moment. I see you're not used to being idle all of a sudden. Why don't you find more things to do? Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed out loud, showing that they were all in a good mood. The king of 10,000 trees was indeed right. In the past, Ivan successively developed the black magic wind and fire formation, the black magic fire silk formation, and the black magic nirvana fire formation, which greatly improved the efficiency of wizards' promotion. Although these three forced promotion methods will damage their own potential, the benefits they bring are countless. When wizards reach a higher level, their lifespan will be greatly extended, their survival ability will be improved, and the probability of giving birth to offspring with greater potential will increase. In this cycle, the wizarding world will become more and more prosperous. There is no doubt that Ivan has made an indelible contribution. As time goes by, this point will become more and more prominent. However, the three of them knew that there was a hidden worry behind the prosperity of the wizard world, that is, the lack of a throne wizard. The previous incident of other races forcibly intervening in the war was still vivid in their minds. The virtual kings were both frustrated and helpless. Fortunately, they did not suffer any losses in the previous war, but gained a lot. In the future, as long as the throne does not appear one day, wizards will not be considered a top race. At most they can be considered as Dan-era first class, and they have to be cautious in doing anything, and they may face sanctions from the throne at any time. Based on this situation, the 6 virtual king wizards were actually holding their breath. King of the Green Dragon, you will be in charge of Wanrenshao from now on. If there are still remnants of the Thunder Clan, you can handle it yourself. I will handle it as appropriate. King of the Black Flame, the war has come to an end. We have enough territory for wizards. We will not expand the underground world for the time being. We can just keep the status quo. We can talk about other things when we need them. No problem. If the throne does not come out, our clan must keep a low profile. It's good that you understand. Let's work hard together. One day, we will be able to break through the shackles and move to a higher level. After a while, the three returned to the Hall of Truth and continued to discuss business, all about the arrangements of the wizard world, and the main things they were responsible for. In fact, there were not many opportunities for the three to take action personally, so they only needed to tell the wizards below to do it. The biggest role of the virtual king wizard was to sit in one place, deter all directions, and prevent other races from crossing the border easily, while guarding against the invasion of creatures outside the world. For a long time afterwards, the king of Green Dragon would stay in Wanrenshao and make full use of Wanrenshao, just like the Queen of Ice, who sat in Bayuzu all year round, and the king of Dragon Flame, who sat in Chalongzhou all year round. The remaining 3 virtual king wizards would take turns to guard the Hall of Truth and take charge of all the important tasks of the wizard world. Chapter 612. After years of development, the outer city of True City, which was ruined by the 3 tribes, has been restored one by one. Even if it is not as good as before, there is not much difference from the appearance. It will take a long time to truly return to normal, or even go further. The Rainbow Territory in the outer city is the territory of the King of Black Flame. It has expanded more than 5 times compared to the original. This is the courtesy that a virtual king should have. On this day, someone came from afar to the Rainbow Territory. Welcome Queen Comer to inspect the Rainbow Territory. Since you said so, this queen will definitely take a good look and find faults with you everywhere. After seeing the man who came to greet her, Leluxia's eyes lit up, and she quickly shook off the royal guards who followed her, came closer, staring at the man in front of her with her eyes flowing, showing her charm. Today, Leluxia has been promoted to the Shadow Lord and the Queen of the Comer Empire. She was a rare beauty in the world, and now her grace is even better than before. Standing there is enough to steal the glory of other women, making all the eyes around her focus on her. Ahem. Lulu Betty, you are already a grown-up girl. You should be careful about your influence. Dear mother, you saw me? I thought you only had your father in your eyes. You're asking for a beating. Many years have passed, and the daughter of Ivan and Lelugia has grown up. Lulu Betty is now 33 years old. Due to her outstanding talent, she is already a 2nd-level wizard and a flying knight, and is about to be promoted to a 3rd-level wizard. She has a good appearance, and is generous. She looks about 20 years old. Ah! Aunt Jenny, you see mother is bullying others, stop her for me. Lulu Betty, you are still excited, aren't you? Mother, I just want to liven up the atmosphere, and relieve your fatigue from the long journey. Okay, let me introduce you to this Lady Perny, Lady Justy. Ginny also returned with Leluxia. The two formed the peerless duo of the Comer Empire, and were famous in the first layer of the underground world. In terms of strength, Ginny is much better than Leluxia. In fact, thanks to the special effect of 3 lives, after Ivan became a level 5 wizard, her cultivation progress became faster and faster, and her strength can be described as a leap forward. As Ivan's other secret clone, Locke's situation is the same. He is already in the process of being promoted to the Lord level, and has not appeared outside for a long time. Naturally, he did not appear today. Similarly, the Marsh Ant, the Silkworm Queen, the Flame Scorpion, etc., also saw the hope of being promoted to the Lord level, but not as outstanding as Locke. Are you pregnant? Leluxia suddenly discovered an unusual situation, and couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. I can't hide it from a Lord-level figure like you. Jussie nodded, with an irrepressible smile on her lips. This has always been her long-cherished wish. Jussie, you are so lucky, Leluxia said sourly. She could also sense that the other party had 2 lives in her belly, which was stronger than hers at the beginning. This woman was really capable, even though her strength was average. It's not just luck, but also the unremitting efforts of the Black Flame King, Jussie explained. There's no need to emphasize this point. Lelugia misunderstood. Okay, what are you talking about standing here? Let's talk inside if you have anything to say. Ivan interrupted the conversation between the two, waved his hand, and led the group back to his Rainbow Manor. The Rainbow Manor is undoubtedly the largest, most luxurious, and most private manor in the Rainbow Territory. It is also his private area. Ordinary people cannot approach it without instructions. The light of pregnancy? Leluxia's shocked voice rang out from a pavilion in the manor. After hearing the explanation, she realized that Jushi's pregnancy was not due to luck, but to a special ability in life, which was simply unheard of. Then, she stared at the King of Black Flame with shining eyes, like a female hunter seeing her long-awaited prey. Seeing her mother lose her composure like this, Lulabidi helplessly covered her face. Feeling ashamed to face people, she quietly walked to the side and walked away. It's not what you think, Ivan said with a smile. What else can I do? Lelugia was puzzled. That's just my research on the light of pregnancy, and some practical application. The specific effect has not been confirmed. Whether it is the change brought about by the light of pregnancy is not certain for the time being. You must think that pregnancy is 100% guaranteed, but that's just wishful thinking. Didn't you see that only Jusidi is pregnant? Ivan explained in more detail. In the past few years, he has indeed gained some experience through studying the light of pregnancy ability of Silang, which has deepened his understanding of the way of life, but it is far from being proficient in application. Hearing his explanation, Leluxia subconsciously glanced at Perny, Angela, and Danlin. The last words were indeed true. I don't believe it. Why? How can I not understand you? If you dare to use it on them, there must be a gain effect. The probability of pregnancy must have increased a lot. Don't try to deceive me about this. Leluxia curled her lips, her beautiful eyes still staring at him, as if she wanted the King of Black Flame to try it on the spot. Ivan's cheeks couldn't help twitching. It must be said that the thinking of the night elves is different from that of humans. They dared to show everything in front of their daughters without hiding anything. Fortunately, Lulu Betty just slipped away, and the others also slipped away when they saw this. Come on, Queen Comer is in such a good mood, this wizard will definitely accompany you. Don't leave, let's go together, the Queen doesn't mind. I'm not afraid of you. Yeah. You guys, I go find Betty. Ivan couldn't do anything about Luluxia, so he had to agree to satisfy her curiosity. Juicy spat heavily, and left in a hurry. She was still pregnant. A few days passed, and Luluxia finally returned to normal. Although she was still not satisfied, she still had other serious things to do, and could not be so careless. Luluxia came here for a purpose. First, she wanted to see her daughter and her man. Second, her man, the Black Flame King, was just 100 years old this year. She took advantage of this special time to celebrate, and get to know other women here. But she didn't expect that she would make an unexpected discovery as soon as she arrived, and was shocked by Giuseppe. Even though she easily learned the inside story, if this discovery was publicized, it would definitely be a groundbreaking thing. You know, fertility issues have troubled countless creatures, especially powerful creatures. I have to say that my man is really amazing. His luck is also first-rate, otherwise, how could he meet Silang who possesses magical powers when he went out, and easily take him under his wing? This time, it seems that he came at the right time. Luluxia originally planned to come and go quickly, but now she must stay for a few more years. How can she have only one child with such good talents? And Betty, the little traitor, stays here all year round. Chapter 6:13. Different races have different lifespans. For example, humans, feather tribes, black scale tribes, centaurs, and night elves. The night elves have the longest lifespan, and ordinary night elves can reach about 350 years. And ordinary humans only have 120 years, ranking last among the 5 races. Until the birth of wizards, this disadvantage was reversed. The lifespan of a first-level wizard is 300 years, the second level is 400, the third level is 500, the arcane wizard is up to 1,000 years, and the virtual king is about 2,000. Compared with the way of wizards, the way of knights is far inferior. The lifespan of a third-level flying knight can be extended to 200 years at best. According to the remaining records of the centaurs, and Ivan's own calculations, the lifespan of a human night king should be between 500 and 600 years, and this is still under the condition of inheriting the power of the Justice Star ancestor. In these years, in order to help Giuseppe, and to avoid seeing this beautiful woman, who has always been by his side, die early, Ivan has taken great pains. She used a series of formations, including the Black Magic Wind and Fire formation, the Black Magic Fire Silk formation, and the Black Magic Nirvana Fire formation. She was promoted from an apprentice to a formal wizard, and then to a second-level wizard several years later, and then to a third-level wizard. After barely reaching this point, her wizardry had no chance of moving forward. Under Ivan's suggestion, she focused on the way of knighthood. Now she is also a flying knight, but she is still a long way from the pinnacle of flying knights. In the year 3163 of the Berta calendar, Giuseppe became pregnant with Ivan's child, and she simply put the matter of cultivation behind her. In her spare time, Giosher always shows off her unborn baby to other women, even Luluxia, the Queen of Combe. Giosher, I heard that you and the King of Black Flame have known each other since you were very young. Of course, we were born in the same small town, on the tidal island far away from the main continent, which is the ancestral land of mankind. At that time, he was not even a knight, but just a small knight attendant. In order to learn to refine medicine, he and I successively entered a medical clinic. At first, I blamed him for stealing my opportunity, and there was a little conflict. Oh, who did you learn better from him? What do you think? That's right, how could you possibly be better than the Black Flame King, and what happened later? Queen Luluxia, I have to correct you. This wizard studied very hard at first. If you don't believe me, go ask the Black Flame King. Later, we were bewitched and sent to a small island. There lived a wizard with bad intentions on the island. We began to learn the wizard's meditation method. You don't know how scary it is there. Fortunately, I was smart and chose to ask the Black Flame King for help. Through Giosher's statement, Luluxia learned about the past of several people. It turned out that Giosher and Perny had already become friends with the Black Flame King. What surprised her even more was that someone actually started as a knight squire, went through hardships all the way, and came to the present step by step, and then became the famous Black Flame King. She was speechless about Joshua's cultivation path, and she also had inexplicable envy. This woman was completely helped by the Black Flame King. It is undeniable that Joshua also worked hard, but the contribution can be said to be very small and can be ignored. What's that look in your eyes? I'm not as good as you, Queen Comer, in other aspects, but I'm definitely better than you in one aspect. Seeing the obvious difference on Leluxia's face, Joshua said with a solemn oath. What aspect? I don't believe it. Leluxia shook her head very simply. Vision, there are so many people on the whole tidal island. I picked the King of Black Flame at first sight, decisively took the initiative, and took the position of Lady Malakaten first. This is unique, don't you think it's amazing? Joshua replied with a smile. Hearing this, Leluxia was stunned for a moment, and finally had to nod her head with her nose pinched. As her words meant, no one could compare to her in this respect, not even Perny, who was born in the same tidal island. It was precisely because of this reason that Joshua's position in the heart of the Black Flame King was probably unique, and no one could replace it in the future. Seeing Queen Comer in a daze, Joshua walked away with her head held high and her big belly sticking out, as if she had won a battle, leaving the others stunned. In the year 3165 of the Berta calendar, after a pregnancy of nearly 14 months, Juzatai gave birth to 2 children. Ivan, a son and a daughter. Thank you for your hard work. What about the names? Have you decided? The girl will be named Betty Marichatin, and the boy will be named Bern Marichatin. What do you think? It's simple and nice. I follow your lead. This day must have been the happiest day for Juzatai in recent years. The successful birth of a son and a daughter satisfied her long-cherished wish. In her opinion, this is not enough. She will have to give birth to more children for Ivan in the future, leaving Leluxia, Perny, and others behind. In the following days, Jusidi focused on taking care of her daughter and starting a new round of pregnancy plan. Cultivation is secondary. As the King of Black Flame, Ivan is also helpless about her attitude of not doing her job properly. Speaking of which, Jusidi is not the only one like this around Ivan. Danlin, the Queen of Silkworms, has always been lazy, but she didn't show it as obviously as Jusidi. In the first half of the year 3166 of the Berta calendar, Locke broke through the barrier and successfully promoted to the Lord level. As a special spiritual being, Locke's main power is the power of the mind. Under the influence of Ivan, he can easily transform his power into the fire of the mind. This kind of fire specializes in the state of mind of living beings, making people's state of mind unbalanced, and their emotions are unconsciously influenced, or angry, or irritable, or jealous, or resentful, etc. The fire of the mind also has the ability to strongly restrain spiritual bodies. The power that Locke controls is more spatial. Combining the two, he has understood the essence of spirit teleportation, and instant movement and long-distance space teleportation are no longer a luxury. This undoubtedly brought a lot of inspiration to Ivan, making his spatial attainments increase day by day, and he also began to further explore the power of the mind. He had a hunch that the time was not far away for him to research the teleportation array. In the second half of the year 3166 of the Berta calendar, Ivan's first guard Zay entered the promotion period of the Lord level. A few months later, Ivan made a major breakthrough in one of his studies. With the assistance of Tanya, Silang, Angela, and Morris, after a long period of exploration, combined with the cultivation method of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan and other lights of life, he finally deduced the way of the Night to the Night King in one fell swoop. The new night cultivation method successfully bypassed the inherited power of the Justice Star ancestor. In other words, without the inherited power of the Justice Star ancestor, one can become a pseudo-lord or even a real lord. In the past few years, through the new night cultivation method that has not yet been perfected, Angela and Morris have successively comprehended different domain halos, which is actually a very strong proof. However, the transition from pseudo-lord to lord requires further confirmation. Regarding the last step, neither Angela nor Morris retreated, and each accumulated their own strength. When the time comes, the two will continue along the path deduced by Ivan to pursue the Night King level equivalent to the Lord. Time flies. It is the year 3168 of the Berta calendar. Angela, are you ready? Yes. Again, I have reserved a position for you in the Black Star Army. If you fail once, you can try again. You don't need to have any burden. No way. Wait for me to come out, my dear Black Flame King. Angela, the eldest princess of the Centaur tribe, decided to take the key step of the Night's Way and retreat to challenge the Night King. She has been waiting for this day for many years. At the beginning, she went to the Seven Gods Mountain in the underground world with Tanya and Morris to obtain the inheritance of the Justice Star ancestor, but failed in the inheritance assessment. From then on, Angela was full of energy and worked harder, never slacking off for a day. Of course, the careful teaching of the Black Flame King and Tanya's tireless help were indispensable. A few months later, Morris, another loser at the time, could not wait to start his promotion, and he was also holding his breath in his heart. As for the path of the arcane wizard, he had already revealed to his family that he was not that kind of material, which made President Duradley, who was in charge of the Empty Valley, very angry. The knights must move forward courageously. Both Angela and Morris have made the best preparations, waiting for the day when they will make a big splash. In this regard, Ivan can only express his blessing. As I said before, as long as they are alive, at worst they can use the secret method of 3 life, and all things to include the 2 in the growing Black Star Army. In the middle of October of the 3168th year of the Berta calendar, Ivan has made new achievements, which is a pioneering work that is beneficial to the wizarding world. On this day, the King of the Sky and the King of the 10,000 Trees were invited to visit the Rainbow Territory, and came here to witness the new creation. Ivan, what kind of secret method makes you, the King of Black Flame, so serious? If you don't satisfy me, I will have to nag you more. You, the King of the Sky, have seen everything. Your vision must be higher than others. I can't guarantee it. Okay, stop bragging to each other. Hurry up and show your stuff. I am busy, and have no time to chat with you. The King of Trees has spoken. Who dares not to obey? As they were talking, 3 Void King wizards came to the core control room of a wizard tower. Ivan's new creation this time was related to the wizard tower. The towers built by wizards can be generally divided into 2 types. One is a simplified version of a high tower, which is not outstanding in any aspect. It is usually inhabited by wizards below level 4. Only a small number of level 3 wizards do not need to live in a high tower due to their status or contribution, such as those who are conferred the title of Great Scholar. The other is a real wizard tower, which has 3, 5, 7, and 9 floors, with complete functions, and the interior has been completely expanded. The whole wizard fortress is like a city. The 3 of them were in a real wizard tower, 5 stories high and of medium quality. It was obvious that it had not been built for a long time. Construction activation. Wisdom enlightenment. Under the gaze of the other 2 virtual king wizards, Ivan quickly cast 2 spells, and the magic light spread in all directions in an orderly manner, penetrating every inch of the wizard tower. Under the reflection of the magic halo, the wizard tower suddenly became vivid. Seeing this, the King of the Sky and the King of the 10,000 Trees became cautious. Even if they did not deliberately explore, they could sense that the entire wizard tower was undergoing some wonderful changes. It was related to the power of the soul, and it seemed to be related to some kind of predictive power. Then, the 2 saw that the wizard tower had undergone more amazing changes. A little bit of fluorescence was fed back from all directions of the wizard tower, and the special fluorescence gathered together, gathering more and more, and finally condensed into a small elemental creature. The elemental creature was changing constantly. At this time, Ivan stretched out a finger at the right time and touched the elemental creature, and the elemental creature took a complete shape, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a little man with wings. Chuckles. The little humanoid creature seemed to have just woken up. When it opened its eyes, it saw Ivan. Its watery eyes suddenly became extremely bright. It flapped its delicate wings, approached him, and rubbed his cheek. Its laughter was particularly crisp. Ivan casually reached out, and the little humanoid creature fell into his palm. Your name from now on will be Flower Fairy. Flower Fairy pays homage to the King of Black Flame. Ivan's finger just now not only marked his power, but also passed on a lot of knowledge, allowing Flower Fairy to understand most common sense, as well as herself and her innate mission. Flower Fairy, please tell me the layout of the wizard tower in detail. No problem, this wizard tower has 5 floors. I will start from the bottom first floor. The first floor has a warning passage, elemental traps, a fantasy maze, and 212 alchemical puppet guards. Flower Fairy, this wizard is going to laboratory number 9 to conduct a biological exploration. Understood, I will immediately arrange the test bench, experimental equipment, and energy preparation. Do you have any special requirements? In the following time, Ivan made a series of requests. As a newly born creature, the Flower Fairy arranged these requests one by one in an orderly manner, just like the capable butler of the wizard tower. Ivan, what is this? Seeing him stop, the King of 10,000 Trees asked impatiently. You are right, The Flower Fairy is equivalent to the wisdom incarnation of this wizard tower, with very good wisdom and calculation ability, and knows every aspect of the wizard tower. She can also assist the wizard in the daily management of the wizard tower, and act as a research assistant for the wizard. Ivan did not hide anything, and said whatever he wanted to say. He had this idea about the tower spirit a long time ago, which can be traced back to when he was researching the Return Tower project in the Empty Flow Valley. At that time, his ability was limited, so he did not explore this aspect in depth, but just kept it in mind. Now, through his control of soul power and wisdom power, he finally turned his original imagination into reality. In his opinion, the tower spirit has gone beyond the scope of ordinary elemental creatures, and is equivalent to an alternative artificial intelligence. Flower Fairy, move the wizard tower to the position closest to the right. Understood, I will arrange it for you right away. Then, Ivan issued an important order. Under the control of the tower spirit, the Flower Fairy, the wizard tower rumbled and changed, and soon it turned into a mobile fortress, rising from the ground with the support of the rune magic array, and quickly landed at the designated position. The whole process did not rely on the traction of the external large array at all, and the moving speed was very impressive. This scene moved the King of the Sky and the King of 10,000 Trees. In this way, the wizard tower truly turned into a mobile war fortress, and it was also intelligent, with greatly enhanced flexibility. If there was such a secret method in the previous war, the direction of the war would be different. There is no doubt that the new initiative of the King of Black Flame will help enhance the strength and foundation of the wizard world. Chapter 6:14. For a wizard, the importance of the wizard tower is self-evident. In the past, there were only 2 towers in the entire wizard world that could be moved at will. One was the Black Soul Tower, and the other was the 9-layered Wind Tower. Both were rare treasures that were superior to ordinary magic weapons, and could only be encountered by chance. The birth of the tower spirit changed this situation, allowing the wizard tower to transform itself, serving as a residence and experimental site in peacetime, and a weapon of war in wartime. The appearance of the tower spirit also gave wizards an all-round wizard tower assistant. Okay. King of Black Flame, you have brought us more and more surprises. It was our fault that we did not let you take on the role of Great Sage before. We will arrange it for you, this time no matter what. After the King of Sky and the King of 10,000 Trees had a deep understanding of the tower spirit, it was not difficult to find its great value. The two praised it repeatedly. That's not necessary. Hearing this, Ivan waved his hand. The role of the Great Scholar and Great Sage is to support potential wizards. As a Void King wizard, he has already stood at the top of the wizarding world and does not need other positions to show off. Yes. Otherwise, other wizards will think that we are at odds and everyone is ostracizing you. The King of all Trees said. Okay, I listen to you. Ivan did not dwell on this point, and continued to introduce. 2 spells were used to shape the spirit of the tower, the 5th level Wisdom Enlightenment spell, and the 5th level Construction Activation spell. The latter can be used with the 4th level, but the effect is not optimal. Wisdom Enlightenment spell was created by him. Construction Activation spell was originally there. Many years ago, he gave Oates a batch of Royal Court wine, and Oates gave him a lot of things in return, including the 3rd level Construction Activation spell. Construct Activation is a special spell that can be used to activate some items, such as armor, puppets, stone statues, etc., to create puppet guards with simple thinking ability. He optimized it to level 5. Moreover, the level 5 Construct Activation he optimized is different from the existing ones in the wizarding world, and is more suitable for shaping the spirit of the tower. As he said, Ivan handed the 2 spells to the 2 people, letting them take a look. Compared with Construct Activation, the King of the Sky and the King of the Trees paid more attention to the Wisdom Enlightenment. From this spell, the 2 people can understand the depth of his knowledge. The 2 of them were amazed again. Not long after, under Ivan's generous teaching, the other Void King wizards all learned 2 spells, understood how to transform the wizard tower, and cast spells to shape the tower spirit. The news of the tower spirit did not spread widely, only to the level of arcane wizards and the great scholars among the 3rd level wizards. Other wizards were not qualified to enjoy this achievement. Soon, Ivan had an additional title, the Great Sage, and became one of the 6 great sages in the wizard world. This is the icing on the cake for him now. He just smiled, and put more energy into other research and improving his own strength. Berta Calendar 3169. Leluxia finally left the Rainbow Territory, and set out on the journey back to the underground world. This time Ginny did not accompany her. She still needed to cooperate with the master to conduct a certain research. Leluxia, Be safe along the way. Don't be too happy too early. I will come back when I have time. No, don't think you can slander us just because you are the Queen of Comer. Jusidi, who can't see your little tricks? Wait, you won't be so proud for long. Sooner or later, I will make you admit defeat. Among Ivan's wives, Leluxia has the best relationship with Jusidi. It must be said that fate is a magical thing. Over the years, Leluxia has tried hard to pull the King of Black Flame, but still failed to give birth to a new life. In fact, in terms of reproductive ability, in a horizontal comparison, the Night Elves are really not as good as humans, and Leluxia is quite powerful, so the probability of pregnancy is naturally very small. The appearance of Lulu Betty was obviously an accident. In recent years, even with the help of secret methods, several wives have never been pregnant. Ivan himself is very open-minded, and his attitude has always been to let nature take its course. Jusidi and Leluxia are more concerned. The former simply wants to have more children with Ivan, while the latter is based on the royal bloodline and intends to breed more talented offspring to continue the glory of the family. Ivan, don't you have anything to say to me? After Leluxia and Jusidi argued for a few sentences, they looked at the King of Black Flame with affectionate eyes. Yes, maybe soon. We can meet anytime, without having to travel back and forth like this. Ivan thought for a moment and said, Really? More or less. I wait for you. Leluxia understood what he meant. It was a cross-era research. She looked at the man's beautiful eyes with more affection. She almost changed the time of leaving. Thinking of the repeated urging from the Comer Empire, she could only make up her mind to say goodbye. The departure of Queen Comer did not have much impact on the future. Everything in Rainbow Territory was normal. Time flashed to more than 2 years later. Early 3172 of the Berta calendar. After a long period of exploration, on this ordinary yet extraordinary day, Ivan created a new creation, which was exactly what many wizards were thinking about. In a closed valley in the Rainbow Territory, stood a wizard tower with a peculiar shape. At this time, the entire wizard tower was in operation, and the brightest place was a wide hall in the tower, where rune pillars were orderly distributed. Under the joint action of many factors, an extremely unusual space door was interwoven in the center of the hall. The space gate exudes a brilliant white light. The space energy is very strong. The wizards in the hall walked into the white light one after another with trepidation, and then disappeared into the space portal. Ivan was the last one to walk. He nodded to Doradley, who maintained the formation, and also stepped into the space gate. In a flash, he appeared in another human city, Gabriel City. Gabriel City is located in the south of the middle section of Bayou Island, and the temperature is more than 20 degrees lower than that near the true city. Finally succeeded. Yes, it finally succeeded. This is really a great feat. Fortunately, there is the Black Flame King. Otherwise, we don't know when this teleportation array will appear. Salute to you, Black Flame King. Salute to you, Great Black Flame King. There is also a peculiar wizard tower in Gabri City. There is also a wide hall in the wizard tower, and there is also an unusual space door in the hall. The virtual king wizards, who arrived first, were full of emotion. After seeing Ivan, they saluted him without hesitation, showing their excitement. Shioma, who was in charge of the formation, saw the scene. He did not think it was an exaggeration. The Black Flame King, who successfully researched the great creation of the teleportation formation, deserves such praise and respect from everyone. As one of the arcane wizards, who sat in the empty Flow Valley and dealt with space exploration all year round, Shiomo dared to assert that the space teleportation formation must be the greatest creation of this era, and nothing else could compare to it. This day, this moment, is worth remembering by all the creatures in the Danala Plain. The Black Flame King is also worth remembering by everyone. That's enough. If you praise me more, I will be arrogant. Looking at his colleagues, who were more enthusiastic than before, Ivan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. Black Flame King, you have the qualifications to be arrogant. The Ice Queen laughed. Keep a low profile. You don't need to be Loki today. You can do whatever you want. I think everyone will agree with this. Second, today, not only the Ice Queen came, but also the Dragon Flame King, who was in charge of Chalongzhou, and the Green Dragon King, who was in charge of Wanrenshao, also came back specially. The 6 virtual kings gathered together to witness this great moment. From now on, the history of Danila can be divided into 2 periods, before the birth of the Space Teleportation Array, and after the birth of the Space Teleportation Array. The King of the Sky commented. This statement was recognized by everyone present. With the Space Teleportation Array, it is possible to travel hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant, And from then on, no one can travel anywhere. Once there is a major change in the wizard world, assembly and evacuation will become extremely convenient. In the future, it may be possible to research cross-dimensional and cross-star teleportation arrays on this basis. Sorry, Ivan, this great news cannot be publicized yet. I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. However, based on the current situation of the wizard world, there is no powerful king in the tribe, so the space teleportation array cannot be publicized for the time being. We can only build a few important ones in secret for special purposes. This aspect makes several virtual king wizards feel ashamed. I have a request to use the teleportation array to connect the surface and the underground. I will ask those who know to keep it strictly confidential and not leak this information. Ivan knew this and didn't want to act recklessly. He didn't hesitate to make a request. As Meg said, the underground world is the core of the Danila plane. He is confident that he can use the space teleportation array to connect the upper and lower worlds, which will be convenient for him to travel back and forth, and for Jenny, Liluxia, Lilibeti, and others to travel back and forth. That's reasonable. The other virtual kings looked at each other and nodded without agreement. They were also interested in the underground world. Since the Black Flame King strongly requested it, they would certainly not object. They could just arrange for capable arcane wizards to guard it. Since this day, the casting of the space teleportation array has been put on the agenda. One after another, the secret teleportation arrays connecting the continents were built, and the people guarding the teleportation arrays were all arcane wizards. At the beginning of the 3173rd year of the Berta calendar, Ivan personally completed the construction of the teleportation arrays on the surface and underground, opening up the underground passages on the ground in one fell swoop, and there was no need to cross the magma layer in the future. He specially arranged for the people of the five-leaf spear to take charge, 2 arcane wizards at a time, taking turns on duty. All the ends of the space teleportation arrays are concentrated in one place, in a secret area outside the City of Truth, and are guarded by a virtual king wizard and 2 arcane wizards. When necessary, these people can become destroyers of the formation. They would rather destroy the formation than give the enemy a chance. They have planned the security work to the extreme. In March of this year, Ivan's work on the space teleportation formation came to an end. In June of the year 3173 of the Berta calendar, Ivan appeared at a certain location in Dongren City, Dongdu, with Locke. Philomena, good morning. King of Black Flame, Mr. Locke, I was wondering who it was this early in the morning. It turned out to be you two. Welcome back to Dongdu. The two came back through the space teleportation array. Dongdu has the only teleportation array in China continent, which is personally looked after by the city lord Philomena. In the past few years, Dongdu has produced 2 virtual king wizards and 1 arcane wizard, which is particularly eye-catching. There is no doubt that Philomena, as the city lord, has made contributions, and Dongdu has also made contributions. It is natural to set up the only teleportation array here. I was in the City of Truth just now, and I returned to Dongdu in an instant. I don't have to travel hard. This feeling is really wonderful. Locke sighed, as he felt the familiar atmosphere of Dongdu. Hee, this is all thanks to you. I heard that Locke has made an indelible contribution this time. Philomena blinked and smiled faintly. Hee, I just helped a little. The rest is up to the boss. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Locke said this, but from his expression, it can be seen that he is actually very pleased with himself. This time, he has reason to be pleased with himself. He played a key role in the research of the teleportation array. In other words, if he hadn't existed, it would be unknown when this great feat would have been delayed. The 3 of them were old acquaintances. After a brief exchange of greetings, Ivan and Locke left. The 2 came here for business, so Philomena didn't say much. Today is different from the past. Ivan and Locke's speed of arrival has increased by many times. In a few days, they came from Dongdu to Yuequan Peninsula and appeared at Nichols Lake near Mona Ant Land Hut Academy. Boss, is this the place where the goddess of spring, Mavis Margaret, lives? This is too remote. Although Mavis is a kind person, she is also an alien god. She will be rejected by Danila. It is good enough to have a quiet place to stay. The 2 did not stop and came to the underground cave deep in the lake and walked towards the temple inside the cave. After a while, the 2 arrived at the simple temple square. The statue of the goddess on the square remained the same, still so simple and beautiful. Huh, you said the first half of your sentence specifically for me, you are still so thick-skinned. As soon as the 2 arrived at the square, the statue of the god came alive, revealing a delicate face, and light flowed down from the statue, and then turned into a graceful figure. That's right, this wizard is a virtual king after all, so his face will not be neglected, and it has also been tempered. Ivan looked at the goddess of spring with a smile. Is this the Locke you mentioned? Mavis rolled her eyes at him, and then looked at another person. It's me, Locke, meet Mavis, Locke said hurriedly. Silly, it's up to you. Locke was speechless, rarely responding. He knew clearly that his boss had a close relationship with the woman in front of him, and he was very grateful to the boss. It was possible that she would become one of the boss's wives in a few years. Such a woman should not be offended. Mavis, please be more polite to Locke. The rescue operation in the near future will rely on Locke to go to the foreign land to take the lead, Ivan said seriously. Many years ago, the two made a 100-year agreement, and now is the time to fulfill the agreement. Chapter 6:15. At first, Ivan was only a second-level wizard, who had just been promoted a few years ago. In order to deal with the increasingly heavy load of the curse of demon resentment, he was inspired to find Mavis. Mavis sealed the curse power for him. He promised to go to the fairy world in the future to free Mavis's trapped body. The agreed time is 100 years. Now, there are actually still 20 years before the 100-year deadline, but after Mavis was targeted by the Antler Man, her situation became increasingly bad. Although Mavis tried not to say it, Ivan could sense the clues from her words. Therefore, Ivan chose to act in advance. The more time and preparation he had, the greater his chances of success. He decided to let Locke go first to get the news. It's a wise choice. If you go there in person, you may be sensed by that person. You may end up saving others, but end up losing yourself. Mavis thought of something, and slightly frowned. Haha, don't worry about that. I have already cleaned up his little power. Ivan smiled. Really? Of course. Seeing that she looked down on him, Ivan thought for a moment, and stretched out his palm in front of him. What are you doing? Mavis was puzzled. Before she finished speaking, she found that he had a green book in his hand. She widened her eyes and said, what a profound aura of wisdom. This should be a rare item that can rival the original Force treasure. So that's how it is. You are lucky. There are no words, patterns, or gems on the book. It looks ordinary, but Mavis saw through its true meaning at a glance. In this way, the necessity for this person to go to the fairy world is greatly reduced, which is really embarrassing. Don't think too much. I will definitely not break my promise to you. Ivan saw that her expression was different, and he knew what she was thinking. For such a long time, Mavis had helped one after another, so he would naturally not let her down. No. What is the original Force treasure? Tell me carefully. Each plane has its own original Force. After the creatures obtain the plane original Force, they can use it to enhance their own strength, or they can use it to condense into currency. This is the common currency between creatures above the throne. If a treasure is made with a plane Force or materials containing the Force, it is called a Force treasure, or a true treasure. Mavis did not hide this point, and explained it in detail. In addition to being made with a plane Force, other advanced powers are actually also possible, such as the power of rules, the power of the stars, etc. Some treasures are even born, and their quality is not inferior to the Force treasure. The Prophet's book is just like this, and it looks like it was made by nature. So that's how it is. Take a look at these two things. How are their qualities? Ivan suddenly realized. A flash of light flashed in his hand. The green treasure book disappeared, replaced by a purple transparent crystal ball and a shiny black pagoda. The former is the crystal ball of truth, and the latter is the Black Soul Tower. There are 9 crystal balls of truth in total. 3 of them were damaged in the past. The remaining virtual kings have 1 each. He had returned the Black Soul Tower after the war. It was usually placed in the inner hall of the Hall of Truth. It served as a clan-suppressing tool to suppress witch luck and nurture and accumulate power. In recent years, he has successively researched the tower spirit and the teleportation array. In order to commend his achievements, the other 5 people unanimously decided that he should carry the Black Soul Tower with him for self-defense. Why do you have so many good things on you? Mavis looked around at the 2 treasures in front of her, her eyes full of surprise. In her cognition, the wizards have risen for a short time, and should be relatively poor. Don't worry about it, just think of it as my good luck. Humph, this god doesn't want it. That's right. For an ancient god like you, you must have a lot of things in your hands. It's normal for you to look down on these small items. After Ivan finished speaking, he saw Mavis's face stiffen. He didn't know that Mavis did have a lot of unique treasures, but later she experienced a series of things, was cheated, robbed, and destroyed, and had consumed them completely, becoming a penniless god. Do you still want to know the quality of the treasures? Mavis was a little embarrassed. Please speak. It is true that this ball and tower are force artifacts, but they are not complete. The quality can only be regarded as low grade, half a step lower than the primary grade. Mavis explained again. According to the general classification of force artifacts, they can usually be divided into primary, medium, and high, corresponding to the 3 levels of strength of the throne, supreme, and ancestor. If we divide it more carefully, there is a low grade before the primary grade, which is another way of saying it is a semi-force artifact, which only has part of the power of the force artifact. Even so, a semi-force artifact is also extremely precious. Not only is it powerful, it can also be placed in one sea of consciousness. According to the localized saying of the wizarding world, the Black Soul Tower and the Crystal Ball of Truth are semi-force artifacts, and the other artifacts of the clan should be the same. Do you want to take a look at this one? It is, but the quality is lower than the lowest grade, and the force inside should be very little. The last thing Ivan took out was the Silver Moon Blade, which he estimated was also a semi-force artifact. As expected, the force contained in it was very small. Your Excellency Mavis, I have one here too. Can you help me take a look? Seeing this, Locke, who had been silent, couldn't help but join in the fun. He took out his grinder bracelet, and a chain popped out from the bracelet. The material of the chain looked like ice crystal, but it was clearly not ice crystal when he looked closely, and there was no cold air coming out. It is worth mentioning that not long after he was promoted to the Lord level, his position was promoted again, from the Grand Master to the Master, and the grinder bracelet was strengthened accordingly. What is this? Mavis's reaction was beyond the expectations of the two. She was so frightened that she hid behind Ivan. At that moment, she felt creepy, as if she had encountered her nemesis. She subconsciously found a place to hide, and slowly calmed down. The quality is no worse than that of the Book of Wisdom. Seeing the two people staring at her with different expressions, Mavis rarely showed a trace of embarrassment, and quickly set her judgment, and signaled Locke, "Don't take it out if it's nothing. Put it away," Ivan said. Okay. Locke followed suit. Seeing the reaction of the god, he knew that the quality of his grinding bracelet must be good. He really didn't expect it. What he didn't expect was that the power of the grinding bracelet had expanded. In addition to restraining the spirit, it seemed that it could also restrain other things, such as the god in front of him. Let's get back to the point, Mavis. Tell me about the situation on your other side, and tell me as much as you know, Ivan said in a deep voice. Okay, but it's been so long, I don't know exactly what's going on with the main body. Mavis in front of him was equivalent to an alternative clone, and she had only gained intelligence in the world of Danila. In order to ensure that she would not implicate the original body, her clone knew very little, especially the details. Then, she told everything she knew to facilitate Ivan's rescue plan. Chapter 616. In the brightly lit underground temple, Mavis's soft voice echoed. Ivan asked questions from time to time, and she gave detailed answers one by one. It took a long time for the three of them to finish their business. I go out and take a breath, you two can talk slowly. Locke walked away tactfully, leaving Mavis and Ivan deep in the cave. The atmosphere in the underground cave seemed to have changed. Do you have anything else? Mavis didn't know what she felt in her heart, but she always felt different from before. Mavis, how about this wizard create a body for you so that you can move around in the next few days? Ivan suddenly suggested. You don't have any bad intentions, do you? Mavis looked at him suspiciously. Don't slander me, you are not happy to help you. No need, I am fine the way I am now, and besides, how can I do anything without the permission of the main body? You should leave quickly, this god is tired. Whatever you want. Before Ivan left, Mavis returned to the statue first, and the temple suddenly lost some of its luster. Ivan glanced at the statue, and turned to walk out of the temple. The entire temple became completely dim, and even the ancient hymns that had always been there were less solemn. After a while, an inexplicable sigh sounded in the temple. On the other side, Ivan returned to the shore of Nichols Lake, where Locke was waiting. Didn't you bring the person out? Don't worry, we talk about it when we really take action. Boss, do you want to go to the Mona Ant Farm hut now? Come with me, Randall is here. Okay. The Mona Ant Lodge is not far from Lake Nichols. The two arrived in an instant. Without disturbing anyone, they quietly entered the campus, and came to one of the towers. This tower is undoubtedly one of the best places to stay in the Mona Ant Lodge. The two of them found a place to sit down. Soon, a tall and burly figure hurried over. He was a third-level wizard. This person was his former mentor Randall. King of Black Flame Wizard Randall, there is no need to be polite. There is no outsider here. Etiquette cannot be abolished. How have you learned the secret technique I gave you last time? I still have no clue, which is really embarrassing. If you can't learn it, there is no need to force it. After all, there are so many secret techniques in the world, and there is no need to master every one of them. Just choose the one that suits your heart and practice it. Ivan has been in charge of the 5-leaf spear for a long time. After helping Randall become a 3rd-level wizard, he pulled him into the 5-leaf spear. The secret technique he gave him was naturally the Multian one. However, practicing the Multian one requires soul aptitude and understanding, which is not something that everyone can master. Just like Morris, after years of hard pursuit, he never stepped into the door, and finally had to give up helplessly. Randall is also in this situation. If you really compare, his aptitude and understanding are not as good as Morris, and he has always been obsessed with insect research, spending a lot of time and energy on it. Regarding this, Ivan never interfered. A 3rd-level wizard can live up to 500 years. He also left 2 ways for Randall to join the Black Star Army, or switch to the Way of Knights. In fact, he mentioned the Way of the Knight to Randall. Randall was not Morris, and he would not give up the Way of the Wizard so easily. Ivan did not persuade him much. After all, everyone pursues something different. If he had to, he would not sit idly by. This time he came to see Randall. After seeing him, Ivan and Locke did not hang around for long and quietly left the Mona Ant Land hut. A few days later, the 2 of them easily returned to the City of Truth through the space teleportation array of Dongdu, which was very convenient. Boss, how about I go after some time? Aren't you going to deal with that Blackbeard plane? I want to help too. Originally, Locke was going to set off immediately, but he had a different idea. Are you afraid that we can't defeat that Scarlet Flag? Ivan asked back. No, I just discovered a new function of the grinding bracelet. Maybe it has a certain restraint on that thing, so I can take this opportunity to avenge my previous shame. Locke didn't hide it, and said what he was thinking. Speaking of this, he gnashed his teeth. He had been trapped in that small plane for so long and suffered so much. How could he not want to get back at the place? If he hadn't been exhausted, he would have fought alone. Okay. Ivan was not a heartless person. Locke had indeed suffered a lot at the beginning. Since Locke wanted to avenge his shame, he had no reason to stop him. This was the 3rd time to go to that small plane. This time the attack would be the most massive. They were going to take control of the small plane in one fell swoop, using it as an external station and expanding the space teleportation array. Hey, I knew you would agree, boss. When do we set off? Locke couldn't wait any longer. Wait! Wait for what? Wait for the Black Star Army to find the exact location of the Blackbeard's small plane. Now it's different from before. We can't directly open the passage to that plane. There are no precise plane coordinates. The plane is equivalent to floating in the long river of the Star Realm. The position is never fixed. Ivan suspected that the controller in that plane noticed something, became alert, and moved his position, but he shouldn't have gone far, and was still in the area near the Danala plane. Brother Silang and the others are on the move. I think there will be good news soon. Locke knew that the Black Star Army had been expanding over the years, and the number of personnel had increased several times. The guys that the boss recruited from the Star Realm River were all strong, and there were many lords. It was a pity that his subordinates were still a bunch of small fish and shrimps. I just hope that the journey in the near future will change. Same time period. In the long Star Realm River, the 6-eyed golden wolf Silang was leading a group of creatures, about 20 people, to search for a certain plane in a hurry. They almost searched the whole area. Great Commander, we really can't find any planes here. Shall we change places? What do you want to change? Keep looking, and look more carefully. I tell you, if you want to know what is the most hidden thing in the long river of the Star Realm, it must be the plane. You can't find it at all unless you get close to it. The wolf rejected the suggestion made by a lord without thinking. Before leaving, the lord gave them the things to find that plane. Using the method taught by the lord, they have locked their target in the area in front of them, by narrowing the scope bit by bit. The lord's teachings must be correct. Now they haven't found it yet, they must have missed something. The race wolf had no other choice but to use the most clumsy way, searching over and over again, until the place was turned upside down. Time passed day by day, and after several months of searching, God paid off, and the Black Star Army finally encountered the target that was hidden deep. Chapter 6:17. Found it? My lord, we finally found that plane according to the method you gave us. Tell me, how did you find it? I bumped into it by accident, and when I got closer, I realized that there was a plane not far away. I dare say that the hiding ability of this plane is far beyond that of ordinary small planes. After confirming again and again that it was the target he was looking for, Salang did not move closer, but took his people away for a distance and immediately used a secret method to contact the Lord. Ivan believed Salang's words without a doubt. The plane is indeed good at hiding, and its hiding ability is not comparable to that of most creatures in the galaxy. According to the King of 10,000 Trees, in order to locate the extreme beast plane, the wizard world sent a lot of manpower and searched for a total of 20 years. Wait, I will go to gather people now and arrive soon. Salang is here to wait for the Lord to come. Salang has been with the Lord for many years. The more it knows about the Lord, the more it admires him in its heart. Now it calls the Lord with sincerity. It firmly believed that with the Lord's presence, it would be able to return to the six-eyed golden wolf clan sooner or later and bring back its wife and children. Let alone other things. Just look at the expansion speed of the Black Star Army. In the past few years, it has led 21 members of the army, 4 of whom are lords, and most of the others are pseudo-lords. Such an expansion speed would attract attention wherever it is placed. In fact, this is the result of the Lord's high requirements for selecting people, otherwise the number of members would have doubled. General, we are just waiting here, or do we try to find a way to test it? Shut up. No one is allowed to move before the Lord comes, especially you, Bald Eagle Spotted. I am Sword Eagle, and the higher the rank, the more powerful I am. However, as the Black Star Army grew in number, so did their thoughts. Some people would occasionally think about usurping power, such as the rather mean-mouthed 5th Commander Bald Eagle, who always wanted to lead me to make mistakes. It was simply wishful thinking. Salang scolded him, but didn't take it seriously. This is how creatures in the long river of the Star Realm are. In order to survive, intrigues and deceptions are commonplace. Bald Eagle has not been in the Black Star Army for long, so it is normal that he can't change for a while. Time passed day by day. The group thought that their arrival would cause some disturbances, but nothing happened. The plane in front of them seemed to fall into silence. More than half a month passed, and the leader of the Black Star Army arrived. The members of the army hurried forward to greet him. Their attitudes were not too good. Sword Eagle and Spotted were completely different. How could they not accept it? Are these your people? The one who asked was the King of 10,000 Trees. Seeing Ivan nod, he was shocked. He knew how busy Ivan was in the past, but he didn't expect that he could find time to recruit so many subordinates, and they were not ordinary people. It was simply outrageous. Another accompanying virtual king, the Ice Queen, also had a look of surprise in her eyes. Everyone, if you have anything, wait until you conquer the Blackbeard Plain. Ivan said that this time, in addition to the 3 virtual king wizards, there were also Locke and Tanya, including himself. Locke came to avenge his previous shame. Tanya followed to broaden her horizons. Speaking of which, this was her first time to set foot on the long river of the Star Realm. This is the first time for us wizards to attack a plane, so we can't be careless. That makes sense. We should be careful. Then, the group came close to the Blackbeard Plain. There was nothing there originally, but when they got close to a certain distance, a huge monster appeared in front of them, with an aura like an abyss or a prison. From the overall perspective of the Star Realm, the Blackbeard Plain is an oversized bubble floating in the air, which looks light black and transparent, as if it would burst if poked. As they got closer, the aura of the Blackbeard Plain became more and more sinister, making people feel that a disaster was about to happen. All of them were not ordinary people, and they suppressed their throbbing in their hearts in an instant. My lord, Bamboo is willing to lead the charge. Someone in the Black Star Corps jumped out and volunteered at the right time, making his colleagues unable to sit still any longer. Ivan waved his hand to stop them, and the members of the Corps stopped. You too, we will come in person. It should be so. I agree. The 2 Void King wizards agreed with the statement. This was the first time in the wizard world. The current plane seemed to be a soft persimmon, which could be used to accumulate experience. In addition, compared with the wizard, the methods of others were too crude, and they did not want to cause trouble. This time, the 3 of them were also fully prepared. They showed their ethereal bodies on the spot, and formed the Wizard King multi-phase formation. The King of 10,000 Trees threw out the Sage's tablet he carried with him. The King of 10,000 Trees was the main one, and the King of Black Flame and the Queen of Ice were the auxiliary ones. The 3 of them worked together to manipulate the Sage's tablet, causing it to grow rapidly, and hit the outer hard shell of the Blackbeard Plain. This action seemed to have triggered a chain switch, and black thunder suddenly appeared on the hard shell of the plane. Thunder rolled, vowing to annihilate all nearby creatures. The Sage's monument was not shaken by the thunder, but instead firmly broke through the layers of thunder and suppressed the outer shell of the plane. At first, it was a little shaky, but soon it stood firmly. Under the suppression of the sage's monument, the outer shell of the plane kept shaking. This was a bit unexpected. They found that the resistance was much weaker than they expected, and the whole process was effortless. There must be something wrong. If there is a flaw, follow me. Ivan had been keeping a close eye on the various changes in the Blackbird plane. Suddenly, there was uneven color in another area. In the eyes of someone like him, who had a good understanding of space, it was a glaring loophole, or even a small gap. The king of 10,000 trees did not suspect anything, and immediately let go of the control of the Witch King's multi-phase array, and handed it over to Ivan. In a flash, under Ivan's leadership, the three of them crossed a distance, and came to an area next to them. The 9-layered Qifeng Tower emerged, quickly rose and grew, and landed heavily on the outer shell of the plane. The outer shell where the Qifeng Tower was located immediately turned red, as if blood was oozing out layer by layer. Good fellow, it turns out to be a gap. Ivan couldn't help but mutter. This was a gap that was blocked by something else. If he sensed it correctly, it should be the power of the Scarlet Legion, probably brought by the bloody battle flag. Without waiting for the two to say anything, he didn't miss this opportunity, and manipulated the power of the Qifeng Tower to spread to the gap. At the same time, the sage's monument was also transferred by him. Two semi-force magic weapons, one on the left and one on the right, forcibly opened a gap below, revealing the scene inside. The clearest one was the horizontal ridge in the plane, and the bloody battle flag standing on the horizontal ridge. Speed up. Ivan ordered the back. Silang and Locke immediately understood, and rushed into the gap. The deeper they went, the smaller their bodies seemed to become. Soon they became a tiny one. After everyone else entered the plane, the three virtual king wizards rolled up a monument and a tower and followed them into it. The three of them came from behind and arrived at the front in the blink of an eye. The group found that the entire plane was red and shiny, and was wrapped in a blood-stained flag, which covered the sky and the sun. The blood-red light was glittering and boundless, like an endless killing intent. It was obvious that the arrogant behavior of the group angered the controller here, and the other party had already taken a terrifying posture and came to fight them. Silang and others did not dare to move rashly, and all looked at the Lord of the Black Star Army. Lord, go ahead, we will cover you. In the short period of time just now, Ivan saw a lot of things, and there was a force around him trying to influence him, but he remained motionless. In general, the problem is not big, and it is a waste of so many people. Yes. Asshole, your grandfather Locke is here to take revenge. After hearing his order, Silang and others rushed towards Hingling in a mighty manner, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Among them, Locke was the most active, rushing to the front and heading straight for the fluttering blood-red battle flag. Ignoring the strange phenomena around, the entire plane is actually still the same, without any other creatures, except for the wantonly waving battle flag and the roaring dragon-shaped black insects on the battle flag. Locke attracted the dragon-shaped black worm's attention. The dragon-shaped black worm roared sharply, and its spikes looked hideous. It seemed to recognize Locke, and it also sensed that the mark it had planted in this person's body was gone. It also noticed that Ivan, who was farther away, was not affected by its power at all. Similarly, this person took off his power mark completely, as if it had become his own, and used it to subdue a large number of creatures. His inherited power was actually eaten up by this person. Too bullying. The dragon-shaped black worm has its own plan, otherwise why would it have been hovering near the Danala plain? It also has its own preparations, but now all of them have failed. How can it not be angry? Facing the people who attacked, a strong scarlet light descended and turned into a fierce figure. These figures are varied, mostly in the shape of insects, and they greeted Silang and others with a spreading blood-red light. The two sides fought together, and the battle broke out. Roar! The dragon-shaped black worm itself also moved, turning into a black thread and moving along the plane barrier at an extraordinary speed, heading straight for Ivan behind. Locke gnashed his teeth in hatred, and so did the dragon-shaped black worm. Seeing that the previous means had no effect at all, it no longer cared about so much and only wanted to take someone's life. Interesting. As soon as it moved, it immediately caught the eyes of the three virtual king wizards, and the three of them remained calm. It's coming for me. Ivan understood in his heart that this was coming to settle accounts with him. You two don't need to take action here. Okay, I go take a look somewhere else. The king of 10,000 trees gestured to the side, and quickly rushed to the front, leaving the Ice Queen to step back a few steps to support the Black Flame King. The next moment, a black dragon-shaped black worm with a black body came, and a worm with soul fire wrapped around it went to meet it. One black and one red. The battle started again. Compared with the past, the dragon-shaped black worm has not changed much, but Ivan is different. The first time he came, he was a third-level wizard. The second time he was an arcane wizard, and this time he was a virtual king wizard. In the past, Ivan was always at a disadvantage. This time, he dealt with it easily. The battle seemed evenly matched, but in fact, the dragon-shaped black worm's power was consumed, but it couldn't do anything to him, let alone affect him. If this is all you can do, you'd better surrender early. This wizard allows you to join my Black Star Legion, Ivan advised. Roar! He was responded by a louder roar. What? I don't understand. Ivan pretended to say, why are you so persistent? Even the Scarlet Supreme was buried in the fairy world. The Scarlet Legion is dead in name only. Why don't you abandon the dark and join the Black Star Legion with a brighter future? This wizard will give you a high position. This further stimulated the dragon-shaped black worm, and its attacks became more fierce, but were blocked one by the King Silkworm transformed by Ivan. Not to mention that Ivan himself was not afraid of the alien creatures trapped in the Blackbeard Plain, not to mention that he had the Black Soul Tower to protect his body, and the Prophet's Book to suppress his luck, and the whole person was like a copper wall and iron wall. The dragon-shaped black worm's attack was in vain. King of Black Flame, be careful. The Queen of Ice reminded from the side. Under Ivan's continuous stimulation, the dragon-shaped black worm finally completely broke away from the blood-colored battle flag, gathered all its strength in front, and prepared to give someone the most fierce blow. However, with a muffled sound, the dragon-shaped black worm exploded without any warning. Ivan was so shocked that he couldn't help but take a few steps back, but he found that the other party was not attacking, but was making other moves. The dark particles formed a dense fog, and the thick fog rolled. A plump and cold figure emerged from it, revealing a terrifying aura that seemed to suppress everything. Ivan retreated a distance under the pressure and stood side by side with the Ice Queen. The expressions on their faces were extremely cautious, and Ivan's forehead was almost sweating. This person seems to be the Scarlet Supreme. How is it possible? Didn't Mavis say that the Scarlet Supreme was dead, and there was absolutely no possibility of resurrection? What was this thing in front of him? Could it be that it had undergone an unknown change? If he had known this, he would not have used the method of angering the other party. Now things are serious. Asshole, you are courting death. The figure with a bloody sheen all over his body stared at Ivan with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Hearing this, Ivan felt relieved. If it was the Scarlet Supreme on the other side, there would be no nonsense, and he would just slap him and be done with it. What? It turns out you're a fake, and you're still so arrogant. How dare you talk nonsense? I'm the inheritor of the Scarlet Supreme, the continuation of the Scarlet Will, the successor of the Scarlet Empire, and the founder of the new Scarlet Legion. TSK, you're talking as if everyone is not the inheritor of the Scarlet Power. Shut up, you're just a traitor. I let you know what the real Scarlet Will is. I'm not afraid of you. As long as it's not the Scarlet Supreme, Ivan won't be scared. The conversation was not going well, and a new round of confrontation soon broke out. The enemy was indeed stronger than the dragon-shaped black worm just now, but not much. It was just that the momentum looked intimidating and gave people invisible pressure. With the help of the Black Soul Tower, Ivan was not shaken, and the enemy's strength weakened rapidly over time. You wait, I will make you submit to my will. Same here, my Black Star Army will also leave a vacant position for you. A moment later, Ivan suppressed this fake Scarlet Supreme on the spot. Seeing that the opponent could not do anything to him, he decisively chose to annihilate himself, but left a cruel word. It is not difficult to hear that this is a creature that inherited the power of the Scarlet Empire, and should also have inherited the core power of the Scarlet Supreme. Once they meet in the future, it will be a tit for tat, and they will fight to the death. Chapter 618. The mastermind behind the scenes did not want to fall into Ivan's hands, fearing that he would be humiliated by him. Seeing that the situation was not good, he chose to annihilate himself. The other forces lost their support, and were quickly destroyed by Locke and others. The small world returned to peace. The bloody battle flag that had been flying wantonly became listless and hung there, motionless. Such a small plane was attacked by them. The barbaric Scarlet Legion, no wonder it made the whole world an enemy in the end, and was destroyed in one day. With such a wanton behavior, it is estimated that they have long been rejected by the world's will. Although the Blackbird Plain was successfully conquered, the King of 10,000 Trees was not very happy. He found that this small plane was severely damaged by the Scarlet Legion and could be described as terminally ill. Not only was the energy drained to the point of being almost dry, but even the plane's operating mechanism was affected and became very inefficient. There were also obvious gaps in the plane's barriers, more than one. The planes fell into a deep sleep, confused and ignorant. It seemed that whether the small plane wanted to leave or not, it had no energy to go far. So, we have taken over a big mess. The Ice Queen was a little speechless. Haha, this is just right. No one will be jealous of such a barren plane. We can calmly conduct in-depth research. If it is a perfect plane, there are many methods that we dare not use. Now, we can do whatever we want as long as we don't let the plane be completely destroyed. Once the repair is successful, there should be many benefits. Tell me, is this the truth? Ivan smiled calmly when he saw this. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and such a plane certainly has a good side. The Black Flame King has great ambitions. Well, I go crazy with you. You guys made a hasty decision. Hearing his words, the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice did not disagree. According to the information summarized by the wizard, the planes born in the long river of the galaxy are actually the darlings of the world, and are protected by the great will of the entire world. The thousands of races that have bred in the long river of the galaxy are powerful, but their lives are like grass. Only some of the creatures in the plane are favored by the will of the plane under the circumstances of fate. No matter where the creatures are slaughtered, there is no saying that it is a sin to kill, but if you dare to destroy the plane and cause it to be destroyed, you will suffer a great disaster. It is said that the Scarlet Legion is fierce and has never been soft on the plane. Take the current Blackbeard plane as an example, it has been squeezed to death. It would be strange if these Zergs were not unlucky. On the contrary, if the wizard pulls this plane back to normal, there will definitely be unexpected benefits. For wizards with a strong desire to explore, even though they said they disliked the trouble, they were actually itching to do some research. As agreed before, this will also be a base for the Black Star Army. Ivan said immediately. No problem, everyone is eager to have more power to protect this place. The King of 10,000 Trees agreed immediately, and the Queen of Ice did not object. Then, 3 Void King wizards came to the top of Hingeling, and came to the bloody battle flag. At the signal of the two, Ivan stretched out his hand, and held the flagpole in his hand. Soul energy poured into it, trying to control the bloody flag. The power mark inside was extracted very cleanly, making it almost easy for him to control it. At the same time, he also learned the inner information of the bloody flag. The Scarlet Flag, a primary force treasure, can condense the Legion mark, store power, defend, and restrain the enemy. It has good attack power, and can form a stronger formation with other Scarlet Flags. And then? But it's already broken, and its power is only 1/10 of what it was in its heyday. After a moment, Ivan revealed the true appearance of the bloody battle flag, and the 3 of them felt sorry. Speaking of which, the wizarding world still doesn't have any intact force magic weapon, so they can't open their eyes properly. You have formed the Black Star Legion, so you can fix it up and use it as the Legion's battle flag. The King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice studied it for a while, and then threw the thing to Ivan. Then you are welcome, wizard. Ivan did not refuse. This thing is most suitable for the Legion. Maybe it can be repaired with the power of the Legion. In the hands of other virtual kings, it is not as practical as the Witch Tower with stronger quality, not to mention the treasure of the clan. The matter of conquering the plane has come to an end, and they are not in a hurry to explore. Is this a small matter? Let's hold an emergency meeting? Yes. Agree. The 3 people reached a consensus. The reason why they agreed so easily is related to the construction of the space teleportation array. It is so convenient to travel, and it is not a big deal for the Supreme Council to hold a meeting every 10 days or half a month. Time passed quickly. After the 3 returned to the City of Truth, they conveyed their intentions to other Void King wizards and a group of arcane wizards, and a meeting was soon held in the Supreme Council. At the council, most arcane wizards learned that their wizards had already conquered a small plane, and there was an uproar on the scene. After listening to the further statement of the King of Black Flame, they understood what was going on, and the atmosphere at the meeting became more enthusiastic. Most wizards were very interested in this plane to be repaired, and came up with many interesting proposals. After 9 days, and 10 nights of discussion, a plan was freshly produced, covering many research topics, mainly focusing on plane repair, cross-plane transmission research and galaxy battleship development. Just as the wizards were preparing to do a big job, Locke set out on an unknown journey alone according to the arrangement of the King of Black Flame. On a lonely mountain some distance away from the city of truth, Ivan, Ginny, and Locke stayed there. The road ahead is long, take care of yourself. Ivan had explained everything he should explain, and there was nothing else to say. Don't worry, boss. I've always been steady in my work. Locke responded with a solemn oath. Locke, don't be so careless. That plane is extremely unusual. You must seize the opportunity. Don't wait until I become a level 5 ancient king while you are still struggling at the lord level. You don't need to remind me. Hearing Ginny's words, Locke rolled his eyes at her. Finally, Locke signaled to the two of them and communicated with the existence in the dark through the grinding bracelet. The next moment, the sky suddenly changed, and a deep vortex formed by the interweaving of clouds and sky appeared for no reason. You two, wait for my good news. Locke hurriedly drew a chain from the grinder's bracelet, flew high into the sky, and accurately threw one end of the chain into the vortex. The chain immediately tightened, as if someone was pulling on the other end, and quickly pulled Locke up at the other end of the chain, and finally the whole person disappeared in the vortex. After Locke's figure disappeared, the vortex disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened there. Wizard Ivan Ginny, you don't need to say more, your mission is to sit in and explore the underground world. With your current identity, you may be like Meg, and there is also a lost throne waiting for you. Don't lose the big picture for the small. Okay. Compared to Locke, Ginny's strength grew faster. At the same time, she did not forget to use the 3 lifespans to develop her own army. Using her transcendent status as the High Priest of Dark Night, she established the palace guards on the surface, which was actually her own private army. In the army, there were 3 lord-level tree men. There is no doubt that this was equivalent to digging into the corner of the Dark Night Mother Goddess, and it was under the nose of the Mother Goddess. The Dark Night Mother Goddess did not care about it, and chose to turn a blind eye. In the underground world, Ginny enjoyed countless conveniences, and there were 2 powerful goddesses looking after her. Based on this, how could Ivan not let her stay in the underground? On the other side, Locke entered the inexplicable vortex alone, and was pulled forward by the chain derived from the grinding bracelet. This passage was longer than he expected. Fortunately, he did not feel any discomfort. For spiritual creatures, this is an extremely stable passage. Dingling. After an unknown amount of time, he noticed that the chain had a different movement, and realized that he was about to reach the place. He was not only uneasy, but also a little excited. Many people told him, including his own boss, that this was an opportunity. I think it must be right. Different from before, he really felt that someone was pulling the chain from above, like fishing line, pulling him up little by little, which was extremely absurd. Don't let go, I won't care if you fall. Locke couldn't help but look up, and he really saw a strong man pulling up the chain. When their eyes met, the man smiled and reminded him. This is too ridiculous. Hearing the words from above, Locke subconsciously tightened the chain. Then he realized that he had been tricked. The chain was something that extended from the grinding bracelet. He had mastered the grinding bracelet to perfection, so how could it be loosened? Ha ha ha. Come up. The tall man exerted force suddenly, and the chain and Locke flew up quickly, jumping out of the deep passage below. It turned out that the place where Locke jumped out was a strange well, which was located in a square covered with white obsidian. On one side of the square was a vast group of white obsidian palaces. The palace complex and the square were built on the top of a black mountain. This black and white scenery filled Locke's vision, making him unable to help but take a few more glances. How is it? This is a good place, right? The man saw him looking over and said with a smile. It's pretty good, quiet, and a panoramic view. It's really a good place to practice. Locke nodded slightly. He would not act rashly before he understood the situation clearly. Well said, but what you see is all an illusion. The man responded like this. At his signal, the two came to the edge of the square, where there was a protective film. The man waved his hand forward, and the scenery in front was clearly revealed. The whole world was in sight. Locke saw a strange place below, where there was a large millstone that was only slightly shorter than the mountain under his feet, and the area occupied by the large millstone was much wider than the mountain. A large millstone seemed to be a large city. The large millstone with a charcoal black color turned slowly, crushing the creatures below. These creatures are all spiritual creatures. There is something strange about the big millstone. Wherever it rolls over, the spirits below can't help but let out a shrill cry. There are countless people who shout I'm wrong. The sound rises and falls, and spreads far away. Locke's ears are full of ghosts, and wolves howling. It is not difficult to find that there is more than one area with such a big millstone. These areas are combined together to create the main continent of this world, which is very spectacular at a glance. Welcome to the Infinite Spiritual Square. I am the chief of this area, Wulai Elliot. You can call me Chief Wulai. After a pause, the sturdy man revealed his identity. Master Wulai, my name is Locke Marichatin. I should be a master here. This master is obviously a strong man of level 5. Locke hurriedly introduced himself. This person is probably his boss. You are wrong again. You are not the master here, otherwise I would not have dragged you here just now. Master, please teach me. Follow me. After the two left the edge of the square, the scenery below disappeared, the ghost-like howling sound also disappeared, and the mountain peak became very quiet. This is the ferry. Wulai pointed at the square casually. Ferry? Locke was puzzled. Look carefully. Wulai did not make any other moves. The square suddenly became as transparent as crystal, revealing what was underneath. It turned out that there was a pool in the middle, and there was a well in each of the 4 corners. He just jumped out of the well in the southwest corner. Whether it was the pool or the deep well, they were hidden under the square when not in use. He also noticed that there were chain patterns around the pool in the middle. They should be the thorn chains piled there, which were derived from the surrounding mountains. Before, every time the chains came out of the whirlpool, they should have come from here. Fangjing Ferry is for us grinders, and Fangchi Ferry is for the sinful spirits below. So, this is the big ferry connecting to the outside world. There is a ferry in every area you just saw. Wulai led him to the palace on one side, while explaining his doubts. I see. Locke understood that this was something like a space teleportation array, and it was also cross-dimensional. It was really an amazing place. If the boss can come and study the treasure land, the difficulty of deepening the teleportation array will certainly be greatly reduced. What are you thinking about? We are here. After a while, the two came to the largest palace. The palace here was all white, forming a sharp contrast with the black mountain under their feet. After entering the palace, there was a large millstone model in the palace, which was also black. Apart from this, there was nothing else in the palace, which seemed very empty. The two walked forward, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the palace. You just need to jump up and stand on the sin-killing mill, and you will become a real Fangjung. From then on, you can freely enter and exit the Wuinling Fang, go to thousands of planes to perform official duties, and lock back the sinful spirits that grow there. Wulai stopped walking not far from the millstone. Locke also stopped moving forward. So simple? It's that simple. I understand. This is a test, right? Wulai Fanchong. You think too much. There is no test here. Wulai gave a negative answer to Locke's guess, and his tone was sincere, making people believe it unconsciously. Despite this, Locke still didn't believe it. His intuition told him that things were not that simple. You guys are so cunning. I can tell you that there is really no assessment here. But when you become a formal Fangjung, no matter which plane you came from before, from now on, you are a creature of Wuinling Fang. Except for going out on official business, you can't return to your original plane, that's all. Seeing his hesitation, Wulai told him helplessly. Hearing this, Locke was stunned and didn't respond for a long time. Chapter 619. Regarding migration from one plane to another, Locke had heard from the boss, the Black Flame King, that once one becomes a creature of the infinite spiritual workshop, one cannot easily enter the world of Danila in the future. Even if one can enter, one cannot stay for long. If one stays for a long time, various problems will arise, the most obvious of which is power suppression. Alas, I am afraid that the boss had guessed it before. Locke thought of what the boss had said, and a bitter smile appeared in his heart, and he was stupid enough not to notice it. Different creatures have different paths, and everyone should have a way of cultivation that suits them. Never mind, compared to the Danala plane, this place is indeed more suitable for my development. Grandmaster Wulai, please take care of me in the future. Think it through, you are more straightforward than others. Others usually ask, is there any way out? You didn't ask. Wulai is a more talkative person, and he joked casually. No need. Locke shook his head slightly. After giving the Grandmaster a final signal, he floated slowly to the black millstone more than 2 meters high in front of him, as if he had no weight, and landed in the middle of the millstone. He noticed something and sat down cross-legged, meditating. He became extremely calm, and in a moment, an invisible force came from below, faintly black and white, and merged into his body. He looked calm, and did not show any abnormality. Not bad, should be a good seedling. Wulai knew that it was the most difficult for spiritual creatures to maintain their mental balance. Seeing that he calmed down so quickly, and could not change his color under the impact of power, he could not help but feel a little curious. He reached out his hand, and a white book appeared on his palm. The thick book turned automatically without wind, and turned to one of the pages. Black words on the white paper showed a lot of information about Locke. Let me take a look. It is related to the human wizard of the Danila Plain. He has experienced life and death. He is indeed a talent that the Wen Lingfang urgently needs. Once he develops properly, he may soon become a new Big Fan Zhang. When the 9 Fanghangs are gathered, the election for the Lord of the Fang world can be started. In this way, there will be one more strong opponent. No, it's not easy for a newcomer to become a grand monastery chief. How can he compete with people like us who have been working for many years? We have to win him over. Wen Lingfang is a very young plane. Everything is at the beginning stage. It is also the stage when people like them are most likely to seek high positions. Including himself, there are now 5 grand monasteries, and the position of the more powerful monastery owner is vacant. As a normal creature, Wu Lai certainly has the ambition to compete for this position. The hall is extremely quiet. One of the 2 sits on the millstone, and the other stands on the side, both as calm as a rock. Time passed by minute, and soon it was the 10th day. Locke finally finished the inheritance of Wen Lingfang. Sorry to have kept Wu Leifang waiting for a long time. Haha, very good, you look more stylish than before. Hearing Wu Lai's words, Locke realized that his appearance had changed. He became taller and his figure became more sturdy. He looked more mature, steady, and righteous. This undoubtedly made him look more like a law enforcement officer with the power of judgment. In terms of his inner self, everything about him became more in line with Wen Lingfang and more harmonious with the surrounding environment. Now he really couldn't go back to the Danila Plain. You must be anxious to figure out what you just got. Come with me. I take you to where you live. Then, the 2 of them left the Sin Extermination Hall and walked to the left side of the mountain until they stopped in front of another white palace. This palace is smaller than the Sin Extermination Hall just now, and it is also empty inside. To be honest, it doesn't look like a residence. There's a lack of manpower here, so we didn't allocate forces to clean up, but it doesn't matter much. You can cast whatever you want yourself, and it will be more suitable for you. The method is already in your mind. Indeed? Then I won't bother you anymore. Get to know our Wen Lingfang well, and you will find that there is a great future here. After Wu Lai sent him here, he briefly explained a few words, and turned to leave the palace. Locke looked at the information in his mind more carefully. With a wave of his hand, tables, chairs, couches, etc. were shaped one by one and placed in an orderly manner, making the palace gradually full. Without exception, these things are all white. In fact, the materials used to shape all the items are the same as those used to build the palace. They are called pure stones by the people here, which means pure white and clean. The clean stone has the function of purifying and isolating the strange power. The black stones around are grindstones, which have the function of suppressing and erasing sins. The clean stone and grindstone have different grades, and the effects of different grades are very different. The highest grade clean stone shape the Grand Ferry and the Sin Exterminating Hall, and the highest grade grindstone condense the Sin Exterminating Great Mill. These 2 substances constitute the main body of the Wen Lingfang. In addition to a lot of information and materials, which let him fully understand this plane, Locke also obtained a heritage book, the Heavenly Code of Sin Exterminating. They are right. There is indeed a great opportunity and fortune for me here. Locke realized that he had obtained a method that was very suitable for his cultivation. He had to admit that the things recorded in the Heavenly Code of Sin Elimination were indeed more unique than those summarized by the King of Black Flame. The Heavenly Code of Sin Elimination roughly records the 4 major secret techniques. The Sky Grind can condense different levels of Sin Elimination grinds, such as the Spirit Grind, the Earth Grind, and the Sky Grind, and cultivate the corresponding Sin Elimination power. The Judgment Purification Code can condense different levels of Judgment Purification codes, cultivate the equivalent purification power, and have a superb ability to see into the spirit body. The Grinding Lock technique corresponds to the Grinding Bracelet, and the 2 complement each other. The Void Escape technique allows one to travel through the plains, covering thousands of miles in an instant, coming and going without a trace. The Sin Exterminating Grind combined with the Judgment Purification Codex can also form a prison for suppressing and imprisoning living beings. Of course, this is only one form of combining the 4 secret techniques. There are more variations that he needs to explore one by one in the future. If one can fully practice the 4 secret techniques recorded in the Sin Exterminating Codex, there is no place in the galaxy that cannot be reached. The power of extermination and the power of judgment and purification are all born to eliminate the sinful spirits that should not exist. This is the noble path. After Locke learned more about the inheritance book, he felt a sense of pride that there was a vast world with great potential. He remembered that the King of Black Flame said that this plane was extremely special, and was likely to be a plane that came into being at the right time. It was also part of the operating mechanism of the entire world, just like the sun and the moon. Now it seems that the Wen Lingfang is indeed like this. Thinking of this, he had an uncontrollable ambition in his heart, and he might as well give the vacant position of the master of the shop a try. Soon, Locke began to practice the heavenly code of extermination of sins, and everything was self-evident. Chapter 620. Danara Plain, City of Truth. Time flies, and it is September 3174 of the Berta calendar. Locke has been gone for more than half a year. Since he disappeared in the vortex, there has been no news. Ivan doesn't mind it. No news is the best news. Given his relationship with Locke, if Locke encounters a disaster or even dies, he will definitely feel it. The current situation is a good sign. He believes that with Locke's ability, no matter what difficulties he encounters, he will overcome them one by one, and there will always be a day to get in touch. On this day, a big event happened in the Rainbow Territory outside the City of Truth. As the master of the Rainbow Territory, Ivan also appeared in front of a heavily guarded witch tower in the territory. His wives, Tanya, and others followed closely beside him. In addition to this family, there were many other people waiting farther behind. They were from the Centaurs, staring at the witch tower nervously. Madigan, Angela's promotion to Night King is such a big thing. Why didn't you send someone back to tell us? If I hadn't come here just in time, the tribe wouldn't know anything. You are too much. In the back, the one who deliberately lowered his voice was Prince Leowin of the Centaur tribe. He ran out of the secret place of the Centaur tribe again. Speaking of which, we have to thank the King of Black Flame, who cured the serious injury of the Chief Tonley many years ago, so that Leowin did not have to hastily succeed to the throne and had time to sneak out. In order to come to the surface this time, Leowin and his party suffered a lot. Finally, when the news reached the Rainbow Territory, they sent people to pick them up. Mrs. Angela didn't let us. McToken replied with a hiss. What can we do if the tribe knows? Maybe they will think we spread false news and scold us, and finally let it go. Another centaur, Catherine, said. Madigan, Catherine followed them out a long time ago. At Angela's request, the King of Black Flame allowed 5 centaur warriors to follow. Now, there are 4 of the 5 left, all of whom have become flying knights with good strength, only half a step away from becoming a pseudolord. How is it possible? Hearing such unbearable words, Leowin hurriedly denied it, but he also knew that he could not deny it. The tribe rejected Angela's persuasion at the beginning. No matter what, I am there, you should understand that I will never ignore it. So what? If the Rainbow Leader hadn't sent someone, you wouldn't even be here. What are you talking about? Do you still care about the centaurs? Prince Leowin, I advise you not to make any plans. When Lady Angela becomes the Night King, remember to follow her arrangements. Looking at the prince, who was still a little unaware, Catherine wanted to sew his mouth shut with something. This Prince Leowin has been staying in a secret place for many years. Although he has more courage than other people in his tribe, he has not experienced much, and is clearly a little unclear about the current situation. To put it bluntly, the centaurs are of no value to the Black Flame King. Even if he recruited them as his subordinates, the Black Flame King probably wouldn't look down on them. The only one he cared about was Lady Angela. In fact, Lady Angela's success today was entirely due to the support of the Black Flame King. If the tribe doesn't know the current situation, the consequences will be unpredictable. Leowin wanted to say something, but suddenly his body sank, making him feel like he was in a stormy sea, unable to control himself. He glanced ahead in horror, and at the reminder of other centaurs, he quickly shut his mouth. After a while, the terrifying pressure disappeared. Now Leowin dared not mutter in the back. At the same time, Tanya in front of him curved her mouth. It was such a short distance. How could the movement behind be hidden from them? The Black Flame King was unwilling to care, and she didn't want to listen to someone's noise. Sure enough, it was much quieter. It's done. After a long while, the voice of the Black Flame King sounded. Hearing his announcement, the eyes of several people nearby were shining. So the Marikaten family had another powerful lord, which was really a cause for celebration. In fact, this was expected. As a centaur royal, Angela has a part of golden blood in her body, which complements the knight training. Moreover, unlike Tanya, she does not have any flaws in her mind and soul. With the generous assistance of the 2 Night Kings, Angela's promotion path is naturally smoother than Tanya and Morris. It took more than 6 years to ascend to the throne of the Night King. After a while, Angela walked out with a brisk pace, looking heroic and valiant, attracting everyone's attention. She walked quickly towards the king of Black Flame. "Angela, I'm Leowen. I came from my tribe to see you." An excited voice suddenly sounded. Leowen in the back wanted to say something, but was covered by the people around him and pressed back. McToken and Catherine's faces turned black. This guy didn't see the situation clearly. He made a fuss again without paying attention. Several centaurs were uneasy, but fortunately no one bothered them or paid attention to them. The people in front walked away directly, leaving them here. "No, Angela has become the Night King, so I can't be happy for a bit, this is too." As soon as he let go of Leowen, he started to make a fuss again. McToken and Catherine had no choice but to knock him out to put an end to it, so that he wouldn't say anything offensive again. Compared to the farce here. On the other side, there was constant laughter and joy, and soon it turned into a room full of spring, so comfortable. A month later, Angela specifically went to the King of Black Flame to discuss something about the arrangement of the centaurs. After all, she couldn't give up her own tribe in her heart. "What do you think?" Ivan asked. "I hope humans can accept centaurs as a vassal race and teach them the corresponding training methods," Angela said bluntly. "The centaurs have lost their glory for many years and have reached a point where they are in a state of irreversible decline. Only by seeking shelter can the tribe have the possibility of long-term development. If this wizard remembers correctly, most of your tribe members have their own ideas, including your father. It is not up to them. According to the rules of the tribe, becoming a Night King can be promoted to the Centaur King. I only need to go back once to make them obedient, including the current tribe leader and prince," Angela said firmly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. She knew that her tribe would be stubborn and would jump out to oppose, but so what? This world speaks with fists, and no one in the Centaur tribe today has a fist as strong as hers. But before that, she must ask the man in front of her for consent. After all, human wizards have no shortage of vassals. After Angela finished speaking, she looked at the King of Black Flame eagerly, and she didn't look like a Night King at all. "The centaurs have a deep connection with my tribe. If you can convince them, there will be no problem on my side." Ivan agreed with a smile. No matter what the centaurs' purpose was at that time, they did a great favor to humans several years ago. Now that they have the conditions, it is not a bad idea to help the centaurs. Seeing that he agreed, Angela smiled and held him for a long time. A few days later, Angela returned to the centaur's homeland and took his brother Olwen with him. As soon as he returned to the Centaur Basin, Angela stood up and announced that he would be the king of the centaurs in the future. Strength is everything. Given her strength, there were people who said sour things, but no one jumped out to oppose her. When Angela announced her first order as the Centaur King, leading the tribe to join the human wizard, the people below immediately changed, and they were filled with righteous indignation, and many people criticized her. In this regard, Angela did not show any mercy, and suppressed the opponents with thundering means, and staged a bloody banquet. She is not the Centaur princess at the beginning, especially after witnessing the huge war between the four tribes. She deeply understands the cruelty of the survival of the race, so she will certainly not show mercy. After the blood-stained basin, the voices of reaction from the tribe disappeared. Since then, the centaurs have joined the human wizards and become a vassal race of humans. In fact, it is not difficult to find that because wizards like to follow the principle of equal exchange, they have always treated vassal races well, and even did not exterminate the Chinchi tribe that made mistakes. Angela's choice is undoubtedly very wise. Chapter 621. Ha ha ha, from now on, please call me Night King Morris Obaba. Time passed quickly. In April of the 3175th year of the Berta calendar, just half a year after Angela's promotion, another Night King was born in the wizard world, and it was Morris, who was holding his breath. On the day of his promotion, his excited voice almost resounded throughout most of the City of Truth, which was extremely eye-catching. Many wizards, who knew the inside story, were surprised to find that if the King of Black Flame was counted, this was already the fourth Night King born in the wizard world. Moreover, in just a few months, 2 people have been promoted to Night King, which is really shocking. Could it be that the Black Flame King has found a way to practice directly to the Night King? A few days later, even the King of 10,000 Trees could not sit still, and specially visited the Black Flame King to consult him about the specific situation, and got a positive answer. Ivan did not hide anything and told him the progress of the exploration of the Knight's practice path, and the conditions required. This is really a great blessing for the wizard world. This wizard doesn't know what to say. No wonder the King of 10,000 Trees was so excited that he didn't know how to express his gratitude. In the wizard world, Only a very small number of people can become arcane wizards. To achieve the Lord level in other ways, it often requires a greater price and the abandonment of some important things. The path of the Night King is not that complicated. Just practice step by step. It seems more suitable for the human race. This is just the beginning. With the examples of Angela and Morris, the practice method can be further improved. Perhaps in the near future, there will be meditation methods and secret methods that are beneficial to the promotion of Night King, making this path more suitable for us wizards. Okay, if there is anything we need to do, you, the Black Flame King, just give us your orders. The 5 of us will never stop. The Black Flame King was thinking about the wizard world wholeheartedly. The King of 10,000 Trees immediately promised that the Supreme Council would give the greatest support. As long as the Council has it, they will provide whatever they need. Once the idea becomes a reality, it can be predicted that a large number of Night Kings will be born in the wizard world. Although Night Kings are not as good as arcane wizards, they are also real lords, which will definitely enhance the strength of the wizard world. In the following days, Ivan never relaxed his exploration of the way of the Night King's cultivation, nor did he relax his exploration of the interdimensional teleportation array. While exploring, his understanding of the way of life and the way of space gradually deepened, and his own strength was also improving in an orderly manner, especially the strength of the Night. William Lingfang. After Locke came to this plane, he did nothing else but stayed in his palace to practice the heavenly code of sin elimination. Unlike before, no one gave him guidance this time, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. In this way, his cultivation career lasted for more than a year. He finally mastered the 4 secrets of the sin-exterminating heavenly code, and all his strength was transformed into the power of sin extermination and purification, and his strength increased a lot. It's really difficult without the boss. It took almost a year and a half to practice a little. It's time to get down to business. The boss is still waiting to get the goddess back. Locke flashed to the outside of the palace, and the palace door closed automatically. He walked around the mountain, but he didn't meet anyone. It can be seen that this place is deserted. There are indeed not many people on the mountain, and most people are out on official business. Master Wu Lai, you didn't go on duty, are you waiting for me? When he went down to the Sin Extermination Hall, Ivan found that Master Wu Lai was there too. He didn't think it was a coincidence. You are going out for the first time to perform official duties. As your guide in the Ween Spiritual Hall, I naturally have to give you a few words to prevent you from accidentally suffering a loss. Wu Lai showed obvious concern. Then I have to trouble you, Master. Locke would naturally not refuse this kindness. He just happened to have something to ask for advice. Then, Wu Lai described the matter of going to other planes in more detail. Theoretically, they can go to any plane at will and destroy the spirit of sin. In reality, this is absolutely impossible. Why? The reason is simple. Our plane is not strong enough. In this world, not all planes will strictly follow the rules of the world. Some powerful planes do not give convenience, and we have no way to deal with them. Once we go forward and break in, we will be covered in dust at best, and die in the worst. In response to Locke's inquiry, Wu Lai did not hide anything and told the embarrassing problem faced by Wen Lingfang, that they were not strong enough to protect their subordinates. Therefore, when dealing with matters related to large planes, they had to act cautiously, and give up directly when necessary. Hearing about this inside story, Locke's face became a little gloomy. Do you want to go to a large plane? You might as well tell me, and I will look into it for you. In fact, there are many large planes that do not exclude us from entering, just like the Danila plane, which is only partially restricted. I want to know what the situation is like in the fairy plane. Locke asked what he was thinking. Fairy plane, you really know how to pick it. This plane has always been unfriendly and not peaceful. If you go in directly, you will most likely never come back. Wu Lai shook his head slightly, telling him a bad situation. Locke frowned subconsciously. This temple master advises you to give up this idea. Wu Lai kindly advised. It doesn't matter, I'm willing to give it a try, and if the situation is not good, I will return immediately. Locke pondered for a few seconds and told his plan. Is it very important? Very important. You are so stubborn. Well, there is actually a roundabout way to enter the fairy plane, which is safer. Really? Locke, the head of the temple has to remind you that since you have become a member of the Ween Spiritual Temple, everything in the past should be completely cut off, and don't be nostalgic for the past. Before telling his method, Wu Lai warned with a serious look. Locke was silent. Wu Lai did not persuade him much, and continued, few people know that the fairy plane is a very scary plane. There are many other planes at a distance around it. These planes seem to be supported by it, but they are actually its breeding farms. After a long period of time, the fairy plane will harvest everything in these plains in various ways, and this will happen over and over again. This has led to a lot of resentment in it, and also bred a large number of spiritual creatures. Hearing these words, Locke was stunned. This was too different from what the goddess Mavis said. He suddenly remembered that the boss once mentioned that Mavis was kind and innocent, and was also a kind of clone that could not be completely independent. Her thoughts were inevitably biased, and Mavis's words could only be used as a reference. This was really accurate. Chapter 622. Master Wu Lai, see you later. Go ahead, go ahead. If you can't do it, you can return early. Also, don't do it again. Locke didn't hide his intentions. He made it clear that he was going to do private things, which was definitely not allowed in principle. As his superior, Wu Lai had to warn him. Locke nodded when he heard the words in the square called the fairy. He then activated the void well in the northeast corner. The black and white colors intertwined in the well, and the slowly rotating clouds could be seen, which looked extremely deep. Locke jumped into it without changing his expression and disappeared. A newcomer is a newcomer. Instead of trying to accumulate merits and improve his strength, he is nostalgic for the past, and is not afraid of wasting time and energy. Wu Lai looked at the closed wellhead, shook his head slightly, and then disappeared. On the other side, Locke performed the void escape technique, putting himself in a special state to cooperate with the transmission of the void well. The speed was unprecedentedly fast, and the feeling was unprecedentedly strange. During the shuttle, he even forgot the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, a new light appeared in front of him. He shuttled through it alone, and landed in a new world. He finally woke up completely. Just now, my consciousness was so hazy, and I felt a sense of time and space confusion. Could the transmission channel opened by this void well go through the eternal silence void? You think too much. There is nothing in the eternal silence void except darkness. It is the most terrifying forbidden area for living beings. Let me sort it out. It took 9 days to reach the destination. This should be the Songzon plane mentioned by Master Wu Laifeng. Locke floated in the air, transformed into his original appearance, and the void well had disappeared. He looked around and found that he was in a remote wasteland with sparse trees and a barren area. The concentration of energy particles was very low, far inferior to that of Danila and Wen Lingfeng. There were creatures in the land under the wasteland, but they were some weak beasts and insects, not worth mentioning. Lucky, I landed in a suitable position. After eliminating the safety hazards, Locke felt the change in his strength. There was a pressure from all directions falling on him, which directly reduced his strength by about 10%. This suppression did not affect his strength at all, and all his abilities could still be used, which was undoubtedly a good sign. It also showed one thing, that the Wen spiritual house was indeed special, allowing them to easily enter most planes. Locke identified the direction a little, selected one, and flew quickly into the distance. After half a day, he found traces of humanoid activity, and could not help but slow down. Soon he heard a sound, and followed the sound to find a group of people, which seemed to be a hunting team, returning with a full load of prey. Captain, you must be tired. How about I carry the prey for you? Rob, can you do it? Of course I can. Although I am small, I am very strong. Seeing that the young man who had just joined the hunting team took the initiative to volunteer, the hunting team leader Goss did not hesitate to throw the spotted dolphin on his shoulder, causing Rob to stagger. Rob gritted his teeth, carried the spotted dolphin weighing more than 300 kilograms firmly on his shoulders, and followed the team step by step. Captain. After moving forward for a distance, he began to pester the hunting team leader and wanted to say something. If you can carry this spotted dolphin back to the tribe without falling behind, I will recognize you as a qualified hunter and allow you to officially join the 5th hunting team. How could Goss not know what he was thinking? He spoke before Rob finished speaking. Upon hearing this, the boy, who was only 13 or 14 years old, became excited and almost let the prey on his shoulder fall off. He was so scared that he quickly adjusted his posture and steps and dared not make any more extra movements. His actions fell into the eyes of the old hunters, and many of them nodded slightly to show their approval. With a tacit understanding of the group, the team slowed down at some point. After more than an hour, they returned to the brightly lit tribal fortress. Captain Goss, you are a little late today. It's just getting dark. There are more prey this time, so it took some time. The tribal settlement is located in a valley, surrounded by mountains on 2 sides, and the other 2 sides have walls. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are also many tribesmen guarding the entrance of the fortress. After chatting with the tribesmen guarding the gate for a few words, the 5th hunting team approached the fortress under the lights, and the gate of the fortress was closed. Neither the hunting team nor the defenders noticed anyone following them. Time passed by, the night gradually deepened, only a few lights were on, and the whole fortress fell into silence. At this time, a vague figure floated into the fortress, which seemed so silent. The figure found a more respectable family, and sneaked in quietly. Then the people in the house slept even more deeply. Sheephorn people. No wonder they have a pair of horns on their heads. Living together, no wonder they look different. Even the size and length of the horns are different, and the hair is black, white, and brown. Some people have not even completely transformed their facial features into human appearance, and have distinct animal characteristics. The figure was naturally Locke, who followed. He had been with Ivan for so long, and had learned a lot of methods. It was no problem for him to read the memories of some creatures without any obstacles. He soon figured out the basic situation here. According to the memories of these people, this continent is called the Rich Continent. This is the Frosong Highlands in the north of the Rich Continent, which belongs to a country composed of orcs, the Wild Beast Kingdom. However, the city is located in a remote area, in the frozen wasteland where the winter can last for 7 months. The Frozen Bone Wasteland is also the famous exile place of the Wild Beast Kingdom. Here lives a group of people abandoned by the kingdom. In the Frozen Bone Wasteland, tribes like the Goathorn people who have a fixed fortress to shelter them have a relatively stable and happy life, much luckier than many homeless wanderers. It turns out that there are humans here too. The human kingdom is under the command of the church. The territory is larger than that of the orcs, and the land is more fertile than that of the Frosong Highlands. Orcs also have their own gods to believe in. TSK, these people are not worshipping the strong men of the fairy plane. If they knew that the so-called gods are the culprits, who launch the harvest of life every 1,000 years, I wonder how they would feel. Locke remembered clearly that Wu Lifong said that this Kazan plain was a breeding ground for the fairy plane. Whenever the time was right, they would do everything they could to launch wars and disasters, harvesting most of the creatures in the plain, and so on and so forth. However, these had nothing to do with him. Facing the bloody sickle cast by the fairy plane, he was not capable of acting as a savior. The most urgent task was to contact the boss, and inform him of the latest situation to see whether he would act according to the original plan, or find another way, or find a way to sneak into the real destination, the fairy plane. Chapter 623. More than a month has passed in a flash. These days, Locke has been busy. He has visited many places, and his footprints have almost covered half of the Rich Continent to confirm the news of the current plane. After a round, he finally returned to the starting point. In the Frozen Bone Wasteland, he chose a deserted place, and set up an array altar. On a dark night, he activated the array altar on the ground. After a burst of lightning and thunder, the dark clouds on the array altar condensed, and did not disperse. After a while, a shadow condensed in the dark clouds. Who else could it be but the King of Black Flame? Boss, long time no see. Boss, did you hear me? Locke was surprised to find that the shadow was a little dazed. He shouted several times, but there was no response. He thought there was something wrong with the formation he had arranged. When he doubted himself, the shadow finally came alive. Locke, long time no see. Just now. The distance is too far. It is normal that the communication of the formation is affected. I estimate that at my current speed, it will take 5 or 6 years to get to you from Danala, or even longer. Ivan hadn't expected that the two planes were so far apart, and the situation was very different from decades ago. It took so long. Locke was also a little surprised. He knew the speed of his boss. What should we do now? Tell me how you got there. Ivan asked a key question. Okay, I have to start from the beginning. Long story short. Locke didn't hide anything. He said what he should say, and what he shouldn't say. Anyway, with the special relationship between the two, there was no need to hide many things. If he knew it himself, it was the same as if the boss knew it. There was not much difference. After listening to his statement, Ivan realized that he was not in the fairy plane, but in the surrounding Songzon plain. The Songzon plain is a medium-sized plain, and its size is comparable to that of the extreme beast plain. Locke, you did a good job. Since the fairy plane is so scary, even the people of your Lingfang are afraid of it. You should take it slowly instead of rushing in. You have been very active recently. How is the situation now? Tell me the truth? Ivan couldn't help but praise him. Although there are not many strong people on the surface of the Songzon plain, there must be a lot of tricks in secret. After all, the creatures here have experienced so many bloody lessons. There is no reason not to learn a lesson. I may be targeted. The pressure from all directions is getting stronger and stronger, and my strength has been limited by 25%. Locke frowned and said truthfully, "Go back early after finishing the work, and you don't have to worry about the rest." "No, I won't have any problems for the time being, and I can evacuate quickly if there are any problems." "No need to say more, you have completed the task by successfully arriving at the Gazan plain, and I will take care of the rest." Listen carefully, the next arrangement is Locke wanted to say a few more words, but Ivan ignored him, and immediately arranged the things that needed to be handled by him. Besides, it is not appropriate for two people to take too long to do things on someone else's territory. After he finished talking about his own arrangements, a few seconds later, Locke's expression suddenly changed, and his temperament became completely different. The whole person suddenly became a little more bookish. Wu Lingfang, this body has indeed changed a lot, and there are some gaps, but it doesn't matter. Ivan's consciousness obviously descended on Locke. This is the ability of the Trinity secret method, and the later innovation of the three births of all things has strengthened this point. In fact, his consciousness could descend upon every member of the Black Star Army, like a divine descent, and Locke was the most successful. Ivan didn't waste any time, and casually performed a secret method to condense a strange ghost seed, and then repeatedly cast a spell to adjust the ghost seed. Then the second, and the third. After that, he reconfirmed the plane coordinates, and buried several beacons before stopping. When Locke regained control of his body, Ivan's consciousness had already left. The restrictions have reached 30%. That's enough. Just listen to the boss. Finish the work early and go back. Focus more on the Wu Lingfang and strive to get a high position as soon as possible. Locke has long been accustomed to his boss's work style. He casually destroyed the array altar he had set up before, and soon came to the fortress of the Goathorn people. After observing for a long time, a plan became clearer in his mind. A new day. At dawn, the hunting team of the Goathorn people walked out of the fortress early, and each team carried their own hunting equipment and ran towards the distant jungle. In order to ensure that people do not starve to death during the long winter, the Sheephorn people here must hunt enough prey and store enough food before winter. The fifth team, led by Goss, is one of the hunting teams. Compared with a month ago, Rob's equipment has become more complete, and there is more pride between his eyebrows. "Rob, don't be careless." "I know, Captain. Caution is the quality that every hunter should have. Knowing is not enough, you have to practice it." "Yeah." Seeing the boy's high aspirations, and not knowing how much he had heard, Goss sighed secretly. He changed his mind and thought, that's what young people are like. Just pay more attention to them later. After walking for more than 2 hours, and entering the dense jungle, the team really started hunting. Perhaps because of the abundant rain, the jungle this year is particularly lush, and there are many wild animals in the forest. This is great news for the Sheephorn people. Perhaps they can store enough food without waiting for winter to approach. In the following time, the hunting was carried out in an orderly manner. "Rob, be careful." "No, it's an adult wind-clawed tiger." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sudden change made the members of the 5th team nervous, and hurriedly took measures to deal with the fierce beast wind-clawed tiger. This wind-clawed tiger can walk on the wind and come and go like the wind. It is not something that ordinary people can deal with. The combined strength of the entire hunting team can only barely compete with it. The wind-clawed tiger in front of him came very suddenly, and immediately targeted the new team member Rob. Rob was shocked for a while. Captain Gossi chose to go to the rescue, which was undoubtedly a risky move. He soon suffered the consequences. Fortunately, the others took the opportunity to find the right formation, and began to counterattack in an orderly manner. Swoosh! Roar! The arrows flew fast, and the wind-clawed tiger was frightened. Finally, it was repelled by everyone's joint efforts, and retreated with angry roars. Others hurried forward. Captain, how are you?" Quick, the captain is still alive. Send him back to the tribe, and be careful when carrying him." Seeing that Captain Gossi was seriously injured and unconscious, the others did not care about the prey, and hurriedly lifted him up, and hurriedly ended the day's hunting. Rob was not injured. He was in a trance all the way, and was dragged back to the fortress. How could this happen? I was too careless, and caused the captain to be seriously injured and dying. I am a waste. The captain can definitely be saved, definitely. After returning to the fortress, no one paid attention to Rob anymore. The team members didn't let him follow them. He had to return to his residence, feeling very regretful. He is an orphan. His only father died 3 years ago. He is also a member of the hunting team, and a friend of Captain Goss. "Oh, my father left a lot of herbs, Maybe they'd be useful. Rob suddenly thought of something and frantically searched through the boxes. Unfortunately, the herbs left by his father had withered and turned black. The only exquisite box that looked reliable was finally opened, and inside it was an unknown statue of a god. This disappointed him greatly. No one spoke that night. The next day, Rob went to the pharmacy on purpose, and the news he got also disappointed him. Captain Goss was still unconscious, and the situation was very bad. He didn't know that the disaster was far more than that. Chapter 624. I should have thought of it earlier. The increase in the number of creatures in the jungle will definitely attract powerful beasts to come and prey on them, and the danger of hunting will increase accordingly. But the food stored now is not enough to survive the long winter. Tell the boys to be more careful when going out. It is better to have no harvest than to ensure their own safety. We should also strengthen the patrols around the area. I just hope that nothing else will attack our tribe. In the days that followed, accidents happened one after another, and the hunting team suffered casualties one after another. There was no team like the fifth team whose leader was dying and unconscious. The changes in the jungle attracted the attention of the elders of the tribe, who quickly found out the cause of the changes, which made several people blame themselves. They immediately ordered the two teams to merge into one and be more cautious when hunting. Some people were still injured later. Just when the battle power of the fortress was greatly damaged, the patrol personnel found that there were bandits nearby, and it seemed that they were observing the strength of the fortress, which meant that the bandits had set their sights on them. It can be said that misfortunes never come alone. Things in the world often do not change according to human will. What is coming will come. A few days later, the bandits raided the 2nd and 6th hunting teams that had just returned from going out, and officially declared war on the Sheephorn people. The next day, a large group of bandits appeared and launched a fierce attack on the Sheephorn people. The Sheephorn people relied on the advantage of the fortress, and worked together to finally repel the enemy. However, the bandits who suffered losses did not give up. After the large group of people withdrew, they still sent people to wander around the fortress to prevent the Sheephorn people from going out. The normal activities of the Sheephorn people were seriously disturbed, and hunting could not be carried out as usual. This obviously could not go on. But the bandits were bandits, and their movements were unpredictable. The Sheephorn people organized several strangulations, but none of them worked. After several unsuccessful attempts, their daily lives were seriously affected, and the injured tribesmen could not get good treatment. Many Sheephorn people in the fortress began to panic. Damn bandits, damn beasts, you all deserve to die. Hey, Captain Goss hasn't woken up yet. If this continues, I'm afraid. In a room on one side of the fortress, the young Rob was more uneasy than others. He always remembered that it was because of him that the captain was on the verge of death. He wanted to step forward to treat Captain Goss, and to step forward to drive out the bandits, but he couldn't do anything. Since he was born, he has never been so eager to gain powerful power like now. The night deepened little by little. Rob thought about it until the second half of the night, and then he fell asleep exhausted. Hazy, his thoughts flew to another scene. Rob, well done. From today on, you are the first horned warrior of the tribe. As the captain, I am very proud of you. Hee, how can that be possible, Captain Goss? Please stop saying that, hee. Lord Knight Rob, I admire you. Can we practice with you? We promise in the name of our ancestors that we will obey you from now on. No problem, we are all compatriots. Lord Rob has such a broad mind. I am the chief. I'm still too young. Oh, everyone, don't be so rigid. Oh. On the simple wooden bed, Rob was like a possessed man in the dark, mumbling intermittently, sometimes dancing, and at one point, he moved too much and fell off the bed. He woke up sitting on the ground, feeling lost. It turned out to be just a dream. Oh. After a long while, Rob sighed deeply. He suddenly thought of something, propped himself up, lit the oil lamp skillfully, came to the cabinet in the corner, took out a statue of a god, held it in his hands, and stared blankly. This human statue wearing light armor, with black hair and black pupils, is made of wood but not wood, stone but not stone. This god gives people a sense of righteousness. He vaguely remembered that in his dream, more bandits besieged the fortress, and Captain Goss breathed his last, and he was heartbroken. In despair, he came up with a stupid idea. He knelt in front of the statue stubbornly, without saying a word, and prayed secretly for several days and nights. His sincerity finally moved the god. The great god gave him a great power. Night, fighting spirit. He didn't realize that his dream memory was becoming clearer and clearer. He muttered to himself, and then looked at the statue of the god in his hand, and a strange color flashed across his face. His father collected it so solemnly, and this statue might have a very unusual origin. Could it be something that was passed down from the human nobles on the fertile plains? Rob's expression changed constantly, and finally he pursed his lips hard, respectfully placed the statue of the god on the cabinet, and then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times in front of him, with more force and more determination each time. Then he prayed to the statue of the god. Time passed slowly, and a day and a night passed unknowingly. The boy's knees were extremely painful, his thighs and calves were severely numb, and his body was cold and stiff. The various feelings intertwined, making his body and mind suffer. Strength, night, fighting spirit. Whenever he couldn't hold on, the boy would think of Captain Goss, the brutal bandits outside the fortress, and himself in his dreams. He would grit his teeth and stay still, praying in his heart. Just like that, 2 more days and nights passed. The boy's body became extremely tired, and he was about to collapse. Knock, knock, knock. The loud knocking on the door woke the boy up. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but suddenly thought of something, stopped his action, and continued to pray. The person outside was not so easy to get rid of, and he continued to knock on the door. Rob. Rob, did you hear that, kid? You're in the room, open the door quickly. Asshole, the bandits are coming, don't think about hiding. The thing the boy was most worried about did not happen. No one broke in. The people outside saw that there was no sound inside, so they persisted for a while, and then walked away cursing. I don't know how long it took, but there was another knock on the door. Rob, listen, Captain Goss has woken up, but he is dying, and wants to see you for the last time. Don't kneel there stupidly, stand up quickly, and follow me to see Captain Goss for the last time. Hearing this, the boy was finally moved. Captain Goss was the person he cared about most. The boy was about to stand up, but he forgot that he was very tired. He tilted his body, and fell to the ground on one side. As he fell, he noticed that the doors and windows were all closed. No, no! The boy was particularly alert at this time, realizing that no one knew he was kneeling here, and the sound outside was very wrong. He was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly got up, turned around, and knelt on the ground again to pray to the statue. Not sure if it was his illusion, in a trance, the boy found that the statue was emitting a warm holy light, which pierced through the darkness and was about to cover him. The miracle finally appeared. The boy firmly believed that his sincerity touched the great gods, and the divine light was the response from the gods, but his sincerity was not enough to make the great creatures bless him. Thinking of this, the boy knelt down and prayed more sincerely, completely blocking out the pain in his body. The young Rob didn't know that there was a figure standing not far behind him, watching his every move, and occasionally commenting with a smile. The boss is right. The law cannot be passed on lightly. It needs to go through many tests, and then you know that the power is hard-won, otherwise no one will cherish it. It's been almost 5 days and 5 nights. It should be enough. I give you another illusion test later. I use the strongest sacrifice method. With your current state of mind, it should be easy, haha. Young man, you will get what you want. I promise in the name of the God of Nights. This man is of course Locke. In recent days, he has taken care of the Sheephorn tribe. He drove many ferocious beasts to the jungle here, and staged a scene where a wind-clawed tiger suddenly attacked the young man, forcing the captain of the hunting team to come forward to rescue him. As a result, he was seriously injured and has been in a coma ever since. He also guided the boy to find the statue, suggesting that he accept the test. As for other things, such as the bandit attack, it had little to do with him. This development was a blessing in disguise, just what he wanted, and it just happened to put pressure on the boy. In this way, the plan could proceed smoothly to this step, and only the final test remained. Chapter 625. It was a sunny day. On one side of the fortress, a house made of stone and wood, the door that had been sealed for many days creaked open, and a boy with a slightly staggering step walked out. The boy's clothes were a little messy, but his face was full of energy. After walking out of the house, the boy's steps became smoother, and finally turned into a steady and hurried walk. Rob, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you been seen for several days? Also, what's that pungent smell on you? Did you fall into the cesspool? I'm hungry. Let's talk later. After not eating for so many days, the boy was starving. On the way to the tribe cafeteria, he met his former companions, but he didn't pay much attention to them because his stomach was very upset. What? He just became a formal member of the hunting team first. Why are you so proud? How can he be so proud now? Haven't you heard? It was because he was scared silly when the beast attacked and dared not move, which caused his own captain to be seriously injured and comatose. How could I not have heard of such a big thing? I heard that Captain Goss is dying." At this moment, Rob's ears were particularly sensitive, and he heard every word of the voice behind him. His heart tightened, and then he thought of the power he had just gained not long ago, and his steps did not stop. He came just in time, and the canteen was distributing food. As a member of the hunting team, eating a full stomach is one of the main privileges. He did not care about other things and ate with an open appetite, so that he would have the strength to do the work. This guy has the nerve to eat so much. Doesn't he know that the tribe is short of food? Okay, Rob didn't do it on purpose. I saw that he hasn't come to eat for several days. No, he didn't come to work either. Fortunately, we are not in the same hunting team as him. The 5th team is in trouble. In the cafeteria, people inevitably talk about others. Others feel that their voices are quiet enough, and they never expect that their voices can be clearly transmitted to the person concerned. Rob heard everything in his ears. His face changed slightly, but he still pretended not to hear it, and kept cheering himself up in his heart. "Captain Goss, wait, I will come to save you when I am full." After a hearty meal, Rob left in a hurry, and went straight to the medicine hall, where the tribe members were recuperating. He quietly came to the room, where Captain Goss was lying in the medicine hall. After so many days, although Goss survived, his physical condition was very poor, which could be seen from his pale face and dry and cracked lips. The young man's eyes were sore when he saw the captain's appearance. "Captain, I am here to save you." Rob clenched his fist, wiped his eyes, and whispered to the person lying there with extraordinary determination, "Water nectar." The next second, a faint halo of light spread from his palm, splashed on the unconscious Goss, and enveloped Goss. "You are Rob. What are you doing?" At this time, a plump and graceful figure entered the room. She was the pharmacist Lena here. Seeing the boy's actions, Lena hurriedly stepped forward and stopped him, but witnessed Goss's face from pale to red, and the second half of the sentence could not help but hang down. This young man was clearly saving people. However, what kind of power was this? It was clearly not the blood of war from the wild beast kingdom, nor was it the mysterious singing power controlled by the priests. It was a bit like the sacred fighting spirit from the human kingdom, but the luster was wrong. Even though she was very knowledgeable, she could not recognize the power in front of her. "Lualuabu, you can take back your power. Goss is fine." After a long while, the pharmacist Lena reminded him. "Okay." The young man then put away his fighting spirit. "Wipe the sweat off your forehead." Pharmacist Lena took out a piece of soft cotton cloth from her pocket, handed it to him, and pointed a finger at his forehead. "Okay." The young man had never seen such a scene before, so he took it quickly, wiped it a little flustered, and handed it back to her a little embarrassedly. Seeing this, Lena smiled and took it without any concern. "Rob, what power did you use just now? How can it have a healing effect?" "It's the nectar of water, that is." Faced with the question, the young man hurriedly answered. Unfortunately, there was a loud noise outside. The bandits attacked again, and this noise interrupted his words. Rob heard the noise and ran out in a hurry. Eliminating the bandits was also something he was obsessed with. Rob ran all the way, and his feet could not help but use fighting spirit. When he rushed to the wall of the fortress, the bandits were just not far away, and their momentum was even more fierce than the last time. "It's these damn guys." He walked a few steps to the back of the wall, looked down and cursed fiercely. "Bastard, get back quickly." The hunting captain next to him looked at him speechlessly, and quickly pulled him back. "You don't even have a sword or a shield. You're not looking for death, are you?" When he stretched out his hand to pull, hunting captain Victor was stunned for a moment. Because he couldn't pull it himself, the boy's strength was unexpectedly great. Rob didn't care about these. He saw a bandit leader who was in a relatively forward position, although the other party was guarded, but he felt that he could shoot him. "Captain Victor, can I borrow your bow and arrow?" "Okay." Victor was obviously stunned by him, and subconsciously lent his strong bow and arrow. Rob took the bow without hesitation, aiming the bow and arrow at the bandit leader below. Eagle eye. Bull strength. The fighting spirit with two distinct characteristics spread to the arrow, and with a crisp sound, the arrow turned into a shining stream of light and flew out. On the huge battlefield, this stream of light was particularly eye-catching, and also attracted the attention of the guards near the bandit leader. However, the arrow came so fast that a guard tried to intercept it hastily but failed to stop the arrow. The arrow finally hit the bandit leader, who was trying to dodge, and immediately made a bloody hole. The bandit leader fell off his mount, blood splattered everywhere, and fell to the ground behind him without any movement. Many people on the battlefield were startled. Swoosh, swoosh. Quick, retreat some distance. Rob did not stop, and after hearing the loud sound of the arrow, The other bandit leaders retreated in fear of being targeted by the arrows on the city wall. Even so, after the dazzling streams of light rushed past, there were still a few cries of pain on the battlefield. It was obvious that some unlucky people did not react in time, and were hit by Rob's bone arrows. At the least, they were injured, and at the worst they died. At this moment, whether it was the Goathorn people or the bandits, their eyes looked at the young Rob differently. Go, kill that Goathorn bastard for me. Come on. After being hit hard, the bandits went crazy and tried to fight back, which was exactly what Rob wanted. The strong bow in his hand never stopped, and the hunting Captain Victor became the one who delivered the arrows for a while. Under Rob's arrows, the leader of the bandits was a little afraid to show his head. Not long after, the bandits suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to withdraw. The battle ended in this unexpected way. Most of the Sheephorn people on the city wall ignored the bandits, who were fleeing in panic, but looked at the young man standing on the wall with a bow in his hand. Rob! 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 I don't know who took the lead, but the next moment, the cheers of the Sheephorn people rang out on the city wall, shaking all directions. Rob put down his bow unconsciously, his face dazed. He thought to himself, I am finally the hero of the tribe. This feeling is so good. As soon as he relaxed, he felt dizzy and soon fell on a soft cushion. Rob? Rob? It's nothing serious, just overexerted. I will be fine after a good sleep. After holding on for so many days, the boy was finally able to sleep peacefully. Chapter 626. A new day. The sun was shining brightly, and a ray of sunlight shone in from the window, just falling on the sleeping boy, making him look particularly heroic. Wake up, young warrior Rob. Am I still dreaming? Haha, have you forgotten what you did yesterday? You used a bow and arrow to make the bandits flee in panic, and in the end you fainted from overexertion. Pharmacist Lena walked in from the door with a plate, and saw that the boy was in a daze, as if he had not woken up completely, so she couldn't help but step forward and greet him. It wasn't a dream. Rob murmured in a low voice. You can't say that. Lena thought of something and smiled, covering her mouth. You did dream last night, and talked a lot in your sleep, such as the first Ramhorn warrior, the legendary knight, and... Sister Lena, the dreams are fake. Nonsense. You can't take it seriously. This made the boy panic, and he got up quickly, gesturing and explaining, his face flushed. Hee, I know. Lena knew that the boy was shy, so she changed the subject considerately. Eat enough so that everyone can see your majestic appearance. Many people came to visit yesterday, but I turned them away. Thank you. Rob didn't hesitate, walked over and ate the food in big mouthfuls. Seeing the boy's anxious look, Lena looked at him with amusement and came close to help him disassemble the food. No, thank you, Sister Lena. Rob didn't have the nerve to let the pharmacist serve him, but he didn't know how to refuse. His face turned redder after eating a meal, and he looked like he was choking. After a while, the boy fled out of the room. This medicine hall is a relatively important place in the clan, with an area larger than ordinary residences. He passed through several doors, and came to a small medicine drying field with abundant sunshine. He saw a familiar figure from a distance. Captain, you're awake. The man standing aside and stretching his body was Goss, the captain of the 5th hunting team. The boy's eyes lit up, and he ran over in big strides. You've been asleep for so long, you should have woken up long ago. I heard from Pharmacist Lena that you cured my wounds. Thank you, Rob. Goss had been lying down for so many days, and his main injuries had been healed, but his body was still relatively weak and needed to recover slowly. Captain, don't say that. If it weren't for saving me, you would definitely not have been defeated by the Windclaw Tiger. I also heard that you, Rob, scared the bandits with just 3 arrows, making those ferocious bandits run away with their heads in their hands. Not bad. It greatly increased the prestige of our 5th team. Who said that? It's not that exaggerated. Ha. While the two were talking, many people just happened to enter the medicine drying field from the gate, and saw the two at a glance. It turned out to be the tribe leader, and the elders of the tribe. Tribal leader elder. Rob, Goes, you are all awake. The tribe leader signaled the two to not be polite, and walked over quickly with a few people. I didn't want to disturb you from recuperating at this time, but there are some important things that we must come to confirm. Chief, I'm not injured, Rob said immediately. Well, let's go in and talk, the chief of the Goathorn people said. Naturally, the others had no objection, and the group came to a larger room in the pharmacy. At this time, 2 pharmacists from the pharmacy also came, an old pharmacist and a young pharmacist Lena. Rob, Do you mind telling me what power you used yesterday? The chief asked in a deep voice. It was the knight's fighting spirit. For some reason, facing the eyes of so many people, at this moment, the young Rob was not uneasy. He answered steadily. Human sacred fighting spirit? The chief frowned slightly. No, it should be Black Star fighting spirit. I don't know if it is different from human sacred fighting spirit. Rob shook his head and said truthfully. Where did it come from? Bestowed by the god of knights. God of knights? Yes, the great god of knights. Looking at the enthusiastic young man, the chief and others looked at each other, looking at each other in bewilderment. They knew Rob very well. Where did this young man who was born and raised in the tribe go to contact the high and mighty gods? But the facts were before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. Rob didn't think too much, and started with his own regrets, saying how he found the statue of the god hidden by his father, how he prayed to the god, how he passed the trial of the god, how he gained power, and what a knight is, etc. He was very honest, and without waiting for others to ask, he stated it all at once. Knight Squire, knight, great knight. So now you are a great knight, and you also control 5 fighting spirit traits: sheep's leap, bear's strength, eagle's eyes, bat's ears, and water's nectar. Yeah, the correct term should be bat eyes, because bats don't have eyes. Also, I used water nectar to heal Captain Goss. In the trial of the great knight god, Rob had an extremely long experience, and learned a lot of knowledge that he had never known before. He himself didn't realize that his speech was more fluent and quality than before, but others noticed it. Are there really 2 more realms after the Great Knight? Of course, after the Great Knight, there are the legendary Ground Knights and Flying Knights. Flying Knights can fly high into the sky. After the legendary Knights are the Sub-Kings of Knights and the Peerless Knight Kings. Rob's sonorous and powerful words echoed in the room. His words were convincing, and some people couldn't help but move their throats, clearly shocked by the power he described. After all, the Frost Song Highlands, where the Wild Beast Kingdom is located in the remote northern part of the entire rich continent, and the area under your feet, the Frozen Bone Wasteland, is even more remote in the Wild Beast Kingdom, so it was chosen as a place of exile. Not only is the winter here long, but after the earth returns to spring, there are sometimes wind disasters, and the strong winds will blow away the rain, causing droughts for several months. It is undoubted that resources here have always been scarce, and the same is true for the Sheephorn tribe. Under such circumstances, even if the people of the Frozen Bone Wasteland are tough, it is really difficult to cultivate any powerful people. Judging from Rob's performance yesterday, with his unique strength, he can be regarded as one of the strongest in the tribe. However, it seems that his cultivation has only just started, and there are more advanced realms to come. How can this not excite the other Sheephorn people? Rob, are you willing to pass on the power of the knight to your tribe? After a while, the chief asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Yes, but I have a request. Please tell me, everyone will definitely listen to you. Before imparting power, everyone must follow me to worship the great night god and pray to the night god for at least 3 days, and 3 nights to thank the great gods for giving us power. No problem. The chief glanced at the people next to him and nodded without hesitation. The Frozen Bone Wasteland is an abandoned land. After all of them were sinners, even the kingdom ignored them, let alone other gods, so there was naturally no conflict of faith. Now that they can be favored by the god of knights, they have no reason to disagree. Seeing that everyone agreed, Rob also did what he said. In the following days, he set an example, and led a group of tribesmen to pray to the statue of the god of knights. After several days of prayer, he passed on the power called Black Star Fighting Chi to the tribesmen. Time passed day by day. Some Goathorn people were not weak in body. After accepting the systematic knight training method, they soon condensed the seeds of life and jumped from knight squires to formal knights. At this time, the statue of the god of knights had been erected high in the fortress of the Goathorn people, and the statue was located in the center of the fortress. The small statue of the god of Rob's family was hidden in the statue in the center of the fortress, acting as the heart of this statue of the god. Time passed, and the second great knight was born in the tribe of the Goathorn people. The third great knight was Goz, the captain of the 5th hunting team, and Lena, the beautiful pharmacist of the medicine hall. However, the great knights of the two had only one characteristic in their fighting spirit, which was far inferior to the first great knight Rob. Everyone had no doubts about this. After all, Rob was unique. Without his sincerity to impress the great knight god, there would be no current knight training method. It was natural for him to receive the blessing of the gods. When the 6th great knight appeared in the Sheephorn tribe, Rob was promoted to a legendary knight, in one fell swoop under the impetus of the inherited power, which showed his uniqueness. Not long after that, Rob led the Sheephorn tribe to wipe out the bandits, who were plotting against the tribe, killing only 1 in 10 bandits. The Sheephorn tribe was extremely popular, and it resounded throughout the frozen bone wasteland. Rob's name was also well known, and many people came to the Sheephorn city in the hope of obtaining the Sheephorn people's protection. Of course, these people also hoped to be taught power. As the name of the tribe spread more and more people came to seek refuge, and the Sheephorn people had to build an outer city outside the city. After a while, under Rob's leadership, the Sheephorn people granted the Black Star Do-Chi to some of the orcs, who came to seek refuge. As time went by, the power of fighting spirit flourished, and the number of orcs who believed in the God of Nights increased, almost spreading to the entire frozen bone wasteland. No one knew that the God of Nights believed in by everyone was being nurtured in the central statue of the Goathorn Man. The phantom had taken shape, and the power of God was growing stronger day by day. If this continued, the God of Nights would one day come to the world, and it would not take long. Chapter 627. The starry world is vast. At a certain location, 2 giant beasts were pulling an airship forward, one on the left and one on the right. This was the Galaxy Battleship that the wizard had painstakingly developed. However, the current Galaxy Battleship was only a semi-finished product, otherwise there would be no need for giant beasts to pull the ship. Sai Lang, you are a great commander of the Legion, but you have to compete with us for such a hard job. You are such a bad boy. Shut up, Bald Eagle Spotted Cloth, if you keep nagging, don't think I dare not beat you up. I've already said it, I'm the Sword Eagle Speckled. I don't care if you're a bitch or not, just shut your mouth right now. Seeing that the commander of the Black Star Army was irritated by him, the Sword Eagle Speckled opened his mouth, but didn't make any sound. He didn't want to really anger the other party, and he didn't want to alarm the Lord in the warship. Sai Lang finally got a moment of peace in his ears. It hadn't realized before that this Sword Eagle had such a sharp mouth, but now that the two were flying together, it discovered this speechless fact, which was very annoying along the way. If the other party still doesn't shut up, Sai Lang might go to the Lord to complain. The Lord that the Eagle and the Wolf were thinking of was naturally the Lord of the Black Star Army, the Void King Wizard Ivan Marichattan. At this moment, Ivan had left the Danila Plain and came to the vast river of the Star Realm, letting the warship carry him to the unknown star field and the distant Gazan Plain. There is no doubt that this will be a long journey. Unlike the last time, he didn't need to travel at the fastest speed this time. He could also take in the magnificent scenery along the way and study some things that interested him. The Ghost Soul Seed has nurtured the soul so quickly, it seems that Locke has done a good job. The Star Realm River is full of various dangers, and Ivan has experienced them before. Even if he stays in the warship, he has no plan to rest, so as not to be taken advantage of by others. On this day, he sensed something different. One of the Ghost Soul Seeds he asked Locke to plant grew and sprouted. The so-called Ghost Soul Seed is a special soul seed condensed by the means recorded in the Devil's Book Ghost Soul Mirror. He made a deep deduction, and combined it with the 3 lifespans. According to the methods of the Devil Clan, the Ghost Soul Seed should absorb the power of corruption to grow, or guide the believers to do evil and amuse themselves, and absorb a certain kind of negative energy from it to breed their own secret clones. He made a comprehensive modification, using the night training method and the light of sacrifice as the medium, and those people would unconsciously dedicate a little bit of their own power when practicing Black Star Do-Chi. This power involves 3 aspects: life, soul, and mind. It is a high-level power, but the impact on the practitioner is minimal. Once his attempt succeeds, the Wraith Seed will be nurtured by many powers and transformed into a genuine night god. Even if the nurturing of the god fails, at worst, he can get a native creature to act as his secret clone, and use it to explore the Songzon Plain and then go to the Fairy Plain. Compared to the original method of Lord Blackbeard, this wizard's method is much better. Someone is really shameless, bragging about himself and comparing himself with a Zerg Lord. I'm afraid he forgot that he is a level 5 creature. Another voice sounded in the room, and Ivan couldn't help but look over. There was a gorgeous lady standing in the corner. However, this lady was not a flesh and blood body, but a stone statue of an adult. Mavis, you have been standing there motionless, and this wizard forgot that you were still in the room. Hearing the other party's ridicule, Ivan was not annoyed. Humph, I don't believe you. Mavis walked over and sat aside unceremoniously. From what you said, it is impossible to cultivate a god in this way. Ivan was not polite and asked her, Wizard Ivan, you are too arrogant. It is not so easy to create a god. Mavis continued, Do you know, there is a large plane in the world called the God's Plane. Unless you use your methods in this plane, where it is easy to create gods, it is impossible to succeed. Of course I know this plane. After all, the Nightmare Plane is notorious in the galaxy. The God's Plane regards it as a mortal enemy. Isn't it also famous? You have some knowledge. In my estimation, you can only breed a totem creature at most. Really? That's good too. As long as it's a local creature, this wizard is not picky. Let's wait and see. This time, the journey is too long and the dangers are too numerous. Ivan rejected Tanya and Angela's requests to accompany him. He only brought Mavis, who used the statue as a body, and Silang and Bamboo, who pulled the boat. In addition, there were only puppet guards and magic puppet attendants on the warship, and no other creatures. Who wants to wait with me? I'm going to the next room, Mavis said coquettishly. That won't work. If you have any accidents on the way, where can I find your body? If you don't want to stay in the same room with me, there is actually another choice. I will take you to another space and let you out when we get there. Ivan would naturally not agree. This trip was full of variables, and he didn't want any more twists and turns. What if there is contact in the middle? Then you just stay here honestly. There is no need to try every means to hide from this wizard. This wizard will not do anything to you. Hee, don't think I don't know that you have bad intentions. Whatever you think, I just want to create a flesh and blood body for you. You actually doubt me. I think you have impure intentions. No, I just know that you have bad intentions. Why are you looking at me? Nothing. Hearing her words, Ivan keenly noticed something and stared at Mavis as if thinking about something. Mavis said angrily, "You are really smart." Yes, this god does have a kind of ability to vaguely feel your mood. Otherwise, there are so many wizards in your wizard world, and I would only focus on you. So that's how it is. You are born with extraordinary spirits. Ivan thought to himself that it was indeed so. It seemed that the spirits were indeed more magical than he had imagined. He was not disappointed. He would explore slowly in the future. It's good that you know. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. I have to save my strength. Mavis's body was not without strength. With Ivan's help, she could barely reach the Lord level, but she had to save strength for her original body. This was her mission as an avatar. She returned to the corner, glanced at the wizard over there, and turned into a motionless stone statue again. The room fell into silence. Chapter 628. In the boundless river of stars, there are the most gorgeous particle changes in this world, and it is also filled with space energy that is rarely seen in other places, so it can nurture many different planes. In addition to the planes, there are actually many strange places, such as floating continents, hidden islands, etc., which also give birth to all kinds of strange star creatures. Compared to the interior of the Danala Plain, the River of Stars is more chaotic and disordered. Ivan kept moving forward on the battleship Black Star, and his encounters on the road can illustrate this point. I don't know how many times they encountered attacks along the way, which also added a lot of troubles and fun to their journey. Here they come. Keep quiet, don't disturb them, wait until they get closer. Clairvoyance, when hearing, keep a close eye on them. If they get away, you will be held responsible. Captain Silang, Commander Bamboo, rest assured, they will not be able to escape the observation of Clairvoyance and me. At this time, the warship was bustling with a different kind of excitement. If someone didn't know the situation, they would definitely think that these guys were doing something shameful. These are the members of the Black Star Army, hiding in the battleship waiting for something. After a while, more than 20 figures came from far away and headed straight for the Galaxy battleship. They were like a group of uninvited guests, led by a ferocious 12-winged flying shark, with 6 pairs of wings hanging down like sharp butcher knives. What is this? Chief Feizu, this is an extraordinary starry sky battleship, which seems to be in line with your mighty and brave style. Why don't we snatch it and use it as your palace? Behind one of the blade wings of the flying shark, there was a petite figure leaning on it, walking closely with the flying shark. Under her persuasion, the 12-winged flying shark liked the warship in front of him more and more, and immediately issued an attack order. Dafu is right, my Feizu has taken a fancy to it. Guys, kill them all, grab this warship for me, and use it as a travel tool for our Feizu Adventure Group. Oh. This team, which calls itself the Feizu Adventure Group, does not have many rules in its actions. Under the command of the leader, the 12-winged flying shark, they howl excitedly and rush towards the Black Star warship. Figures of all sizes came close to the warship in an instant. However, before they could get close enough, the soldiers hiding on the warship swarmed out and intercepted the group. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Ha ha, killed him! Xiling and Banbu were waiting for this moment. Their appearance caused the Feizu Adventure Group's offensive to stagnate. There were 2 Lord-level strongmen on the opposite side, while the Feizu Adventure Group had only one, the leader 12-winged flying shark himself. It wanted to retreat, but it was no longer possible for them. The 2 sides attacked each other. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Under the leadership of the 2 lords, Xiling and Banbu, although they were outnumbered, they smashed the opponent into pieces in one round and fell into a slump in an instant. Not only that, a large number of tentacles, like clouds and foam, emerged from under the warship, taking advantage of the opportunity to entangle and bind the unstable bandits one by one. Despicable and shameless. The 12-winged flying shark almost got angry when he saw this situation. The thing under the warship turned out to be a lord, and he chose to shamelessly attack from the side. How could the other members of the Feizu Adventure Group have the ability to resist? I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise, as you just said, we will kill and rob you one by one, ha ha. I'm not afraid of you, I, Feizu, will fight you to the death. Xiling and Banbu were not affected by the enemy's curses at all. They fought on the left and the right, and directly used 2 to bully 1, making the 12-winged flying shark pale in comparison. Be careful, the 12 wings of the flying shark can transform into flying blades that can set off a storm of sharp blades and take the opportunity to escape. When the 12-winged flying shark was preparing for a desperate fight, a crisp voice reminded it, attracting the attention of the 3 people in the battle. Little bitch, you are looking for death. The face of the 12-winged flying shark became more ferocious, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Haha, a man who knows the times is a hero. Banbu couldn't help laughing. The one who spoke was indeed the petite figure who had just followed the 12-winged flying shark. Now he betrayed the flying shark and revealed the trick it was going to launch. Seeing the flying shark staring at him, Dafu, who was not far away, couldn't help but shrink her neck and took the initiative to bump into a nearby tentacle, allowing it to restrain her. The tentacle dragged her quickly towards the bottom of the boat. This Dafu seemed to suddenly have confidence, and mustered up the courage to glare back at the flying shark, which made the flying shark almost explode, but it had no spare energy to fight back, and needed to deal with the joint attack of the wolf and the spotted. On the other side, Dafu was not much better. After she was pulled close to the warship, she heard a clear chewing sound there, which frightened her immediately. Cloud Ray, this little guy is interesting, don't eat it yet. Fortunately, the wolf's voice sounded in time, allowing her to escape temporarily. After joining the Black Star Army, Xiling and Banbu were no longer empty-handed. In order to strengthen their fighting power, Lord Ivan specially refined magic weapons for them. Xiling had wolf arrows and wolf vines in his hands. Ivan used its wolf teeth and wolf wool as the main materials to refine them. Banbu had 33 wings, which were made from its eagle feathers. Ivan imitated the feather tribe's treasure, the 99 wings, to refine them. After hearing what was said just now, the wolf and the eagle no longer held back, and used all their means. The 12-winged flying shark fell further, and was quickly captured on the spot, looking very miserable. Just like that, the battle came to an end. There were countless star bandits in the long river of the Star Realm, and the Feizu Adventure Group was just one of them. Without exception, these star bandits were all killed by the people on the Black Star. For this reason, along the way, the Black Star Army grew stronger, and added a lot of capable members. Yunyu, a high-level lord, has a body like a flowing flexible foam, and is extremely fast. When in danger, he can completely virtualize his body to avoid the enemy's attack. His body can also be torn into pieces, and his ability is very good. This guy was so hungry that he attacked the Black Star alone. Ivan had to take action to subdue the Cloud Ray himself, and found that this guy actually had a weakness, and was afraid of high-intensity flames. Seeing that the Cloud Ray was capable, he incorporated it into the Black Star core to replace the wolf and the zebra ship on the way. However, the Cloud Ray's method was different. It carried the warship on its back. Thousand Mile Eyes, whose real name is Qiantong, looks like a huge eyeball, and has extraordinary vision. Windier, whose real name is Bo Air has a strange human appearance, short stature, a huge head, and countless tiny ears on both sides and back of his head, and amazing hearing. These 2 were both pseudolords and members of the same gang. They were so bold as to think of attacking the Black Star, and the result was predictable. Ivan saw that they had good abilities, so he kept them and included them in the Black Star Corps. He just casually said that they were like clairvoyant eyes and wind-hearing ears, and the 2 happily accepted the title bestowed by the Lord. Since joining the Black Star Corps, Ivan has given them a lot of guidance, guiding them to further develop their abilities. Now Yunyu, Qianlian and Shunfinger have become the capable generals of the Legion. In addition to these 3 people, there are 6 other new creatures who have also joined, and they are also outstanding. The addition of many new members has made the Black Star Legion stronger. Did you win? Report to the Lord, they are just a group of small thieves, not worth mentioning. Not bad, not bad, the battle is getting more and more organized, which is worthy of praise. After the battle, the bandits, who were not dead, were brought to Ivan for him to decide. Ivan nodded slightly, not sparing his praise, and then his eyes fell on the bandit leader, the 12-winged flying shark, which had been stripped of its wings at this moment, and the blood-stained wings were scattered to the side. He glanced at the 12 wings that were over 100 meters long, and didn't pay much attention to them at first, but unexpectedly discovered that they were a natural material with good spatial performance. What's your name? Grandpa Feizu, answer the Lord's words properly. From the face of the flying shark, it can be seen that it was very dissatisfied, and was immediately taught a lesson. Are you willing to submit to me? Don't even think about it. The flying shark learned his lesson this time. Hearing Ivan's question, he stopped speaking rudely. However, he obviously would not surrender easily, and did not give Ivan a good look. Can your fish wings grow back after being plucked out? Ivan did not care, and asked another question. Looking at the man with deep eyes in front of him, the flying shark shuddered in his heart. Ahem, you have just seen the treasures in their hands, right? I made them for them. Your fish wings are pretty good, very suitable for making treasures suitable for you. If you join my Black Star Army, it will help you improve your strength and bring you many benefits. Ivan advised earnestly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a flag flashed from nowhere. It was the Black Star Army's Black Star Battle Flag. This Black Star Battle Flag was transformed and refined from the original Scarlet Battle Flag. After getting the Scarlet Battle Flag, he realized that to use the 3-generation all-things secret method to recruit people into the Black Star Army, it required soul-carrying capacity, and he could not recruit people into the army indefinitely. The battle flag can improve this situation. Ivan's soul-carrying capacity is temporarily sufficient, but it does not prevent him from studying the battle flag first to prepare for the future expansion of the Legion. Moreover, the battle flag can also manifest the Legion's amplification effect, just like what he showed to the flying shark at this time. This is the Legion's battle flag. How do you feel? Want to fool me? Wishful thinking? The Black Star battle flag shed a burst of light, and the flying shark immediately had a strange feeling, but it still chose to refuse. Seeing this scene, Sain couldn't sit still. My lord, it seems that this stupid shark has not been taught a lesson. Why don't you let me fix it up? I promise it will be obedient in no time. My lord, I, Dafu, have something important to report. Before Ivan gave the order, Dafu knelt down and said. Flying Shark's heart jumped suddenly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Take it aside for fix, I will listen to the report of this little guy. Ivan made arrangements casually. In his eyes, this Dafu looked like a larger flower fairy, but the wings behind her were black, which was more like a demon. He could sense that this was a very young creature, with mixed blood and strength at the 2nd level. I have an important treasure to present to you, sir. Duff was tied up because of her low strength, and she gritted her teeth and continued. Show it to me. Ivan could not deny it. You need to come and get it yourself, sir. It is hidden deep inside my body. Dafu would never dare to deceive you. It is the treasure of my Xiangmei clan, and it was sealed in my body by my elders before the clan was destroyed. I have only one request. I hope you will avenge my clan and kill that evil shark, and then you can do whatever you want with it. Dafu did not dare to hide anything, and quickly told where the treasure was and her purpose. Her petite body was straight, as if she wanted to show her sincerity and enhance the persuasiveness of her words. Little bitch, I kindly spared your life, but you dared to do it again and again. Did I let you speak? This made the flying shark on the other side furious, but the racing wolf quickly shut it up, leaving only intermittent cries of pain. The Xiangmei clan? Have you ever heard of it? Ivan thought for a moment, and asked his men. Banbu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They were good at fighting, but the others were a little reluctant. They dared not speak. I know that there are many types of demons in the Abyss Plane, and Succubus is one of them. Succubus also has many branches, one of which is called Xianmei. The Xianmei clan has been favored by the goddess of luck. It is said that the Xianmei clan has been destroyed. It is obvious that the Xiangmei clan she belongs to has a great relationship with Xianmei. With a soft voice, Mavis walked out of the room. I see. It seems that the treasure of the Xiangmei clan may be very good. Ivan didn't expect that it was so far-reaching and related to the succubus in the Abyss Plane. No wonder this little guy looks so pitiful. It may be related to the goddess of luck. If you are interested, I will leave it to you. Thank you. Mavis was not hypocritical. She took the initiative to come out now, and naturally she noticed something useful, which might be of great benefit to saving the main body. She took a few steps forward and shone the divine light on Daphne's body. After a while, the divine light flashed, and a glass mirror appeared in the light. It's really related to the goddess of luck. Sighed Lang, give it a quick death. My lord, I surrender. I am willing to surrender, willing to join the Black Star Army and let you lead me. As Mavis sighed, the fate of the flying shark on the other side was determined. Ivan would follow the principle of equivalent exchange most of the time. No matter how the flying shark cried for mercy, he did not change his decision and avenge the genocide of the little guy. Although the number of lords in the Black Star Army was not too many, it was not too few either. One less flying shark was no big deal. After a while, Siling came to a nearby place with the corpse to report. Seeing this, Dafu cried with joy and thanked Ivan repeatedly. It was just a small matter for Ivan. I heard that there is a lucky compass that can point to what you want in your heart, this mirror. Mavis stroked the glass mirror and said hesitantly. I just said, leave it to you to deal with it. Ivan waved his hand, and the corpse and flying wings on one side turned into flowing light and disappeared. Mavis stared at him blankly for a few seconds and nodded silently. The Star Realm River has always been an extremely cruel place. In the end, only one person survived in the entire Feizu bandit group, that is, Dafu, a survivor of the Xiongmei clan, who stayed on the Black Star battleship. Chapter 629. Time flies, and it has been more than 4 years since Ivan left Danila. During these days, the Black Star has experienced many twists and turns, which have been resolved one by one, and the warship is moving forward towards the set goal unswervingly. The Black Star Corps has become stronger with time. Previously, there were 3 Lord-level Legion members on the Black Star, and now there are 5. Ivan's own strength has also been improving in an orderly manner. After all, for a virtual king wizard, tirelessly exploring all aspects of power and exploring the deep mysteries of this world is an excellent way to improve strength. Physical fitness, 61, spirit, 570, soul energy, medium 57. In terms of life, one statistic can reflect that he has cultivated to the pinnacle of the Night King, and is only one transformation opportunity away from the 5th level legendary Star Master. In terms of soul power, the soul energy in the Soul Sea is in liquid form, and from time to time, it turns into a Soul Fire King silkworm and swims in it. It is much stronger than when it just broke through the 5th level Virtual King. According to him, the soul energy limit of the Virtual King Wizard is 66 scales, which is equivalent to 660 scales of mental power. If you want to continue to improve your soul energy, you must break the limit of the 6th level wizard and become a 6th level wizard. From all the information collected, if you cannot condense the throne in one fell swoop when you are promoted to a 6th level wizard, it will become very troublesome and require more energy and cost. But it is not easy to break through the 6th level, let alone condense the throne. The difficulty is multiplied by many times. If Ivan reaches the 6th level and is promoted, he still needs to consider a question, whether to continue to deepen along the soul fire, or choose a broader path. At this moment, a flaming stone mountain floated in his soul sea, which was the flame throne obtained from the underground world. Compared with when he first obtained it, only 1/5 of it was left now, and it was obviously unable to support him to go too far. This was expected. After all, this throne was not complete to begin with, and it could not be said to be condensed by Danera himself, and the degree of fit with him was not high. Combining various factors, he was actually not willing to continue deepening the path of soul fire. Mr. Clement once said that the true of the 6th level true king means that everything returns to the true one, and all things in oneself must be combined into one, so that one can condense his own throne. Since practicing, Ivan has explored so many aspects of power, not only soul flame, but also space, life, mind, wisdom, wood, earth, water, etc. If he only pursues the depth of soul and flame, other powers will always be outside, and not belong to the power he truly controls. This is undoubtedly a devaluation of his own value. Background. This should also be considered a kind of background. Perhaps, I should study more about the Wizard Supreme formation, the Wizard King multi-phase formation, which can efficiently combine most of the power, and another combined attack formation, the Green Flame Vine, which should be deduced and deepened more. Forget it, it's useless to think too much now. The only way for now is to keep studying and accumulating knowledge and foundation. Anyway, my soul energy is still a long way from the upper limit of level 5. I will break through from Night King to legendary Star Lord first, and then consider other things. In a well-protected room on the Black Star, Ivan thought about the road he would take in the future, and thought deeply for a while. In the end, he was too interested in becoming a throne master and the first true king wizard, and he couldn't treat it with a normal heart. But he also knew that it was too early, and it was useless to think too much. In the days to come, as long as he kept walking on the right path, he believed that one day he would ascend to his own throne. Oh, born! Then, Ivan gathered his thoughts and began to meditate deeply. After most of the day, he suddenly sensed a strange movement and opened his eyes. Following the induction, his soul seemed to cross thousands of mountains and rivers and came to the Gazan plain, and various pictures emerged clearly. The Night City, Wezelenbang. With the spread of night training, the original fortress of the Sheep Horns has been expanded again, and gradually became a pearl in the frozen bone wasteland. The fortress was originally nameless, which was not the treatment that a pearl in the wasteland should have. So, the top leaders of the Sheep Horns decided to name it Wezelenbang, which means Night City in the Orc language, and also contains a layer of bright pearl. This day was originally an ordinary day, and the statue of the night god in the center of Wezelenbang suddenly shone brightly, as if the supreme god had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, all those who cultivated the Black Star Dochi nearby felt it, and looked towards the center of the city with inexplicable expressions. This is the divine light from the God of Nights. The great God of Nights is looking at the pearl of the wasteland, and at us devout people. What a glory it is! Hurry up, go and worship, the God of Nights has appeared. The brilliance of the bright light was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this strange scene, the orcs looked excited and ran to the center of Weselen State, fearing that they would miss the moment when the God of Nights came to the world. The Goathorn man appeared the fastest. Rob, the first knight of Wezelan, also arrived first. When he came to the statue, his expression suddenly became extremely fanatical, and could hardly be concealed. Silence! Pray to the great God of Nights with me, Rob, silently. Thank the great God of Nights for giving us the power to change our destiny. We will believe in the great God of Nights for 100 years. Rob's prestige was very high in this land. He immediately suppressed all other voices and led the gathered orcs to pray, silently reciting the great God of Nights devoutly. The central square of the city became solemn and orderly. The people who came later saw this scene and silently joined the prayer team. Soon, people were all over the central square, and the outside of the central square was soon filled with people. Undoubtedly, these people were believers of the God of Nights. When the believers prayed, a wisp of invisible power was drawn from them, quietly gathered to the towering statue of the god, and finally fell into the heart of the statue of the god. In the heart of the statue was a very small statue of the god. The statue contains a ghost seed, which seems to contain infinite space. At this moment, a figure filled with sacred luster is sitting in the space. The figure is illusory. Under the impetus of accumulated power, it is evolving towards reality. It has reached the most critical moment. With the continuous influx of the power of sentient beings outside, the evolution speed is getting faster and faster. The figure becomes more vivid and agile step by step, and time passes by. Dong! From morning to noon, from noon to dusk, and then to the deepening of night, the orcs around have never left, and the luster of the statue of the god has never dissipated. Until a sound like the beginning of chaos, the divine luster suddenly withdrew. Wizalampong suddenly became much dimmer. Even so, the devout believers did not stand up, because many fanatical people really felt that they were being watched by the great gods. My name is Templar Marichaddon. Great God of Nights, the great god Templar Marichaddon, I pay my highest respects to you. Great God of Nights, the great god Templar Marichaddon, I pay my highest respects to you. An inexplicable voice came from the statue. Instead of being surprised, the believers below came together to pay homage, and the voices of tribute became a hymn. At the same time, another ray of light appeared from the statue, and more fell on the most devout believers, but not much on others. The light came quickly and disappeared quickly. At this point, the statue of the god was completely silent. The movement in the square did not stop. Many Goathorn people sat cross-legged, as if brewing something. In the eyes of the people around them, they must have received the blessing of the God of Nights. As expected, Rob, the first knight of Wezelan State, broke through from a ground knight to a flying knight in front of everyone, and his body floated in the air, looking very impressive. There were 6 people, including Doss and Lena, who were promoted from great knights to ground knights, and some broke through to great knights and became official knights. The power of the Goathorn people increased greatly. This was the grace they received for their sincere service to the God of Nights, and the others who had gained little were envious, and they respected the god of nights even more in their hearts, let alone the excitement of the goat-horned man. In a certain dark space, Ivan's consciousness descended here, and saw his newly born clone Templar Marichatin. Mavis is right, it is really a totem creature. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Don't be too polite, and don't apologize. You are what you are now, it depends on me, not you. If you really want to care about it, it's my mistake, haha. Ivan was indeed not disappointed. Indeed, with the support of so many things, Templar did not evolve into a god, but only a totemic creature, and his strength was only at the pseudolord level, which was inconsistent with his original expectations. However, after Mavis's reminder, he first understood the difficulty of the birth of a god, and had expected it in his heart. He would naturally not be disappointed. Time is tight. Let's explore your ability. The blessing you just gave was very interesting. I will follow your wishes. Templar did not know Ivan's character very well, and he was inevitably a little restrained in the initial contact. After careful investigation, Ivan discovered that this special clone had an unexpected surprise. He found that although Templar had not become a god, he was also a totem with some godly characteristics. In other words, Templar was born with divinity, which was similar to some sons of God. Templar's previous blessing actually used his domain halo song of life and heroism. This domain halo has divinity, and its effect is the best domain halo Ivan has ever seen. In theory, under the effect of this halo, it can achieve the effect of Black Star Knight is immortal, Templar is immortal. In the previous blessing, he also taught the Goathorn man a special art, the Knight's Heroic Hymn, which is equivalent to an abridged version of the heroic song of life. You know, in the song Praise Plain, only priests who serve the gods can master special war songs, and there are many types of war songs. Although the two are not comparable, Temple did pass down his own unique war song, allowing believers to use his power to do what only gods can do, which shows that he has a certain degree of divinity. It seems that this wizard's plan is not useless. After Ivan came to a conclusion, he felt a sense of joy. My lord, you. Hearing this, Temple was about to compliment him, but his face suddenly changed, and he looked away in an unpleasant way. What happened? Someone noticed him, and he's going to take action. So fast, let me see. Ivan paused after hearing this, and then took over Temple's body without any hesitation. The next second, he immediately felt like a thorn in his back. Temple was indeed being targeted, not by others, but by the gods of this world. Where did this heretic come from? How dare you spy on the paradise of the Holy Father of Light? Accept judgment immediately. Get lost. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, they launched a sharp attack on him. This was clearly the authority controlled by the gods. Facing this extremely arrogant enemy, Ivan fought back without hesitation, and at the same time hid his position, making the opponent's attack lose its target. The authority of the gods, in simple terms, is the ability to borrow or occupy the great will of the plane. He happened to have studied the Blackbird's small plane for a while, and also consulted Mavis on similar matters, so it was not difficult to deal with it. Heretic, blasphemer, you can't escape. The servants of the Father of Holy Light will find you, pull you out, and make you accept the punishment of Holy Light. The people over there are still chattering. In Ivan's opinion, this is impotent rage. If they can find their own position, there will be no more nonsense. Seeing that the enemy is indeed not disguised, Ivan is relieved and senses his other two ghost soul seeds. One is thrown into the border town on the other side of the wild beast kingdom, and the other is thrown into a chaotic place in the human kingdom. The former is developing well, and the progress is about half of this side. The latter is progressing very slowly due to the selfishness of the nobles. If it continues like this, it is estimated that it will be difficult to wait until the day of flowering and fruition. Haha, there is a way to die. Ivan noticed the third ghost soul seed, which was something he did not expect. The original inheritor was cleared out, and the statue was invited to the secret room and was strictly sealed. He did not punish him, but simply went with the flow. Didn't the Holy Father of Holy Light want to catch Temple? It just happened to set up a maze to direct the other party's attention there and delay time. It's done. He arranged it in 2 or 3 steps and informed Temple of the situation one by one. Thank you for your help, Lord. Temple hurriedly thanked him, otherwise he really couldn't cope with it. Develop well, in 2 years, that's when you need to contribute. Ivan couldn't deny it. In the end, he didn't leave Temple with extra power, but gave him a lot of knowledge. Once this knowledge is used properly, it will be enough for Temple to grow rapidly. Also as clones, and closely connected by the secret method of 3 life and all things, Temple's innate authority obtained from Ivan is different, far less than Ginny and Locke. Temple's authority is equivalent to that of the swamp ant. When Ivan himself is at the 5th level, Temple's upper limit is the 4th level, and he can grow to the top of the 4th level lord at most. Chapter 630. The Black Star warship is still sailing in the vast galaxy. On this day, Silang, the commander-in-chief of the Black Star army, stood in a corner, staring at one direction in a daze, and did not move for a long time. Shunfinger, what is the commander-in-chief doing? It's really strange. There doesn't seem to be anything good over there? I don't believe you even if I say you are stupid. As a sentinel on the warship, Qianlian saw all this and asked Shunfinger next to him in surprise, but was despised by Shunfinger. Then tell me what's going on. Seeing that he was being so rude, Qianlian angrily bumped him. If I'm not mistaken, the commander-in-chief must be homesick. Shunfinger was not angry, shaking his head and said, Go in that direction, you may reach the Gingjin mountain plain, the homeland of the six-eyed Golden Wolf clan. That makes sense. I didn't expect that you, a small ear, knows so much. That's right. No one in the Star Realm knows more than me, except the most knowledgeable lord. Shunfinger has amazing hearing ability. He can always eavesdrop on other creatures' conversations intentionally or unintentionally. He is always successful in collecting information. As time goes by, he knows more than Qianlian. Qianlian is convinced by this point, and its big eyes nod slightly. I don't believe it. Why don't you believe it? Because I also think that no one knows more than me, including the lord you mentioned. You? Suddenly, a voice refuted. Shunfinger thought it was someone else in the Legion at first, and couldn't help arguing. He soon found something wrong. He and Clairvoyant were startled and broke out in cold sweats, because there was a creature in the sentry tower, and it appeared so silently. The two of them stared at the person in front of them nervously, as if they were facing a great enemy. This creature looked like a human, more than 3 meters tall, wearing a black robe, with his face hidden in the hood connected to the robe. The whole person seemed to be in the dark shadow, making it difficult to see his appearance. There is no doubt that the person in front of him is extraordinary. You, who are you? Shunfinger shouted with gritted teeth, making quite a commotion. Sir, welcome to the Black Star, this way please. At this time, Ivan noticed the movement and flashed to the sentry tower, which made both of them feel relieved. Are you the owner of this place? The man did not react in particular. Yes. Ivan nodded. Haha, I was passing by here and was a little tired. I happened to see your ship. We were all heading in the same direction, so I came here to rest. Please don't blame me. No way, I'm so happy to have a guest. As he spoke, the man lifted his hood and revealed his true face. His eyes were like stars, his hair was like lightning, and there was a hint of wind and fire. His face looked like a generous uncle with a lot of stories, which made people feel good about him at first sight. The two introduced themselves to each other briefly, and the man called himself Campbell. At Campbell's suggestion, Ivan set up tables and chairs on the flat top of the Black Star to entertain the unexpected guest. Ivan couldn't figure out the other party's purpose, but he could sense that this person's strength was extraordinary and should be higher than his own, and he might even be a throne-level strongman. In this regard, he did not act rashly. The two chatted about everything over the wine. In these years, Ivan has come all the way, visited many areas, seen a lot of things, and heard a lot of information. He can be said to have traveled a lot, but he is no longer the same person who first entered the long river of the Star Realm. He did not show any fear when dealing with it. Captain Ivan, you are knowledgeable and well-spoken. I guess you come from a famous large plane in the galaxy? The two chatted happily until Campbell mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. Your Excellency has a good eye. I do come from a large plane, but I don't know whether it is famous or not. Ivan replied vaguely. This is really a lucky thing. Campbell sighed inexplicably, and then said, Unlike me, who was born in a small or medium-sized plane, I often have no choice. Look at me, I'm getting bored while chatting. No more talking, come on, keep drinking, the wine here is really good, it's obviously made by an expert. Captain Ivan is a man who knows how to enjoy life. Camber took the initiative to change the topic and kept urging people to drink, and the previous question seemed to be unintentional. Ivan was happy with this. It is worth mentioning that the fine wine in his hand is no longer what it used to be, thanks to the corresponding support of Silang. The six-eyed Golden Wolf clan, where Silang belongs, likes to drink, and has a history of winemaking that can be traced back to 8,000 or 9,000 years ago. Moreover, the six-eyed Golden Wolf clan has been active in the galaxy all year round, with a wide range of activities and extensive knowledge. The fine wines they brew are not only diverse, but also unique in flavor. The second is the technical support provided by the Lucia. The former is strong, while the latter is soft. The wines brewed have their own characteristics. The two have benefited Rainbow territory a lot in winemaking. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Ivan to serve wine to guests. Thank you for your hospitality. You are a guest when you come to our house. If you can drink well, it is the greatest respect for these wines. Ivan, you are too polite. Just call me by my name. After 3 rounds of wine, Campbell was a little drunk and spoke more cheerfully. Ivan was quick to follow suit. At this point, he could tell that this man had no ill intentions. Perhaps, as he said, he just happened to come and rest. Ivan, do you know the Seal Palace? I've heard of it. It's said to be a trade association that has traveled to every area of the Star Realm. It has all kinds of goods, but it's hard to find. Hearing this, Ivan's heart moved and he answered truthfully. This should not be a random statement. Yes, it's the Seal Palace. As expected, Campbell nodded. You came just in time. The Seal Palace is not far ahead. Are you interested in following me to explore it? Of course. Great, I show you the way, otherwise you'd definitely miss it. Campbell drank so much wine, and in return, he gave a very important piece of information. Ivan did not doubt it, and ordered the Black Star to sail over there according to the other party's instructions. More than half a month passed, and the empty space in front of the warship suddenly had a huge object, a floating ship that was more than 10 times the size of the Black Star. The floating ship was carried by 2 dragon anacondas, both of which had 8 heads and 16 wings, and a terrifying aura. This was the famous Chamber of Commerce, the Seal Palace, in the Star Realm. How is it? It is grand and spectacular, with many guests, and it lives up to its name. Haha, a good summary. Since you have already arrived, I will not bother you anymore. See you again in the future. In Ivan's surprised look, after speaking, Campbell walked away, arrived at the Seal Palace in a few steps, and entered the Chamber of Commerce without any hindrance. He came and went in a carefree manner, which made people somewhat unpredictable. Sure enough, Canbert is a powerful person at the throne level. Could he be an employee of the Chamber of Commerce, the Seal Palace? Ivan suddenly thought of a possibility, and was speechless. The Star Realm is too vast, and it is not so easy to find a Chamber of Commerce walking here. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has encountered a Chamber of Commerce in the Star Realm. In any case, when he came to this famous Chamber of Commerce, he certainly had to take a look and see the cards of the Star Realm Chamber of Commerce to see if he could buy some useful things. With this in mind, he ordered the Black Star to approach slowly, and stopped not far from the Seal Palace. Mavis, are you interested in going out for a walk? No. Bamboo, Boer, come with me. Salang will stay here and take care of the Black Star with the others. Ivan didn't care about Mavis's refusal. He then named 2 of his waiting men, which made the Sword Eagle Bamboo overjoyed, and Boer couldn't help but smile. My lord, please. The Sword Eagle Bamboo ran over happily, crawled in front of the lord, and offered to take him over, which made the other lords around roll their eyes. This guy is so flattering, really mean. Bamboo didn't care about the contemptuous eyes around him. In his opinion, these people were just envious and jealous. Who let the lord value me the most? No need. Quickly transform into human nature and follow with Boer. Okay. Ivan didn't care so much. It was a few steps away, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Bamboo and Boer quickly followed him, and the 3 of them flew towards the floating ship. Soon, the 3 of them came to a gate leading to the inner Chamber of Commerce. The waiter at the gate saw that it was a new guest and immediately handed over a beautiful book. Dear guest, this is the transaction manual of this Chamber of Commerce. If you are not familiar with Archie Palace, please learn more about it. No problem. Ivan flashed a trace of surprise, because this manual was half a palm thick. In this case, either the She Palace Chamber of Commerce has strict rules, or She Palace intends to show its sincerity, and is ready to accept a good opportunity from the beginning. What a rich and powerful Shigong Chamber of Commerce. For him, even the thickest book would take more than a moment to read. There were indeed mysteries hidden in it. In addition to the Chamber of Commerce transaction instructions, there were also various means of condensing transaction currencies, including the plain force currency. Seeing this, he was moved. Ivan flipped his palm, and a handful of high-level currency that could be condensed in space appeared in his hand, and he threw it to the waiter beside him. Is this enough? Please come in, my dear guest. He took out the entrance fee so quickly that the waiter couldn't tell for a moment whether he was a new customer or a disguised old customer, and hurriedly signaled him to come in. After Ivan and the other 2 entered the Chamber of Commerce through the gate, they wandered around inside. The Seal Palace, to put it bluntly, is a large trading workshop. It is covered with a protective layer on the outside, And most of the interior is shops, refining workshops, auction houses, etc. opened by the Seal Palace itself, and some are shop owners who rent here. Various buildings are distributed in an orderly manner. In the center is a 7-story commercial building, which is undoubtedly the core of the Chamber of Commerce and the most worth exploring place in the Seal Palace. Ivan walked around for a while, then led the two of them straight to the core business building. He looked around, and although the things inside were good, they were not up to his standards. He didn't want to stay in the simple surroundings. People in this kind of place are very sharp-eyed. He didn't think that he, a newcomer, had better go directly to the most valuable place and not waste time. The word She Palace hung high in front of the business building, attracting attention, which showed the specialness of this place. The business building is very spacious. It is obvious that the space has been expanded, but no trace of expansion can be seen. It looks natural. Ivan glanced around and secretly admired the other party's means. "Dear guest, is there anything you need to introduce?" A plump woman in gorgeous palace clothes came up to him. Her voice was soft but not flattering, and then she led him to a reception room inside to facilitate conversation. "I heard that you sell everything here. Is this true?" "Dear guest, you are joking, but we in She Palace will try our best to meet your needs. If you don't mind delaying a little time, let me introduce the products of the Chamber of Commerce." Hearing Ivan's question, the woman quickly introduced the various products of the Chamber of Commerce. There were all kinds of things, such as information consultation, rare raised servants, secret skills, etc. There were even many forced treasures. Ivan nodded slightly. He didn't care whether these things were true or false, and continued to ask, "What about promotion consultation?" "Yes, please explain it more clearly." "The way of life, level 5, preferably related to the famous Justice Star ancestor, but it doesn't matter if it's not related. You have come to the right place. Please follow me over here, I will take you there." Ivan knew what he needed most, so he ignored other products that looked good, and did not beat around the bush. He stated his requirements directly. What was unexpected was that the woman's answer was very affirmative, and she was ready to take him to find someone immediately. In fact, the Shigong Chamber of Commerce likes to do this kind of consulting and information knowledge transactions the most. Many of them are equivalent to no capital transactions, and the asking price is not very low, which is simply a 10,000 profit. Led by the woman, Ivan went up to the 3rd floor of the commercial building and came to one of the private residences with exquisite decoration. When he walked in, he saw a garden with a fragrance of flowers. "Lord Cambridge, this distinguished guest wants to consult you about promotion." "Go down, I talked to him." Ivan saw an acquaintance, who was Cambridge, who had been drinking with him before. Cambridge did not show much surprise about his arrival. After sending the woman away, he smiled and motioned him to come forward and sit down in the pavilion on one side of the garden. "Didn't expect to meet you so soon? Cambridge, you are very good at attracting business." "Haha, of course, from the first time I saw you, I guessed that you would come to me. If you didn't come, you would have missed the opportunity. To tell you the truth, I have also inherited the power of the Justice Star ancestor, and I was once a legendary Star Master. I have what you need most. Ivan, I really didn't make a mistake about you. You came faster than expected," Cambridge explained with a smile. Ivan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the other party appeared on his ship. This was really a coincidence, and it was also a kind of opportunity for him, but this opportunity required a price to be paid. "Cambridge, we drank so much together, you won't even have a discount here, right?" "I'm sorry, Ivan. I told you that I am a person who can't help myself, and I didn't lie to you. I am still very poor, and everything with a little value on me belongs to the She Palace, so I'm sorry I can't do anything about your request." Regarding his request for a discount, Cambridge clearly refused. Ivan was silent when he heard this. It seems that the other party chose to seek help from the She Palace in order to improve his own strength, and had signed a harsh contract with the She Palace. It really makes people wonder what to say. It seems that the She Palace must be severely stabbed. Chapter 631. Dear guest from Genong, welcome to come next time. We talk if we're lucky. Take care. When Ivan left the She Palace, the plump woman escorted him to the outside of the business building, more enthusiastic than before, and wanted to keep her eager eyes on him. In the final analysis, he still couldn't escape being ripped off by the She Palace, and the woman made a lot of service fees from it. However, this rip-off left him speechless. After the transaction with the She Palace, he suddenly understood why Campbell was willing to sell himself to this Chamber of Commerce. Because the resources here are indeed all-inclusive, especially the knowledge of cultivation. Once you join them, you will be on a bright road to a higher level. Even a rational person like him has the urge to take out the best things in the bottom box, such as the Black Demon Ritual, the 3 Lives of All Things, the Silver Moon Blade, etc. Master, are you leaving now? Seeing him heading straight for the exit, Banbu was a little surprised. They had only been here for a few hours. If you don't leave now, you will be emptied out. Who knows, I may sell you to the She Palace. Ivan said lightly. My lord, you are such a joker. Banbu smiled awkwardly, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Walking out of the Chamber of Commerce, they found from a distance that there were more creatures beside the Black Star, who seemed to be looking for trouble, and the 3 of them couldn't help but speed up their return. The other wave of creatures turned out to be the same tribe as Silang, the 6-eyed golden wolf. In the blink of an eye, Ivan and the 2 of them landed on the warship without avoiding or dodging, attracting the attention of the people present. Are you the Lord Silang mentioned? A man with silver hair and a wolf head asked him rudely. My lord, he is the 3rd elder of the 6-eyed golden wolf clan, a loyal follower of the clan leader. When I was in trouble, he was the one who tortured me the most. Silang explained secretly, looking at the old golden wolf with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Yes, what do you have to say? Ivan said slowly. The Gingjin throne has already ordered that this sinner is not allowed to approach the Gingjin mountain plain. He must stay away from the place where my 6-eyed golden wolf clan is. Don't you know? The old golden wolf said in a deep voice that the Gingjin throne he mentioned was actually the father of the previous leader of the 6-eyed golden wolf, and the current leader. Oh, so what? Take this criminal away now. Ivan finally understood that this guy was here to discuss people, or to warn people, to dispel the wrong thoughts in Silang's mind, and to strike him as the Lord as well. You're right to say it. If you have the ability, you might as well give it a try. He sneered. You? Hearing his words, old golden wolf glanced at the huge dragon anaconda, obviously fearing the Seal Palace. You are so cowardly, and you are wasting my time. Let's go! Seeing this, Ivan shook his head slightly, and ordered the Black Star to set sail. Asshole, you are bullying me too much. Hearing this, old golden wolf couldn't help but attack, jumped up, and rushed towards Ivan in the shape of a ferocious wolf. Before Ivan could fight back, a stream of light flew out from the Seal Palace and hit old golden wolf accurately in an instant, causing him to fall, halfway, and keep falling down. Where did you come from, you lunatics? How dare you attack the distinguished guests of the She Palace? You are so rude. The She Palace will not entertain you today. A voice came from the She Palace, and then another stream of light flew over, sending a group of 6-eyed golden wolves away. They soon disappeared, and must have been sent to a place not far away. This scene stunned many guests around. This method was too terrifying. Some people who know the business know that those 6-eyed golden wolves offended the real distinguished guests of the She Palace. The distinguished guests of the She Palace are divided into stars, new moon, and golden sun from low to high. Jinong is the highest level known to people. To become a Jinong distinguished guest of She Palace, one must not only spend a lot, but also be a guest that She Palace particularly values. In other words, She Palace also wants to recruit people into the Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, if there is a conflict around the general guests, the people in She Palace will not be so positive. Amid many inquiring eyes, Ivan gestured to the place where the attack was made, and the Black Star still sailed away from She Palace, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Now, even if the 6-eyed golden wolf clan returns quickly, they can't cause trouble to them anymore, and can only swallow this loss. On the Black Star, looking at the back of the Lord entering the house, the Sword Eagle Spotted was secretly shocked. It seems that the Lord's previous words were not perfunctory. The Lord did spend a lot on this trip, and even the people of the Seal Palace couldn't help but come down to help. Little did they know that Ivan didn't spend too much, but took out something that the Seal Palace really liked. Knowledge is indeed the most valuable wealth in the world. However, the Shigong Chamber of Commerce is really overbearing. They actually want to deprive me, the original owner, of the right to spread and sell, and operate it exclusively. After entering the meditation room, Ivan recalled a previous transaction and felt a lot of emotion. In order to come up with enough chips, he spent a lot of effort in the transaction, raising funds and bargaining in many ways to satisfy the other party's appetite. He took out the magic weapon he refined, and it was not that Campbell looked down on it, but it did not match the things he exchanged, and the magic weapon was not qualified. After many attempts, he could only trade with unique knowledge, including methods to quickly improve soul power, detailed plans for shaping large fortress spirits, universal life books suitable for ordinary humans to cultivate to Night King, and some knowledge about space exploration. In this way, he was qualified to exchange for what he wanted. In fact, he only consulted 2 questions. One was the promotion of legendary star honor, and the other was about the condensation information of the throne. Both questions were answered by the Seal Palace. The former was Campbell's own cultivation experience, and the latter was the information summarized by the Seal Palace based on the situations of multiple throne masters. The knowledge he obtained from the Seal Palace naturally could not be transferred to others, and there were strict contractual constraints. The knowledge that the Seal Palace obtained from him was exactly the opposite. Once it found the right customer, the Seal Palace could earn a steady stream of profits, and even use knowledge as bait to make people voluntarily join the Chamber of Commerce. Although the Seal Palace is good, freedom is more valuable. In the short term, joining the Seal Palace is extremely beneficial to solidifying the throne, but it is not certain in the future. After the transaction was completed, Ivan also received an invitation from the Seal Palace, inviting him to join the Chamber of Commerce, but he refused on the spot. The Chamber of Commerce obviously did not give up, and upgraded his status to Jinong Distinguished Guest, and gave him a Jinong seal. With this Jinong seal, if both parties are within a certain range, he can sense the existence of the Seal Palace, but if the distance is too far, he will be powerless. Why think too much? The Star Realm is so vast, and we don't know when we will encounter the Seal Palace next time. With Mr. Campbell's guidance, the road to becoming a legendary Star Master is smoother. We should strive to take this crucial step as soon as possible. After a while, Ivan collected his thoughts and focused on the way of night training. He had a strong premonition that the day when he would become a legendary Star Master was not far away. After the Black Star sailed out of the range of the Seal Palace, it adjusted its direction and continued to move towards the Songzon Plain, with the same speed as before. The Songzon Plain. The fertile plain, this most fertile land has always been controlled by the human kingdom, and the human church is above the human kingdom. The people here believe in many gods, among which the Father of Holy Light is the most respected. The church dedicated to serving the Father of Holy Light is called the Holy Light Church. It is also the most powerful force in the rich continent, without a doubt. There are 3 well-known military organizations under the Holy Light Church, including the Holy Guardian Corps, the Ascetic Elders Corps, and the Heretic Inquisition, especially the last one, which is the most popular and can make children stop crying. Stop! Stop right there. This is the City of Hills. Without the hand order of Lord Viscount Donald, no one can enter the city at night. You retreat quickly. On this night, a team of people in black light armor came to the Hill City with a fierce momentum, and was immediately scolded by the guards on the city wall. Wait! The captain of the city guard rushed out, and saw several sinister faces wearing masks in the team below. He was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly stopped them. What's wrong, Captain? Is there anything wrong? Shut up your stinky mouth, these are the adults of the Holy Light Church. The guard who spoke just now didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior, but he was scolded by the captain. Someone also booed in his ear to introduce the identity of the visitor, the Heretic Inquisition. Hearing the words in his ear, the guard was so scared that his legs went weak, and he almost fell down. Ahem, hello, everyone. I wonder what you are doing here. Do you need our help? The captain of the city guard asked carefully. What answered him was a bright light. The powerful attack fell directly on the top of the city. With just one attack, the several city guards standing there asking questions were beheaded, and their bodies were gone. Kino, your methods are too brutal. There was another person, who looked different in the team below. He was wearing coarse linen, and was indeed an ascetic monk in the church. As soon as he finished speaking, another dazzling attack fell on the city gate, and the city gate exploded. What, Elder Gulas, what did you say just now? Nothing. Enter the city as soon as possible to wipe out those evil people who blaspheme the holy light, otherwise I will be uneasy. Elder Gulas, please rest assured that with our judgment office, we guarantee that none of those sinners will escape, and all those bloodlines stained with sin will be eliminated. As they were talking, the team shuttled through the city like a black starlight. In the human kingdom, the Hill City is actually a famous place of chaos. At this moment, with the arrival of the Inquisition team, it became silent. Only after the team walked away did people around dare to make a sound. He went to Viscount Donald's castle. The Donald family is in trouble now. Viscount Donald had the delusion of restoring order in the Hill City before. I don't know where he got the confidence from. Now it seems that he is not borrowing the power of the evil god. After tonight, I'm afraid there will be no Donner family anymore, hee. Seeing this scene, some people gloated, while others were worried. Some people wanted to escape in the dark, but were dissuaded by acquaintances, who told them that once such behavior was defined as escaping, they would be hunted down by the heretic Inquisition until the end of time. The man was so scared that he quickly retreated to his residence. On the other side, fierce voices soon rang out from the ancient castle inside the city. "I am Finney Donner, Viscount of the Kingdom. I wonder what you are here for. Following the decree of the Supreme Father of Holy Light, we come to exterminate the evil heretics who blaspheme the Holy Light. The sinner Finney Donner, surrender." "My lords, there must be a misunderstanding here. Assholes, you Holy Light Church are so unreasonable." Boom boom boom. The conflict broke out directly. Under the leadership of the Grand Judge Gino and Elder Gulas, the team of the Heretic Inquisition raided into the solid castle. Viscount Donner had to use all his trump cards, which also exposed his alien power and proved his identity as a heretic. After all, his strength was inferior to that of the other party. After a while, under the siege of Gino and Gulas, Viscount Donald died, and died unwillingly. "Leave it to you to deal with this. I will go to judge the heretic evil forces. Elder Gulas, please do as you please." The two of them acted separately. Gulas came prepared this time, and soon found a statue of the evil god in a secret dark hall. Seeing this statue, Gulas's face was unusually calm, and an unusually pure and hot holy light emerged from him, making the huge dark hall shine brightly. The holy light shone everywhere, forming a sharp contrast with the shrill screams in other places. "How dare you! It is indeed an evil heretic, the holy light judgment." The gods represented by the statues would certainly not sit still and wait for death, and burst out with fierce dark light. At the same time, the holy light coming out of Gulas's body became more and more brilliant, several times more magnificent than before, and condensed into a holy light sword in an instant. The huge holy light sword slashed directly at the statue of the gods. "Old thief of the holy light, you wait for me. When I come again, I will definitely destroy everything you have." Under the judgment of the sword of holy light, the heretic was finally eliminated, and the final roar shook the entire dark hall. Gulas was exhausted and sat down on the ground, gasping for air. That night, the ground of the ancient castle seemed to be soaked in blood. In other parts of the city, many families involved with the Viscount were also eliminated. A new day. The survivors learned that Viscount Donald had been bewitched by the foreign evil god and had gone astray. The church sent people to correct the chaos and clean up the blood of sin. Soon, a bishop from the Holy Light Church came and called on the residents of the Hill City to build a church, and everyone responded. After a while, a magnificent Holy Light Church replaced the original Viscount Castle and stood inside the city, attracting special attention. The heresy trial came to an end, and as time went by, the Hill City gradually returned to its original order. Neither Elder Gulas nor the great Judge Gino knew that the target they wanted to exterminate was actually in the Orc Kingdom thousands of miles away, where the Black Star Knights were not affected at all and were developing vigorously. Chapter 632. Time flies. It has been more than 6 years since the Black Star left Danila. After a long journey, it finally arrived near the Gazan plain. The warship slowed down and stopped moving after finding a suitable hiding place. "How is it? Can I contact your original body?" In a room of the warship, Ivan asked Mavis, who had just woken up from a deep sleep. "No, in the past, the original body took the initiative to convey the instructions, and I couldn't contact her." Mavis carefully sensed for a long time, and shook her head in disappointment. The original body has been exiled for many years, and its strength must have been greatly depleted. There are also enemies watching in the dark, so it is really not advisable to act rashly. In that case, we can only enter the fairy plane first, and then find a way to contact her. Hearing this, Ivan did not force it. In fact, there was another important reason. The time they agreed on was 100 years, and now it has been advanced by more than 10 years. If the other party has been in deep sleep for these years, and ignored everything in the outside world, he may not know that they have begun to act. Compared with Mavis's body, Ivan's perception of Templar is very clear. It is a coincidence that when he just thought of Templar, Templar happened to summon him with a secret method. He gestured to Mavis, and projected his consciousness along the call in the dark. After landing in the Gazan plain, Ivan's consciousness turned into a phantom, and the phantom was lifelike. "Temple has seen the Lord. This is a secret room, and there is only Temple in the secret room." Ivan looked inside and outside the secret room and found that it was in a temple. The temple was not big, but it had everything. It was the temple of the God of Knights. It can be seen that Temple has developed very well in the past 2 years. "No need to be polite. Tell me about your recent situation." "My lord, now the Black Star fighting chi has spread throughout the frozen bone wasteland, and has quietly spread to many areas of the wild beast kingdom. However, for the sake of caution, it has not been spread to important cities. As more and more orcs practice Black Star fighting chi, my own strength has also risen. I should only be one step away from breaking through the Lord level. Templar did not dare to neglect and reported the development of the subordinates truthfully. It can be said that the development has been unusually smooth in recent years. Ivan nodded slightly. Templar was his clone, and his strength could not be hidden from his eyes. However, one thing was quite surprising. No one in the Wild Beast Kingdom was causing trouble. The situation in the Wild Beast Kingdom is a bit interesting, he said after a few seconds of silence. My lord, do you mean there is a trick behind this? Templar's face became a little ugly. He was still confident in his statement just now. No, on the contrary, I think the situation is favorable to us. Someone should allow you to develop here. Perhaps, when you are truly promoted to the Lord level, the result will be clear. Relax, those people are most likely friends, not enemies. Although the land where the Wild Beast Kingdom is located is barren, it also has faith and gods. However, the gods here indulge the development of the power of the Night God, which undoubtedly has a deeper level of consideration. Considering the relationship between the Sonzon Plain and the Fairy Plain, the identity of the gods behind this land is about to be revealed. Temple knew nothing about those people because his strength was too low, and he was not qualified to be their ally for the time being. This would save Ivan a lot of trouble. Temple. My lord, please give me your orders. Be prepared, and I will be promoted to lord soon. Temple understands. Temple did not hesitate to listen to the lord's orders. He understood his mission deeply. If he remained at the pseudo-lord level, he would not be able to complete his mission at all. This was unacceptable to him. After a few more words, Ivan's shadow disappeared in the secret room. Half a month passed in a flash. In the frozen wasteland, Wizilan State, the city has become more and more lively in recent days. A large number of orcs who believe in the god of justice have come and settled in the city. The city is full, and the believers set up tents outside the city. It's because not long ago, the great god of justice issued an edict that he would come to Wizilan State soon and spread his divine glory to this land, and to the knights who believe in him. For this reason, the temple specially issued a call to summon believers from all directions to come to the sacrificial ceremony to welcome the great night god to the world. As a devout believer, how could you miss such a grand event? 3 more days passed, and on this day of great attention, the sacrificial ceremony began. In the state of Wizilan, from the temple to the central square next to it, to the surrounding streets, and the streets of the outer city, they were all crowded with orcs, including goat-horned people, pig-headed people of the pig tribe, werewolves of the wolf tribe, dog-headed people of the dog tribe, horse people of the house tribe, and so on. From a distance, everything was in good order. My Lord Templar Merikaden, you are the great, just, and omniscient night god. You generously bestowed the Black Star fighting spirit on those who have lost their way. Under the leadership of the legendary Knight Rob, the orcs' prayers gathered into a hymn, praising the glorious deeds of the great night god and chanting the believers' heartfelt respect. When the prayers were in full swing, a tall figure covered with divine light appeared in the sky, overlooking the entire Wizilan state. The night god has descended. When the orcs noticed this movement, their hearts became more and more heated, and their low voices became more and more pious. A trace of invisible power emerged from them, pulling them to the figure in the sky. As the traces of power gathered, the figure in the sky became brighter and brighter. Evil heretic, you dare to spy on the paradise of the Father of Holy Light. Accept the judgment. Accept the judgment quickly. The movement here was so big that it naturally could not be hidden from the Holy Light Church, which regarded the rich continent as its own territory. They only then discovered that the heresy last time was not only not eliminated, but was growing and growing in secret. Of course, the people of the Holy Light Church will not admit their mistakes in public. They will only take decisive action to correct the chaos and destroy the evil heretics once again. Sure enough, these guys are here to join in the fun again. Lord Temple, rest assured to promote yours, I will make arrangements for the others. At this time, Ivan's consciousness has descended to the Sonzon Plain, not far from Temple. In fact, the so-called sacrificial ceremony is just a cover for Temple to be promoted to the Lord level. His promotion requires the help of the believers. Anyone who practices Black Star Do Chi will unknowingly dedicate a little bit of their strength to Templar, the Night God, especially today. This is a bit like forcing things to grow, but there is not enough time for Templar to practice slowly. Ivan had to take such measures. As he spoke, a force emerged from the temple and spread around Wizilanbang, isolating the sounds coming from afar and preventing the believers below from being disturbed. Thank you, Lord. Temple knew that even if he took action, he would not be able to resist the enemy for long, so he might as well focus on the promotion of the Lord level. The power of the holy light judgment came from far away. Ivan raised his palm and was about to block it back, but he suddenly realized something and retracted his hand. Someone took action for him. I wonder who is so arrogant and domineering. It turns out to be the three birdmen of the Holy Light Church. It is not a good habit to bully the weak with the strong. Why don't we be your opponents? In the sky outside the frozen bone wasteland, there were 5 powerful figures, some tall and some short. The 5 people stood in the middle, intercepting the power of judgment from the Holy Light Church as soon as they appeared, and showed their intention to protect the Wesleyan state. Golden Pigbird, you despicable and shameless person, and you evil people, dared to come out to stop the Holy Light judgment, just to kill you together. Hee hee, then give it a try, we have never been afraid of you. A few more people jumped out from the Holy Light Church. Their identities were similar. All of them were the angels of judgment, and guardian angels under the seat of the Father of Holy Light. Without exception, these heavenly messengers are all Lord-level creatures, and are also gods who hold some of the power of the Sungzon plane. Soon, a group of people fought in the sky over there. Regarding this situation, Temple used his peripheral vision to sense it in his heart, thinking to himself, the Lord is the Lord, and he is indeed as good as a god. Don't worry about that. Just focus on your promotion, your time is very tight. How could Ivan not know that he was distracted, and reminded him seriously from the side? Temple's heart trembled, and he quickly gathered his thoughts, no longer paying attention to the disturbances outside, and focused all on the promotion of the Lord. Originally, Ivan was going to have the Black Star Army sneak into the Plenty Plains to block the Holy Light Church for a while. Now it seems that this strategy may not be necessary. Golden Pigbear and others are more capable than expected, and they have involved the main force of the Holy Light Church in one fell swoop. This is good. There is no need to involve the power outside the realm. I think the Holy Light Church will not take it too seriously. While Temple was busy with his promotion, Ivan did not relax his vigilance. At this moment, he was actually busier than Temple, the person involved. He needed to multitask, watching the movement in the distance, guiding the power of Whistling into Templar's body, and guiding his promotion. It can be said that Ivan was just short of taking over Templar's body, and completing his promotion to Lord for him. It was the same way of life and sacrifice. Due to the special identity of Templar, what he needed to comprehend was naturally different from Ivan's path. However, the two had a lot in common. Secondly, the path Templar took was paved by Ivan, and it had been deduced from beginning to end, which was more than enough to guide him to promotion. There are definitely disadvantages to doing this, which will greatly affect Temple's future cultivation path, but neither of them cares about this. As time goes by, the prayers of Whistling are still heard, and the aura emanating from Whistling is getting stronger and stronger. Haha, good job, you came to the right place today. It seems that we will have another powerful ally. People in the distance are also paying attention to Whistling. Seeing the aura here rising sharply, the lords of the orcs are smiling, and they are blocking the front of the people of the Holy Light Church, not giving them any chance to slip away. Seeing this, the angels of the Holy Light Church were very anxious, but not as urgent as they said. The messengers of heaven knew that this was the paradise of the Supreme Father of Holy Light, and the powerful creatures in the paradise were the prey of the Father of Holy Light, not their prey. Before the appointed time, their main task was to keep an eye on and maintain the vitality of the rich continent, rather than completely killing them. If they did too much, it might lead to imbalance and affect the vigorous development of the entire continent. Assholes! You arrogant people, I will pull out your souls one by one, and put them in the holy fire to burn for thousands of years. Everyone can talk big, but you have been talking for so long, aren't you tired of talking? The two sides had different thoughts, and the battle scene was very grand, but for a while, no one could do anything to anyone. No one knew that although the person who was promoted to the Lord at this time was a local creature, there were other people behind him who were controlling him, and the people behind him also had their own purposes. The people in the sky were fighting happily, and the believers of Whistling on the ground suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and even panicked. The great God of justice is actually depriving them of their fighting spirit. Why do the orcs worship the God of justice devoutly? Isn't it because the great God gave them power, and let them get rid of the predicament of being the bottom of the society? Now, the power is slipping away. How can the orcs keep their minds at ease? Legendary Knight Commander, something is wrong. Listen to the prayers around you. They are much smaller than before. If this continues, I'm afraid In the temple of the god of justice, the Earth Knight Lena noticed something unusual and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. She reminded Rob, the first Black Star Knight, who is now the legendary Knight Commander of the temple and the leader of the Black Star Knights. Don't worry about those who are not firm in their faith. Our strength is given by our Lord. How can we be shaken by a small change? Tell the tribesmen to sing the Knight's heroic hymn with me. Okay, I listen to you. Looking at the unwavering face in front of them, Lena and others couldn't help but nod gently. We, the sheep-horn people, are the most devout servants of the God of Knights. In adversity, we should keep our original intentions and set a good example. The Knight's heroic hymn sounded, which was a direct manifestation of their spirit of sacrifice, and the power in their bodies disappeared more quickly. The Goathorn people turned a blind eye to this. Their actions undoubtedly shocked the people around them, making them dare not do anything again, and the situation quickly stabilized. Boom! After a while, a terrifying aura spread from the inside to the outside, from the center of the city to the surroundings. At this moment, the creatures of the entire Wesleyan state were stunned. Templar was promoted successfully, and his aura rose sharply, and his arrogance was surging. If Ivan hadn't acted in time to isolate most of the pressure, the situation of the people in the city would have been even worse. My lord, Temple has fulfilled his mission. Not bad, not bad. I leave it to you to deal with the aftermath. Reward those who deserve rewards, and punish those who deserve punishment. This wizard will leave first. Looking at the shadow that disappeared in a hurry, the new Lord Temple was grateful. If it wasn't for helping me, the Lord wouldn't have to be so tired and rush back to rest. In fact, there was another hidden story. Ivan left in a hurry, but he was affected by Temple's promotion and was touched in his heart, so he hurried back to seize this opportunity to see if he could go one step further and become a legendary star. Chapter 633. The matter was settled, and the leading heavenly messenger Giles glanced at the location of Whistling sinisterly, and withdrew with all the people of the Holy Light Church. On the other side, Temple had just dealt with the believers when he was surrounded by a group of 5 people who suddenly arrived. Thank you for your help just now. I am very grateful. Let's not talk about thanking you for now. First tell me your identity in detail. Where did you come from? What is your purpose? The 5 people looked at him with aggressive eyes. The one who spoke was a pig-headed man from the pig tribe, wearing a gorgeous golden armor, looking particularly dazzling. Facing such a battle, Templar did not panic. According to the judgment of the Lord, these people should be friends rather than enemies. They jumped out to help before, which was very capable of proving this point. Templar Marichadan, as you can see, is a creature born in the frozen bone wasteland, and is respected by the people below as the god of knights. Boy, you are not honest. Bird shook his head slowly. I dare not hide it from you. Before this, I had another identity. I was a successor of the cultivation method of the star ancestor of justice. Later, I was unlucky and almost died in a disaster. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to survive and hid here. It took me many years to recover. I never thought that I would be targeted again. Temple continued. This was obviously a premeditated statement, and the content was true and false. You mean, your knight training method originated from that Justice Star ancestor? The 5 people looked at each other, and the only female among them, O'Roy, said. O'Roy is a swan from the Smite tribe, with a pair of white wings. At first glance, she looks a bit like those heavenly messengers, but her wings are indeed flesh and blood, not condensed by holy light. That's right, what I inherited is the sacrifice of the Justice Star ancestor. In other words, I am not a real god, but an alternative Night King. Temple nodded calmly and explained. No wonder you were able to reach the Lord level so quickly, you were a great lord before. Bird's face suddenly became clear, and a smile appeared on his face. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere around him eased a lot, and everyone seemed to believe what he said. But Brother Temple, your luck is indeed a bit bad. What do you mean? Is it related to the people of the Holy Light Church? Temple hurriedly asked. Yes, before that, let me introduce myself first. I am the Golden Pigbeard Mane. Lord Smay Orwi. Giant Elephant Jeffrey. Natural Servant Hugo Victor. Scorpion Dragon Lord Akath. The 5 people introduced their identities one after another. The first 3 were clearly orcs, and the last 2 were suspected to be Warcraft lords. Then, the Golden Pigbeard revealed a bad fact. The creatures born in the Songzon Plain, without exception, had no way to stay away from this plane. Because they are born with cursed blood and hidden cursed power. Once someone leaves the Songzon Plain, the cursed power will be activated and turned into a demon-burning curse that can burn out vitality, causing people to lose their lives in agony and suffering, with an extremely miserable end. Are you serious? Temple was shocked when he heard this, and this time he was not pretending. Even the Lord did not mention this situation, which means that the Lord did not know this. Born in this plane, we are like wild beasts kept in the garden of some people. As long as a certain time point passes, those people will come to hunt us. At this point, Beard and the others all sighed. Can we just let those people slaughter us? Is there no other feasible way? Templar tried secretly, but did not find any abnormality in his body. He knew that this abnormality must not be so easy to find, otherwise these people in front of him would have solved the problem long ago. Why would he lament here? Yes. Beard said so. What? Going to the upper realm, there is no rush. You have just returned to the Lord level, and you must need time to adjust. There is a long way to go. We will have plenty of time to talk about it in detail later. Temple continued to ask, but at the critical moment, Beard stopped him and said he would talk about it later because he had just been promoted. This guy really has a bad taste. Temple's appetite was whetted. Seeing that several people were unwilling to talk anymore, he could only watch Beard and others leave helplessly. After the 5 people left, Temple hurriedly contacted the Lord, but there was no response to the call, so he had to give up. As time passed, what Temple did not expect was that he had been trying to contact the Lord, but he never got a response. He could only arrange a series of things step by step. Even though his strength had reached another level, he did not act rashly. These days, he has been paying attention to other aspects of the movement. Whether it is the Holy Light Church or the internal part of the Wild Beast Throne, there has been no change for the time being. About half a year later, Temple received an invitation from Beard, who invited him to a place in a mysterious way. Thinking of the upper world mentioned by the other party, Temple decided to go and find out. Perhaps this time, he could uncover the things hidden deep in the Gazan Plain. The land under the orc's feet is the Frosong Highlands. As the name suggests, the climate of this highland is mainly cold, and some places are even too cold for living creatures to set foot on. The most extreme of these is the ice cliff in the far north. In the eyes of the world, the ice cliff is a continuous glacier with no end in sight, and no one knows what is on the other side. After leaving the frozen bone wasteland, Temple came to this place alone. He did not stop and stepped into the ice, and snow whirled in front of him without hesitation. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Because he had an uncomfortable feeling for no reason, and his heart was slightly stuffy and blocked, which was very abnormal. Brother Temple, what's the matter? Did you know that I would come to greet you and wait for me? Golden Pig Beard came closer from far away, and came closer in the blink of an eye. I was dazzled by the ice and snow, and my eyes are a little blind. Haha, brother, you are really humorous. Seeing that he was unwilling to say, Beard did not delve into it, and led him all the way deeper. I don't know how long it took, but a golden mountain suddenly appeared in the snow. This mountain is still made of ice crystals, but it radiates a golden light from the inside out. Haha, we're here. This is the Golden Snow Mountain. There is a golden valley on the mountain, and there is a Winyang Lake in the valley. Winyang Lake is where I want to take you. As Beard said, after crossing the side of the Golden Snow Mountain, Temple saw a large golden valley with a steaming lake in the valley. You could also see the red color rippling in the depths of the lake, which seems to be boiling lava. In this land of ice and snow, this place seemed out of place. How is it? Bilda asked with a smile. Chaotic but not chaotic, balancing all conflicting forces just right. What a strange place. Temple certainly would not spoil the fun, and he chose some nice words to compliment. His words were not just compliments. This place really gathered a lot of different forces, such as red lava, crystal clear ice, golden thunder, and vigorous life force, as well as the unfathomable power of space. If there was no one to lead the way, he would definitely not have found this hidden place. Well said, but this is just an appearance, please follow me. The two of them fell down the mountain, entered the Golden Valley, entered the lake, and came to another world, a narrow world surrounded by violent forces, better than a pipe. There is a world within a world in the lake. Don't resist, follow me. I understand. Bird took out a token, activated it, and echoed with the surroundings, and a space force field immediately enveloped the two of them and teleported them out. In a moment, the two arrived at another place, a white jade square. The square was immersed in a faint blue luster. Is this at the bottom of the deep sea? Temple looked around and found that they had entered the deep sea, and it was difficult to distinguish things. It is a place at the bottom of the ocean. It is relatively hidden here. Beard continued to lead him forward. There was an underwater corridor on one side of the square. The seawater was excluded. Occasionally, deep-sea fish could be seen swimming outside. After a while, the two came to a palace. This was just a larger palace among many palaces. When he came inside, Temple found that the 4 people from that day were also in the hall, and there were 3 other people he had never seen before. Some of these people were sitting on the ground, some were leaning on the pillars, and some were standing straight. They were probably all allies of Beard, and they should be on the same boat. The next second, he slapped himself in the face. He was being spied on blatantly, and he had goosebumps on his skin, which showed that this power was unusual. He is not a thief who wants to sneak into our midst. The woman sitting on the ground spoke. She was dressed very simply. Her voice was cold. It turned out that she was the one who saw through Temple's true and false. Her power was all-pervasive. Temple was certainly not happy about being probed by others. "Brother, please forgive us. We had to do this. This place can't be exposed." Beard hurriedly tried to smooth things over. What's wrong with this woman? Was that the power of the holy light just now? Temple knew that these people would not listen to his one-sided words and blindly trust him. He asked with anger in his heart. "As you can see, I was once an ascetic of the Holy Light Church." Faced with this questioning, the other party admitted it. "Let me introduce you. She is Brianna, who calls herself the Fallen Sister. She is one of the strongest among us and a very reliable companion." Bert introduced her from the side. "Fallen Knight, Monroe." "Lord Beeman Beatus." Without waiting for Beard to introduce, the other two introduced themselves. Monroe was obviously also from the Holy Light Church and was once a Holy Guardian Knight. Like Brianna, Monroe betrayed the Holy Light Church. Night King Templar. As a latecomer, it was not Templar's turn to question the identities of the two. He did not continue to make trouble for himself, and he was not too concerned about such things. His main purpose was to find out whether these people had a path to the fairy plane. After initially becoming allies, Beard did not keep him in suspense and told him some things he wanted to know. For example, the previous world, they knew it was a vast and powerful plane, and it was closely related to the Somzon plane, but they did not know its name, nor did they know what the specific situation was there. However, they knew very well that only by sneaking into that plane could they find a way to solve the Somzon plane. As for the specific method, they have been struggling to find it. Beard also told a lot about the specific situation of the Somzon plane, such as the power and tyranny of the Holy Light Church. Most other churches follow the lead of the Holy Light Church and firmly control the resource-rich areas of the rich continent. Their anti-Holy Light alliance is weak and can only live in the Frostsong Highlands. However, some people from other churches also sent them messages, secretly expressing their willingness to join forces with them, and when the time comes, they will overthrow the Holy Light Church together. Finally, Beard also invited Temple to stay in the underwater station. Temple refused. Beard did not say much, but advised him to be careful. The Holy Light Church will definitely take actions against him. If the situation is not right, he can ask for help from himself and others. Soon, Temple returned to Wazilon. A few days later, Temple finally met the Lord. He found that the Lord seemed to be a little different from before, and his aura was stronger. It is very likely that his strength has greatly improved. "My lord, your hunch is right. I was invited to go there not long ago. I feel that they still don't trust me very much. Many things they say are very general." He didn't dare to neglect and told in detail what he saw and heard during the trip. "This is not a matter of course. You haven't done anything for them and haven't shown much value. Naturally, you can't get in touch with their core secrets." Ivan looked at him with amusement. This guy was a little unstable and too anxious. This is similar to the original Luck. "That's true. There's something strange. Why do I suddenly feel anxious and depressed?" Temple asked. "Don't forget your identity. Your essence is similar to a totem. It was born based on the Black Star fighting spirit and the Orc Knight. Naturally, you will be subject to this. The farther away, the greater the impact." This after listening to the Lord's explanation, Temple was stunned. Wouldn't this delay the work? "It doesn't matter. It just so happens that I have something before and have a way to solve this problem." Ivan waved his hand. The reason why he didn't respond to the contact these days was that he was seizing the opportunity to break through the legendary star. Now, he has achieved his wish. After he became a legendary star, his understanding of the way of life and the way of knights has greatly improved, and he is naturally more adept at dealing with the problem of Temple. More than half a month later, Ivan handed a specially customized Black Star battle flag to Temple. "Thank you, Lord." Temple took it happily. "Your problem has been solved, and it's time to do some business." "Okay." Under Ivan's instructions, Temple took the initiative to contact Beard, saying that there was something important to tell him in detail, and hoped to meet him in Jinjua Mountain as soon as possible. In this regard, Golden Pig Beard was very surprised, but did not refuse. Chapter 634. In the midst of the snow, there is only one mountain that stands alone and is unknown to outsiders. This is the Golden Snow Mountain in the far north. On this day, Templar met the Golden Pig Beard here. "Oh, Templar, my dear brother, I am glad to see you again," Beard said a little exaggeratedly. "Yeah, I am also very happy." Templar was not surprised by this. He had specially inquired about Beard, who was notorious. He was defined as a lustful beast, lustful stick, lustful demon by the people of the Holy Light Church, and said that he was a beast that did all kinds of evil. In short, the more offensive it is, the better it is. There are certainly internal reasons why Beard is so hated by the Holy See. He once did something that the Holy Light Church hates. It is reported that he used his sweet words to make the Holy Light Church's saint fall in love with him, and get pregnant with his child. This matter was a sensation at the time. What's even more outrageous is that the next saint also fell in love with him, and also got pregnant with his child. In this way, Beard single-handedly made the Holy Light Church abolish the position of saint, and even abolish the position of saint's son. What is admirable is that after the incident, not only was Beard fine, but he still dared to jump around in front of the Holy Light Church. Beard had such a brilliant record, and while he was famous in the rich continent, people also knew that he had a frivolous character. In Temple's view, whatever came out of his mouth was not surprising. "Brother Temple, you still understand me, Golden Pig, the best." After the two exchanged a few words, Beard felt that he looked at Temple more favorably. "But let's get back to the point. I wonder what you want to talk to me about, brother. This lord can't wait to hear it. Go inside and talk." Temple pointed to the Wenyang Lake in front of him. Bird naturally had no objection, and then the two of them entered the steaming lake, and a new world suddenly appeared in front of them. "Wait." Seeing that Beard took out the previous transmission token and was about to activate it, Temple stopped him. Bird was stunned, a little confused. Temple did not express his opinion, but observed the surroundings more carefully, trying to see through the mystery inside. "Brother Temple, what do you mean?" Bird noticed something strange and urged cautiously. "I don't know how you go to that big world. In fact, I have a more convenient way. I wonder if you are willing to listen to me." Temple said to him seriously. "My brother, are you sure you are not telling a joke? But your joke is not funny, really." Hearing his words, Beard's expression became more stunned, and after a while, he tentatively spoke. "My method is very simple. It is based on the teleportation array we are in. I could feel it the last time I passed by here. This is not a simple teleportation array, but involves a strange plane, the Spirit Lake Plane. Such a teleportation array should not be used for short-distance teleportation, but should be used for interplane teleportation, especially between two planes that are so closely related that they are difficult to separate." Templar talked about his method to himself. While these words shocked Beard, he kept staring at the surroundings. He never thought that this narrow world like a pipe was so magnificent and mysterious today. "How?" After a long pause, Temple asked. "Sorry, this is a serious matter, and I can't make the decision." Beard's expression fell, and he said seriously, "I know, then find someone who can make the decision to talk to me." Temple said bluntly. "Wait for me." Beard nodded, motioned him to wait for a moment, and then he disappeared after activating the token in his hand. Temple was left alone in the narrow world, and he didn't care much. Instead, he looked around with interest. Where his fingers touched, ripples appeared, which was clearly the rhythm of space. The Spirit Lake Plane is really a wonderful plane. I must go there to take a look if I have a chance. He kept thinking in his heart that there is a legend that there are lakes of all sizes inside the plane, and each lake hides a different world, commonly known as the world within the world. These worlds within the world can also be teleported to each other. Influenced by the rules of this Spirit Lake Plane, many planes will derive similar lakes, and some lakes can also be teleported to each other, realizing the shuttle across the plane. There is no doubt that such a lake is a natural interdimensional teleportation array. Such lakes are rare, but the Wenyang Lake in front of us is not the case. Although it has been damaged, its spatial rhythm is extremely unique and far-reaching. It is very likely to be connected to another spiritual lake, or a spiritual lake whose environment is much beyond the Gazan plane. Who are you? Report your true identity. After a while, a person appeared not far away, also traveling through space. Judging from his appearance, he should be a marine race and an ancient king. He must be one of the main leaders behind the Anti-Holy Light Alliance, but his face was clearly disguised. Evan Marichaddin, you probably haven't heard of him. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we have the same goal. We both want to go to another plane, don't we? Hearing the other side's doubt, Evan admitted it and gave his name. Obviously, the person controlling Temple's body at this time is Wizard Evan, otherwise Temple doesn't have this spatial attainment and can't recognize the spirit lake. Why should I believe you? The sea creature said sternly. It doesn't matter either. What matters is that I can repair this spirit lake teleportation array. I have this spatial attainment. In my opinion, the means you use to teleport are too crude. If we judge it more harshly, it is completely useless. Ivan's expression was still calm, and he made some comments very impolitely. The sea creature looked at him with colder eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere in the narrow world of the lake became very solemn, until someone rashly broke into the middle. The person who came was Beard. He was not as confused as he looked on the surface. The moment he appeared, he saw that the atmosphere on the field was a little wrong. He immediately made his attitude clear, stood on the opposite side of Temple without hesitation, and glared at him. You've been to the Fishman Square. If you can teleport there accurately without the teleportation token, I will trust you once. The sea creature ignored Beard's actions and stared at Ivan coldly. It's a small matter. Ivan smiled indifferently. I wait for you in the square. I, Beard, will do the same. The sea creature used the teleportation token to leave, and Beard hurriedly followed him, fearing that others would mistake him for being in the same group as Temple. Seeing this, Ivan explored the surroundings calmly. Of course, he had his own confidence. As the founder of the long-distance teleportation array, the teleportation distance of the teleportation array he set up was once longer than the entire Gazan plane. From difficult to simple, it is naturally not so time-consuming and laborious. In addition, he also deeply pondered the teleportation power of the Linghu plane. At that time, he was just an arcane wizard and went to the underground world to open up a new place to live. In the undetermined Suzaku Valley, he used the ritual heart to control a pseudolord-level boiling spring turtle. The hot spring behind the boiling spring turtle was related to this. He was going to use it to develop a teleportation array, but his spatial attainments were not good enough at that time. It is different now. His spatial attainments have improved by many times, and his understanding of hot spring teleportation has become particularly profound. It is easy to get it. Now the arrangement of cross-plane teleportation has a clue. Ivan gently vibrated the space network, and felt that the surging and active space was close at hand. He immediately determined that the opposite side was connected to a plane with a volume far exceeding the Gazan plane, and it was likely to be the fairy plane. If this is true, it would be a win-win situation. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the White Jade Square. You really can get here without a teleportation order, Brother Temple. Don't be so proud. With the King of Tides here, no matter how capable you are, you can't make any waves. This scene shocked Beard so much that he babbled a little, and stared at him with extreme vigilance, with a tendency to fight if he disagreed. Back off. You. Hearing this, Beard was about to shout angrily, but he realized later that the person who spoke was the ancient king of the Sea clan, so he quickly changed his words. The King of Tides, Deborah? The ancient king of the Sea tribe rubbed his face, revealing another exquisite face, and his figure also changed. It turned out that she was born in the mermaid tribe, a real mermaid, with eyes as blue as jewels, and the color of the sea was all in them. The king of Black Flame, Ivan. Ivan had seen many beauties, and was not moved at all. On the contrary, the golden pigbeard who stepped aside secretly looked at Deborah several times in a few seconds, worthy of being a famous demon. Boom. The next second, Beard was swept away, passing through the protective shield of the square lightly, and fell into the deep ocean, choking on water several times. Deborah cursed in her heart, what a disgrace, and stopped caring about him. Templar also ignored him. After all, a lord could not be choked to death by just sea water, and the other party's appearance was so fake that it couldn't be more fake. Little did they know that the King of Tides was not called the King of Tides for nothing. Deborah clearly had full control over the nearby seawater. When Beard fell into the seawater on one side, she still let him do whatever he wanted until someone rolled his eyes. This must be settling old scores. The King of Tides is really something. He just seduced the saint, hooked up with another saint, and threatened the Holy Light Church with harsh words. That's all. It's no big deal. Why bother to hold on to it? After the others left, Beard rolled his eyes, and returned to the square. He was still in shock, and kept muttering in his heart. On the other hand, Ivan had already reached an agreement with Deborah that he would repair the Spirit Lake teleportation array, which had not yet found its true purpose. All materials would be provided by the Anti-Holy Light Alliance as long as they were within a reasonable range. How could he refuse the generosity of the Tide King? As for whether the other party wanted to use this to plan something, he didn't care much. Soon, Ivan appeared directly in the Golden Snow Mountain as a power incarnation, placed himself in the Spirit Lake, and began to study this teleportation power openly. He soon confirmed that the Spirit Lake did indeed lead to another plane, and it was very likely to lead to the Fairy Plane. Now there is no need to spend so much time looking for other paths. Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a capable backer? It seems that there is a misunderstanding. Shh, don't disturb a wizard in deep thought, otherwise something bad will happen. Bird stayed not far away, and kept pulling Temple to ease the relationship, but he suffered again. The disturbed wizard raised his hand, and he was locked in the barrier constructed by space, becoming an experimental subject that was automatically delivered to the door. Temple looked as if he had expected it, because the Lord had emphasized this point. If you don't commit suicide, you won't suffer, not to mention someone's suicide experience. As time went by, Ivan's understanding of space deepened, and the spiritual lake in another plane became clearer and clearer. He didn't rush to start the transmission, but continued to study it tirelessly. At the same time, their relationship with the Anti-Holy Light Alliance became more and more harmonious, and they also learned a lot of secret information. The Anti-Holy Light Alliance actually has 3 level 5 ancient kings, but except for the leader Deborah, the other 2 never show up, and only Deborah can be contacted, which can be said to be hidden very deeply. In the kingdom of wild beasts, the orcs mainly believe in 2 kinds of gods. One is the god of war, and the other is the god of beasts. The god of war is a neutral party. The god of beasts is the golden pig beard, the swan of the Smai tribe, Orui, the giant elephant of the Orifon tribe, Jeffrey, the behemoth lord Baetis, and others. These 2 parties are in charge of the huge orc kingdom. However, it is not difficult to analyze from the attitude of Beard and his party that the god of war, which seems to be a neutral party, is not trustworthy. So the 2 sides maintain a harmonious relationship on the surface, and are very strict in defense behind the scenes. Time flies. More than half a year has passed. Ivan remembered that he had to go to work, so he reluctantly put down the research in his hand, and informed Deborah that the teleportation array was about to be opened. Deborah was overjoyed, and soon arranged for her entourage to teleport with him. Do you have anything else to say? Ivan glanced at the 3 people in front of him. The 3 were Deborah, the King of Tides, Golden Pig Beard, and the fallen knight Monroe. Beard was far less active than before. No. Deborah shook her head decisively. Okay, let's go. Ivan said nothing more. He knew that he could not be trusted by the Anti-Holy Light Alliance. It was reasonable for them not to talk about certain issues. At the moment, he could only keep the same in the face of change. He also made arrangements. Rumble, rumble. The next moment, under his control, the violent forces around him immediately became orderly. Everyone took their positions, and pulled the space force together, gradually shaping an extremely deep transmission channel. This scene made the people around ashamed. Compared with this operation, the means of transmission of themselves and others were indeed too crude, and there was no comparison. Let's go! Ivan didn't care so much. After the transmission pipeline was opened, he signaled the 3 people to follow him. In a flash, the 4 people fell below one after another. As they went deeper into the deep and winding passage, the passage that seemed to be getting smaller and smaller at first glance was actually wider than expected, allowing people to easily shuttle through it. The cursed blood has changed, so you won't say anything? At this time, Temple's consciousness returned to his body. As he approached the other side, he keenly sensed the changes in his body, and his face suddenly became ugly. Are you Temple? It's okay to tell you. According to the records handed down in the past, after entering that plane, although we will not suffer the pain of the burning demon curse, we will not be able to escape, and we will have to endure the lock of the wind-chasing curse. In other words, we are likely to be personally hunted down by the Father of Holy Light. Deborah did not hide it anymore, and told another change of the cursed blood. Another bad news. Temple's face became even uglier after hearing this. Fortunately, he was not alone. Thinking of the Lord, he felt much more at ease. It was just a tracking curse. As long as he contacted the Lord, everything would be solved. The other side of the transmission channel was getting closer and closer. The 2 groups looked at it with their own thoughts, and they did not dare to relax their eyes for a moment. Chapter 635. The 2 planes connected by the Spirit Lake were not far apart. After a while, the group arrived at the other end of the transmission channel and flew out. This side was also a long space similar to a pipe, narrower than the inside of Wyong Lake, but much more stable. The energy concentration in the air also increased significantly, far from being comparable to the Gazan plane. I'm afraid that as Wizard Ivan analyzed, they have arrived at the legendary large plane. The 4 people in the group looked around vigilantly, but there were no other creatures here, and there were no abnormal situations. Looking around, everything seemed normal. Tell Mr. Ivan that we see each other again. Deborah, the King of Tides, did not intend to stay for long. As soon as she stabilized her body from the teleportation, she immediately rushed to the outside of the spirit lake with the other 2, leaving Temple alone. Temple did not stop him, as they were not the same kind of people. Where did you come from, little mouse, to dare to get on the old ancestor's back? Then let's stay together. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Temple flew out slowly, and suddenly heard a domineering voice coming from outside. As a heavy breath rose, the whole Linghu Lake shook. He couldn't help but stop, hold his breath, and look outside in astonishment. He had a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Brother Temple, come and save us. Before he could react, another voice sounded, clearly from a golden pig. Hearing this, Temple's face suddenly turned black. Interesting, there is a little mouse hiding in there. Do you come out by yourself, or does the ancestor crush you out? Damn you pig-headed man. Temple cursed in a low voice, and could only obey the other party's words, and flew out of the narrow space of the spirit lake quickly, and came to the outside. What caught his eye was a giant turtle carrying mountains and high ridges on its back. There was a sharp horn on its head, and its open mouth was full of densely packed sharp teeth. There were still broken bones and bloody flesh residues between the sharp teeth, and the whole face looked particularly hideous. I surrender. He also found that the 3 people outside had been captured, including the Tide King Deborah, and they should have been injured. If I guess correctly, this huge turtle should be a level 6 warrior that the Lord had met, or even a throne warrior. This was really like getting out of a wolf's den and into a tiger's den. This situation was touching, and he wisely chose to admit defeat. You are very good, come here obediently. The ancestor doesn't like people staying on his back. The giant turtle spoke again. Temple hurriedly ran to the side of the giant turtle's head, came to the 3 captives, and glanced at the 3 people from the Anti-Holy Light Alliance expressionlessly. Facing his cold gaze, Deborah lowered her head in annoyance and shame. After all, someone's behavior was too despicable, and she was a little ashamed to be associated with him. The same was true for the fallen knight Monroe, who was traveling with him. Only the golden pig beard looked unaware. Fortunately, he did not reveal the Wizard Ivan, otherwise they would all be doomed. Damn, this pighead must have done it on purpose. Thinking of the Lord, Temple's face darkened again. He guessed Beard's real purpose, which was nothing more than wanting the Lord to try to save people. This pig-headed man was really shrewd and evil. No wonder he was so hated. I curse you, you pighead, to be boiled alive sooner or later. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Let me smell it carefully. There is a scent of white-haired monster on you. So that's it, you are the prey kept by that annoying white-haired monster, and the prey escaped by itself and ran to the ancestor. Ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. The giant turtle's huge head came close to the few people, sniffed, and then identified their origins. From what he said, it seems that they are the enemies of the Father of Holy Light. A glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of several people. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of them, and they heard a familiar cry for help and the sound of chewing. When Temple and others saw clearly, the fallen knight had been rolled between the giant turtle's sharp teeth by his tongue. With a crackling sound, the flesh and blood broke apart, and the fallen knight died in an instant, and then was swallowed by the giant turtle. Only the remaining blood stains remained on the sharp teeth, telling that a certain knight had existed. It tastes so nostalgic, but it's a little worse, not as delicious as the white-haired monster's flesh and blood. The 3 of them stared blankly, not reacting for a long time, until the giant turtle ancestor smacked his teeth with his tongue, and then they suddenly realized it. If the other party had targeted them just now, they would definitely not have had room to resist. The 3 of them only felt cold sweat pouring out of their backs. It's a waste to eat it. Anyway, I take you to see someone, haha, it's so interesting. The giant turtle ancestor then targeted the 3 people again, but he thought of something more interesting, so he didn't swallow the others one by one. A flash of yellow light, the 3 were rolled to the side of the rock like tortoiseshell, sealed there, unable to move. Looking at the distance between them, it was just the distance that the giant tortoise ancestor could easily stick his head out to eat them. The 3 of them seemed to be lambs to be slaughtered, but they had no choice but to stare at each other, and they were in no mood to care about the grudges between the 2 sides. The giant tortoise ancestor was very large, But he landed silently when he fled, and quickly shuttled between the mountains and the sky. At this time, they were in a wonderful place. Wherever they passed, they could see land floating in the air from time to time. The land seemed illusory and bizarre, making it hard to see clearly. These lands were high and low, and there were as many of them as the vast sea of clouds. The three of them were not in the mood to care about these things, and they were thinking hard about how to escape. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, none of the methods they came up with worked, which was really frustrating. In this way, while the three people were still anxious, the giant turtle ancestor didn't know how far he had traveled, and finally came to a continent. He crashed into it without hesitation, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. It looks more spacious inside than outside. Looking down, all you can see is a vast expanse of black land. There is no vegetation or any living creatures on the fertile land. It looks strangely desolate. Because the giant turtle ancestor flew very fast, Temple could not take a closer look. Soon, they arrived at the end of the plain composed of black land. There were many towering peaks in front of them, and there was a deep valley full of light fog between the peaks. White-haired monster, look what the ancestor brought to see you. Haha, the prey you carefully cultivated is now in my hands. Let's see if you are angry or not, haha. The giant turtle ancestor stopped outside the mountain. As his mighty voice rang out, the mountains ahead became clear in an instant. The light mist that spread across the mountains was not what it was, but tiny floating hairs, and the light emitted by the hairs was consistent with the holy light. Lindbergh, if you come to return the prey, I welcome you, otherwise get out of here as far as you can. Another roar came back from the valley. The sound was rumbling. Along with this roar, the holy light in the valley became brighter, almost illuminating every inch of space inside, but the tiny hairs disappeared. Under the illumination of the holy light, the creatures inside also revealed their true appearance. A hairy giant sat on the throne, with awe-inspiring majesty. Under his feet was a floating holy temple, and on both sides of the temple stood the messengers of heaven like statues in an orderly manner. At first glance, it was as if you were in front of the holy temple, and it was easy to be intoxicated by the holy light. Bah, you hypocritical guy, you put on this deceptive image again, which is really disgusting. The giant turtle ancestor rebuked with disdain. It was obviously happy to expose the other party's true face, and it also let the three of them see a lot of things. The god's court was condensed from the hair. The messenger of heaven was sealed by the hair, between half-life and half-death, and everything in his body was being extracted bit by bit. If this continues, he will be squeezed dry until nothing is left. The giant is just a layer of skin, and the deepest face is unknown. But think about it, and you know that it is definitely not in human form. Temple and the other two can see that whether it is the giant turtle ancestor or the creature in front of them that looks like the father of holy light, they are all top predators with obvious and strong hunting desires, and regard them as food on the table. Those angels of trial, angels of judgment, and guardian angels have been working hard to maintain the order of the Holy Light Church and suppress the entire rich continent for countless years, but in the end, they are not the prey above. They are still the spare food of the Holy Light Father whom they respect the most. It is really ridiculous. Unlike the other two, Golden Pig's thoughts are more active. He thought of the heavenly messenger of the Holy Light Church, and he couldn't help but feel inexplicably sad for those people. Get out. After a few seconds of silence, the Holy Light Father shouted loudly. Hee, not only will I not leave, I will also eat the food you carefully cultivated in front of you. Let's see what you can do to me. How could the giant turtle ancestor listen to him, and even challenged him in person? This scared the three people next to him, and they all felt terrified. The black shadow flashed again, followed by a crackling sound. The person who became food this time was Golden Pig Bear. He obviously had something to say, but he didn't have time to say it. Without any signs, a romantic figure, who made the Holy Light Church hate him so much, fell. At this point, half of the four people in the group were gone, with only Temple and Deborah left. For a moment, the two of them were in deep depression. Asshole, accept the judgment of the Holy Light. After being provoked, the Father of Holy Light was completely furious. Waiting for you. Seeing the bright light ahead, the giant turtle ancestor was not afraid at all, but instead showed an eager look to fight. The two sides fought, and the aftermath of the oppression changed the color of everything around them. The air, space, and sky were colorful, dangerous, and magnificent. Temple and Deborah could only let it go. However, fate played a joke on them. The Father of Holy Light avoided the truth, and his real purpose was to rescue the two trapped people. The next moment, he made them escape from the state of being sealed. Then, the two were swept into the valley. Wishful thinking. Just as the two were approaching the valley, the giant turtle ancestor made a move and rescued the two again, making them free from the entanglement of the holy light. But the two were not out of danger. The battle around them was still going on, and the aftermath of the battle was extremely huge and terrifying. If they were not careful, they would be seriously injured or even shattered. Hee hee, you got what you wanted, but I'm going to let you go. Go away. The giant turtle ancestor was undoubtedly a creature with erratic moods. Seeing that the Father of Holy Light did not forget to protect the two preys in the battle, he was probably unwilling to let his prey go to waste. He immediately made a decision and found an opportunity to send the two out of the battle range. Damn idiot. I like it, it's none of your business. If you have the ability, don't hide in there, come out and fight. The Father of Holy Light wanted to get it back, but the giant turtle ancestor didn't let him have his way. Helplessly, the Father of Holy Light could only wake up the heavenly messengers under his seat and send them out. Seeing this, the giant turtle ancestor also sent out some creatures, and the two groups of people chased the prey in the distance one after the other. Under the blockade of the giant turtle ancestor, the Father of Holy Light never stepped out of the deep valley between the mountains. On the other side, Temple and Deborah did not waste this opportunity. As soon as they came to the outside, they ran without thinking. This time, Deborah, as an ancient king, did not abandon Temple. She was frightened by this dangerous plane and needed a strong foreign aid. Ivan, who had performed exceptionally well before, became the savior. When we leave this continent, I want you to summon Mr. Ivan immediately. Do you hear me? Otherwise, no one will survive. No problem. In the face of crisis, the two were particularly united. However, the situation of the two was not very good. In addition to the wind-chasing curse derived from the cursed blood, there was another tracking mark in their bodies, which must have been left by the giant turtle ancestor. In other words, they were being targeted by two throne masters. The only good news was that the two throne masters were hostile to each other, and were still entangled, and would not catch up for the time being. The two knew that no matter how much they fled, it was estimated that they would not be able to escape from the palm of the throne master. After all, they had experienced the speed of the giant turtle ancestor before. Compared with themselves, one was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. What a lousy place this is. There's not even a decent ocean. Deborah used almost all the strength she could to escape. However, the pursuers behind were getting closer and closer. On the left were the angels under the seat of the Father of Holy Light, and on the right were the elemental elites under the giant turtle ancestor. Both pursuers were not easy to deal with, and they chased the two closely. King of Tides, I don't know if I should say something or not. Seeing this, Temple said. Don't talk nonsense, just say what you want to say. Deborah was in a very bad mood and her tone became bad. If you have any secret method to save your life, use it immediately. Otherwise, once we are entangled, we will have no chance to escape and our final fate will inevitably be someone else's food, just like Monroe and Beard. That's easy for you to say. Deborah refused his suggestion, but her hands were not slow. In a flash, Deborah's body turned into an eye of the sea, and all kinds of things rushed out of the eye of the sea, including fog that quickly enveloped the surroundings, colorful rainbow lights that rushed in all directions, and phantoms running around, all of which were exactly the same. Quick! Stop them. Don't let those people get there first, or the ancestor will not let us go. Don't run. As expected of Deborah's ultimate trick, the chasing team was immediately confused and in chaos, and could only follow the colorful rainbow light and the fleeing phantom to chase after them. Little did they know that the real Tide King had become colorless and invisible, and took advantage of the chaos to get away. Chapter 636. I hate places without oceans. If I had known that I would be teleported to such a dangerous place, I should have asked Galaha or Xiao Lin to come. They are better at fighting than me. Now, contact Mr. Ivan immediately, and tell him about our unfavorable situation. Let him find a way to solve it. Not long after, Deborah and Temple left the continent, and then returned to human form, but they did not stop their pace away. Temple silently glanced at the King of Tides. Her face was pale, and it was not difficult to analyze the huge consumption and cost just now. Even an ancient king was extremely exhausted. Why are you still standing there? Contact Mr. Ivan. It was he who brought everything. I understand. In addition, Temple felt that the personality of the Ocean Queen had changed. She seemed to be getting more and more irritable. Now was not the time to quarrel. The crisis was far from over. It could be said that it had just begun. Once any of the two throne masters pulled out, their doom would come. The tragic scenes of the fallen night and the golden pig were still vivid in his mind, and he could not afford to waste any time. A few seconds later, Templar's temperament changed. "Mr. Ivan, we have been tricked by you. Now, I know that you have been teleported to the king's food conservation of the fairy plane. This place is indeed full of chaos and killing. If you are not careful, you will become someone else's food." At this time, Templar has become Ivan, and everything is dominated by Ivan's consciousness. Without waiting for Deborah to elaborate, he interrupted the other party's words, because he had learned everything from Templar, and there was no need to repeat it. "You have horns." "What?" Deborah had seen his abilities before, and knew that this guy who called himself a wizard was a very knowledgeable person. She was expecting him to find a solution, but she heard a strange sentence. "You have a pair of sharp horns on your head," Ivan reminded again. "Damn it!" Deborah noticed the top of her head and reached out to touch it. Sure enough, she touched a pair of sharp horns hidden by her blonde hair. She didn't even notice it. The first thing she thought of was the ugly horn on the head of the giant turtle ancestor. She was so angry that she even spoke the dialect of the Sea Kings. "No, how come Temple is fine? He has the Black Star battle flag I gave him, so the impact he received is naturally not as great as yours." Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. It's just the distortion caused by the radiation of life essence. It's just a preliminary distortion. You can just suppress it easily." In Deborah's opinion, why does this sound so weird? However, when Ivan rubbed her golden hair with his palm, the small sharp corners there began to shrink until they disappeared without a trace, and she was speechless. Not only that, under Ivan's suppression, even the wind chaser curse derived from the cursed blood fell silent. You, are you also a throne powerhouse?" This move undoubtedly stunned Deborah. After all, what she thought was a huge problem was easily handled by the man in front of her, and she couldn't help but have some speculations in her heart. "Guess." Hearing this, Ivan stroked the smooth golden hair on the head of the Ocean Queen again, and after retracting his palm, he smiled and gave a nonsense answer. The throne theory is of course nonsense. He has this ability. One is due to the study of the supreme spell power in the fairy world, the curse of demon resentment, and the other is that he learned some methods of clearing negative energy from the prophet's book. Suppressing the tracking spell power on the two people is no problem. If you don't say it, I don't want to listen. Deborah rarely showed a trace of shyness on her face, and I'm afraid that this always strong queen of the sea didn't realize it herself. For a moment, the charm of the sea was fully displayed. Unfortunately, Ivan didn't have the spare time to appreciate it at this time. "Will you go separately or follow me? The two tracking forces have not been cleared yet. After all, it is the mark left by the throne master. How can it be so easy to clean? It is just temporarily suppressed and covered up." "I go with you." Deborah was an ancient king born in the ocean after all. She hesitated for a while, and soon regained her usual calmness. When she heard his question, she immediately made the most favorable choice for herself. Ivan did not refuse this. Then, the two of them quickly flew towards the bottom of the king's food land. From Mavis, Ivan learned a lot of information about the fairy plane. The entire fairy plane is mainly composed of 3 parts: the bottom of the demon, the king's food, and the emerald spirit realm. The bottom of the demon, also known as the demon spirit continent, is the real land in the plane. It is on the surface and includes land and oceans, mountains, rivers, etc., for all things to reproduce. The king's food land is in the sky in the middle. It is composed of many floating continents. It is a paradise for the strong. The emerald spirit realm, also known as the Emerald Garden and the Supreme Forest, is located at the top of the plane. It is said to be the core of the entire fairy plane, a taboo place that ordinary creatures find difficult to set foot in. According to Mavis, from the demon bottom land to the king food land, and then to the emerald spirit realm, this is a bottom-up promotion path. Ivan expressed doubt about this statement. "This way." "What's wrong?" "We have to find a place to hide." The two flew down for a distance, and Ivan called Deborah and motioned her to follow him. With what happened just now, as a foundation, Deborah was very convinced of his ability, and followed him as he said. After a while, the two landed on a floating continent not far away, and dived deep into the rocks on the ground. Wherever they passed, the rocks and soil avoided them. "What do you need to do?" Seeing him stop diving, Deborah couldn't help asking. "It's very simple, just do this." With a wave of his hand, Ivan surrounded the two with a thin protective shield that looked like it could be pierced with a poke. Deborah's perception was not very clear, but she could vaguely see that this protective shield was not simple. It seemed to include the connection of earth power, the restraint of life force, the cover of space force, and the interference of the mind. Multiple powers were cleverly combined together. This made her feel more and more that the wizard Ivan beside her was very powerful. After doing this, the two waited silently. Only 3 or 4 minutes later, a domineering perception swept across, making Deborah's heart rise to her throat. She knew that the giant turtle ancestor had come. Fortunately, the perception came and went quickly. Before Deborah could breathe a sigh of relief, another brilliant perception came, which was very careful and brought strong uneasiness. Damn holy light, Father! This evil demon has killed countless lives. Seeing the perception fade away, she cursed angrily. It was this guy who didn't show his true face, who had harmed the Gazan plain for countless years. Be quiet, be careful of fraud, Ivan reminded. Deborah nodded silently. It turned out that the two were right to be cautious. As a top hunter, the Father of Holy Light was extremely patient. He explored back and forth many times and guarded them for nearly 3 months. Ivan was even more patient. He hid with the Queen of the Ocean for nearly half a year, hiding in this square meter. During this period, he also cleared the tracking spell in Temple's body, and of course did not abandon the Queen of the Ocean. Will you go separately or with me? Under the layout of that bastard, the cursed blood is innate to us, and has been integrated into our bones. There must be remnants in our bodies, and there is a possibility of resurgence. We have to be on guard. Then come with me. Half a year later, the two were far away from the hiding area. Ivan asked the same question, and Deborah gave the same answer. In fact, the relationship between the Gazan Plain and the Fairy Plain is not just the latter's breeding ground, but also real support. Ivan discovered this after entering the Fairy Plain, and it was reflected in Temple and Deborah. The two were not suppressed here. Not only that, the two also received more and more luck blessings, as if it was a reward for going through hardships and successfully arriving here. At this time, Ivan certainly would not refuse to follow such an ancient king, not to mention that this ancient king was a deep-sea mermaid full of exotic charm. In the following days, the two went down all the way, and finally came to the surface of the demonic continent. With the skillful disguise and breath-hiding skills, the two successfully mixed into a busy city. They were completely relieved, and finally they didn't have to face the powerful and cunning Father of Holy Light. Idiot, come back here quickly. Where are you taking the guests? I don't care, I won't come back. I want to take a holiday today. 3 years. I have been following you for 3 years. I haven't rested for a day. If you say another word I will quit. Come back. Come back here. Haven't you been sleeping for the past 3 years? You haven't moved at all. What kind of holiday do you want? The city is very lively, but there are also some discordant places. For example, a hotel grew legs and ran away, and the puppet owner was chasing after him. No matter how he persuaded, the wooden hotel just wouldn't listen. In the end, the puppet owner was so angry that he stomped his feet and almost broke his feet. As expected of the fairyland, there are all kinds of races. Deborah looked around, her beautiful eyes shining. There is a famous saying in the fairyland that everything can be born with wisdom and become a living fairy. That is to say, even if it is just a rag, a stone, or a pair of underwear, they may transform into a new life one day. Therefore, it is not surprising to see strange creatures on the street. Don't you have a large number of races in Gazan? It's different. Only some animals, and a few specific plants in our place can evolve into humanoid races. Objects are definitely not included. Deborah was interested and took the initiative to introduce some secrets of the Gazan plain, such as the offspring of beast men may not be beast men, but may be original beasts, which are affectionately called beast relatives by beast men. Similar things also happen to the sea tribes in the ocean. Ivan only knew that this kind of situation existed, and he had never noticed it before. In fact, there are many orc races in the Danila plain, but their offspring never show obvious degeneration, and there are no absurd anecdotes of wild beasts. By the way, what are you doing here? Deborah suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. To save people, Ivan said casually. Woman? A goddess who has been trapped for many years. Hearing his words, Deborah's expression paused for a moment, and then returned to normal in an instant, making it almost imperceptible. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Ivan asked. I don't know. Deborah hesitated and shook her head. She came here with the fallen knight and the golden pig to seek a way to save the Sunzon plain. Now, the other two have fallen, and it is impossible to return to the Spirit Lake by teleporting. The culprit has been seen. Under the power of the Father of Holy Light, they dared to hide and not move or make a sound. They can't even face the enemy, so how can they save such a large plain? She turned to look at a wizard, her eyes filled with deep pleading. Ivan shook his head decisively, which made Deborah's beautiful eyes dim. Your previous guess was wrong. This wizard is only at the level of the 5th level ancient king, the same as you, so I have no ability to help you. I didn't guess. I guess you have a guess in your mind. You don't need to guess my guess. Seeing that he was really powerless, Deborah didn't force it. After all, this kind of thing can't be forced, but she felt much better. Foxwind City is just an ordinary medium-sized city. There are tens of thousands of such cities in the vast demonic spirit continent. Ivan and his companions did not pick and choose. They stayed in the city for half a month to repair and find out the news around them. Wizard Ivan, we should start to act. One day half a month later, Deborah urged Ivan. The reason why she behaved so abnormally was because a wizard mentioned that the one she was going to help escape this time was a throne-level god, who was also a strong man, who was easy to talk to. This gave her other ideas. No matter what, she had to give it a try. Ivan was happy to see Deborah working so hard. The most urgent thing to do was to contact Mavis's real body, let her know that someone came to help her out, and at the same time find out her real situation, where she was exiled, and then discuss how to launch a rescue strategy, how to cooperate inside and outside, etc. However, there is a prerequisite for this, that is, not to alert Mavis's enemies. Mavis's strength is not weak, but she was defeated and exiled, and sealed. You can imagine how powerful her enemy is. Such an enemy is definitely not something the two of them can provoke. Ivan had to be more careful. After planning for more than a month, he really started the most critical step. With the help of the corresponding formation, he used Mavis's power to communicate with Mavis's body in the dark. In just over a minute, something strange appeared in the light emitted by the formation, which attracted people's attention. Looking at this scene, Deborah, who was standing by, couldn't help but hold her breath. Chapter 637. The place used to communicate with a goddess is not random, but a temporary secret place specially constructed by Ivan. He also chose a place with active space. All this did not disappoint him. A dark curtain soon appeared at one end of the array, and no figure was revealed. Who are you? Ivan Marichatin, I guess you have heard of this name. It turned out to be the little wizard from the Danila Plain. Of course I know you. You have grown up very well under Mavis's training over the years. There was no movement in the dark curtain, but a deep voice came out from it. Ivan frowned slightly when he heard the words on the other side. He was secretly surprised that the other side's temperament seemed to be very different from Mavis, but he would not define a person with just a few words. I am now a virtual king wizard, so I crossed the long galaxy to come to the fairy plane and meet you in this way, just to fulfill my original promise. Just you alone? Isn't it enough? There is also an ancient king with ocean power outside. Asshole, you even brought outsiders with you. However, Ivan was met with doubts and abuse from the other party. What he didn't know was that the goddess of spring used a wide net approach. Of course, he was not the only one who was chosen over the years. He was the only one who came to rescue in advance. Why don't you say anything? You bastard, you are thoughtful. My original plan should have been leaked. Try not to do it if you can. After all, there is a bitch watching me closely. Ivan was speechless. It was hard to imagine that this foul-mouthed person was the same individual as Mavis. Mavis' voice was too soft to curse anyone, and her curses were powerless. The person opposite was simply a shrew. What are you thinking about? Talk! Ahem. Ivan suddenly remembered that Mavis, as a natural spirit, could keenly sense the inner psychological changes of living beings, and it seemed that the person opposite was the same. What's the situation of the person you are talking about? Who is it? Bitch. You bastard, how dare you curse me? Ivan glanced at Deborah not far away. Although he didn't know what happened, the goddess opposite should be in the same situation as Deborah before. She had a certain degree of distortion, which led to a deviation in her temperament. Something must have happened in recent years. What are you thinking about again? First of all, I want to make it clear that my name is not Mavis. Our names are God-given and very long. Mavis is only a small part of my real name. You can call me Ms. Antoinette, or Margaret Goddess, or Spring Goddess. Since you, the little wizard, are so thoughtful, I will definitely give you a gift that will satisfy you after I successfully escape. The little mermaid over there, you want me to help you deal with another person. I agree to this. You have to do your best to help me escape. Hurry up and do your work, little bastards. At this time, Mavis's original body Antoinette, although she was swearing a lot, knew clearly that time was running out. She didn't waste words, and said some information concisely, which was exactly what Ivan wanted to know. At the same time, she did not forget to win over Deborah, the Queen of the Sea. After a while of negotiation, the dark curtain on the array suddenly disappeared, leaving only the glittering light emitted by the array itself, and the two people who were thinking about their own things. Is this rude woman really the powerful god you said was easy to talk to? After a pause of a few seconds, Deborah whispered, after all, this person doesn't have the demeanor of a natural god. What do you think? Ivan was thinking about the ability shown by Antoinette. Compared with Mavis, her psychological perception can be called mind reading. Could this be the omniscience and omnipotence that some gods have always preached? As for the gift the other party mentioned, Ivan didn't take it to heart. He came here to save people because of an agreement. I listened to your arrangements. Deborah just muttered, and in her heart she was willing to believe Antoinette. Apart from this, she had no other choice. Then, the two left the temporary secret realm and headed towards the southern area of the demon spirit continent, according to Antoinette's words. At the same time, in the endless galaxy, the Black Star was anchored at a certain location. Compared with a few years ago, this worship has undergone many changes. It can be clearly seen that flags are distributed in an orderly manner everywhere on the warship. The overall flag is black with gold patterns, and there is a lifelike king silkworm on the flag. These are the Black Star battle flags that Ivan made in his spare time. On both sides of the battleship, there are pairs of flying fish fins. The materials are clearly taken from the 12-winged flying shark, the leader of the former Phaezu adventure group. This change has greatly increased the speed of the battleship. There are many other changes, big and small, which make the Black Star more and more perfect, and it is rapidly approaching a real galaxy battleship. In the room in the middle of the battleship, Ivan told Mavis what happened just now, wanting to hear her opinion as the person involved. After hearing his statement, Mavis was shocked. No, the original body is not like this. I dare to use everything I have to guarantee that she is an extremely elegant, extremely gentle, and extremely kind god, always treating the creatures around her with a loving attitude. Please be patient, Mavis. This wizard believes in you and believes that Antoinette is an elegant lady. Ivan, the original body must have suffered some kind of vicious conspiracy. The current situation must be very grim. Please, you must rescue her as soon as possible. Just tell me where I need to help, even if it means sacrificing my life. Mavis was completely panicked, and she didn't even think about the actions and words she didn't dare to do in the past. Okay. Facing Mavis, who was hugging his arm tightly, Ivan had 1,000 things to say in his mind, but in the end, he just nodded heavily. In fact, Antoinette was trapped for thousands of years, and is still alive now, which is enough to prove one thing, that she will not die easily, or in other words, the other party will not kill her easily. At this moment, the Black Star, which had been parked for a long time, started again and slowly moved towards another location nearby. Time flies, and it's 3 months later. In the vast southern area of the demonic spirit continent, there is a long and narrow piece of land, which is like a sharp fang piercing the ocean. This is the Hague Castle. The Hague Castle also refers to a city that has been ravaged by storms all year round. Compared with Foxwind City, the Hague Castle is obviously an extremely vicious place. Those gathered in the city are not good people. It is common to commit crimes in the streets here. It depends on who is more powerful. Wow, this place is really nice. It feels like the air has become free and fresh. For Deborah, wherever there is a place near the ocean, there are things worth appreciating. She doesn't care whether the city is in chaos or not. Her words attracted the attention of the big guy not far away. He stopped eating and stared at her with his mouth wide open. This is a stupid giant wolf crab with a crab body and a wolf head. It was chewing a delicious black herring monster just now. It was probably caught not long ago. At this time, there were still strips of meat and blood stains hanging from the mouth of the giant wolf crab, which was very bold. Deborah immediately smelled a strong stench, and she felt like she was slapped in the face. What are you looking at? If you keep looking at me, I cut you up. If you don't shut up, get out? Get out. The Queen of the Sea's unparalleled momentum crushed over, frightening the giant wolf crab that was howling subconsciously. It shuddered and no longer cared about the half-eaten food on the ground. It pulled up more than a dozen legs and ran away sideways. Fortunately, it is an intelligent creature born in the ocean, but it doesn't even have this much vision. Deborah muttered with a dark face. All the energy is used to grow bigger, so it's normal that the brain is not so smart. Ivan followed her words. The two did not show much surprise about the giant wolf crab eating bloody food on the street. It can be said that they are not surprised. After all, this is in line with the behavior of creatures in the fairy plane. In the past few days, they have heard a lot of information and basically figured out the rules of conduct here. The general rule here can be described in one sentence. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. After all, even rags and stones can be transformed into life here, and can also be used as a source of food, so what can't be eaten? The creatures here also believe in a principle that the bigger the size, the stronger the power, and to grow bigger, you must eat more. The fairy plane simply takes the law of the jungle to the extreme. A few days ago, the two had seen bloodier behaviors than this, so there was nothing to be surprised about. This time, they came all the way to the Hague Castle, of course, to rescue the goddess of spring, Antoinette. The place where Antoinette was sealed was extremely special, and not so easy to approach. Fortunately, Antoinette did not waste her time during the years of being sealed off. Through countless years of observation, she has already found a very feasible route, which is related to the strong storms in the Hague, and it also needs to be chosen at the right time. Speaking of time, Ivan and Deborah appeared at the right time. In more than 2 months, the strongest storm in the Hague will come once every 3 years, and then it will be the best time for them to take action. We have almost walked around the city. Let's find a place to stay first, and then we can look at the rest slowly. How about setting up camp directly at the bottom of the ocean? Your way or mine? No fun, I just said it casually. Why do you take it seriously? When they came to the area of the Hague, whether inside or outside the city, there were creatures that were blind and looking for trouble with the two of them. With their strength, the fate of those guys can be imagined. In this way, Ivan and the other two stayed in the city, paying attention to the changes of the surrounding storms every day. As time passed, the storms near the Hague became more and more violent, but it was not to the point where the creatures here could not stand it. However, everyone knew it in their hearts, but the time had not come yet. Look, some people have already evacuated from the city in advance. If someone leaves, someone else will come. Strong storms bring not only danger, but also unexpected surprises. Some creatures are willing to take a chance. Ivan and Deborah didn't care about the personnel changes in the Hague Castle. Another period of time passed, and finally the day they had been looking forward to arrived. On this day, the entire Hague Castle was submerged in the fierce storm, and the waves raised by the storm. It was full of gray, as if the doomsday punishment had come. The weather and location are perfect, it's really rare. Well, it's time to act. In the city, most creatures have found suitable hiding places to fish in troubled waters, but Ivan and Deborah did the opposite, walking out of the city against the strong storm and running towards the most terrifying position of the storm. Occasionally seeing this scene, many creatures secretly wondered, is there something strange over there? Unfortunately, they were not strong enough and could only watch the figures of the two people completely covered by the storm. I lead the charge. On the other side, Deborah volunteered. Okay. Ivan agreed. Deborah was born in the ocean, and such a severe storm and waves could be considered her home turf. With her in the front, the two of them sped up a lot. However, as they approached the core area of the strong storm, their speed gradually slowed down. What's going on here? It's different from any storm I've ever seen. As the two of them got closer to the core area, Deborah's progress became more and more difficult. Obviously, the storm here not only includes ocean storms, but also involves space storms, and a kind of seemingly false power, which is likely related to the Emerald Spirit Realm, the highest level of the fairy plane. Ivan also frowned. Antoinette was right. Her words can only be used as a reference. Only after exploring the actual difficulties can we know. According to the current situation, Deborah will definitely not be able to control the situation, and Temple's body, even if it exerts 1000% of its ability, is still not enough. At this moment, we can only go one step further. Wait. Ivan stopped. I can still hold on, Deborah said immediately. I know, but we have 2 more companions coming. Let's act together. There is strength in numbers. Ivan explained casually. Who? Deborah was a little confused. For a moment, she couldn't think of any companions. Ivan didn't say much. He answered with action. After the two retreated a distance, he began to arrange the array on the spot. Dense space patterns appeared on it, and the speed was so fast that it seemed that the array was generating runes by itself. The array was activated immediately. King of Tides, come and lend me a hand. Templar? Hearing the voice beside her, Deborah realized belatedly that after spending so much time together, she had forgotten that the person next to her was not the real body of a certain wizard. Thinking that Mr. Ivan was going to take action in person, Deborah's face suddenly lifted. She had great confidence in him. As her power flowed in, the space on the array kept flickering, and inexplicable dark lightning was generated for no reason, which made people tremble with fear. Soon, A black hole was torn in the air, just like a hideous giant mouth that could swallow everything. The hideous giant mouth pulled the surrounding things involuntarily. Seeing that other things around were about to be swept in, divine light poured out of Deborah's body, and the power of the sea and the power of the air connected, which stabilized the current situation. Not long after, a slender figure flew out of the crack.